A gigantic wolf with silver hair was floating in the sky. "How brave you are, Luo Feng," it said. "You dared to use your own body as bait to attract universe knights to attack you, then you let a universe overlord out to trigger the domain-type true treasure, to trap the knights of other races and slaughter them." He had a godly body of around 6 miles, and he was staring at Luo Feng, who stood in the golden waves. "Thank you for your compliment, by Fa Knight," Luo Feng said, nodding good naturedly. By Fa Knight would be more difficult to deal with than Parachopper Knight, whom he just killed. First of all, By Fa Knight was actually from the demon race, and he had more true treasures. Besides, By Fa Knight had a much larger godly body. It would take more time to kill him. Humph! By Fa Knight growled in anger. Which universe overlord was it? It must not be an ordinary universe overlord if he can kill Parachopper Knight that easily. Which one? Heaven Erosion Palace leader, World Tree Star Prison Devil Master. Any one of you has a great reputation. I respect all of you, but shame on you for using this Luo Feng as bait to attract and slaughter us. As By Fa Knight's voice resounded through space, Luo Feng couldn't help smiling. Heaven Erosion Palace leader, World Tree and Star Prison Devil Master. Interesting guesses. There were quite a few universe overlords within the human race, but most of them were at the ordinary level, like By Fa Knight and Chi Blood Palace leader. As humans were only ordinary life forms, World Tree, Star Prison Devil Master, and Heaven Erosion Palace leader had unique experience and clone techniques, which was why they stood at the top among the universe overlords. Under normal circumstances, the number of top-tier universe overlords was equal to that of universe masters. Within each alliance, there were more than 10 universe masters within the human race, but there were only 3 top-tier universe overlords, and it was because humans were only ordinary life forms. As for the ancestral god school, which gathered a large number of special life forms, it had more top-tier universe overlords. Also, the Northern Territory Alliance had numerous races, and quite a few top-tier universe overlords. The universe knights of other races were secretly discussing things among themselves, felt that the entire situation was unfair. "This is outrageous. Such a demeaning thing to do. The human race is a pinnacle race, and it's shameless of any of them to do such a thing." Those knights would have avoided universe overlords if they saw him, but nobody expected them to play such a move using Luo Feng as bait. Though the universe knights of other races were furious, they all remained in the distance, as they could leave instantly. World Tree Star Prison Devil Master, the silver By Fa Knight, was still shouting. Heaven Erosion Palace leader, he seemed to be trying to force the mysterious being show himself. By Fa Knight, none of them is here, Luo Feng said with a smile, stepping on the golden waves. I'm the only one here. Humph! Only you? The silver wolf grinned. The other 15 knights assembled all shook their heads. They had all heard the shrill scream of a strange beast, and it clearly came from a top-tier universe overlord who could fight in the shape of a beast. "Which universe overlord is it? Show yourself!" the silver wolf shouted again. Hua hua hua. The golden waves disappeared. Luo Feng broke into laughter. By Fa Knight, I've already told you, only me. You dare to do something shameless like this even after gaining your reputation, said By Fa Knight. Such a deceitful human. By Fa Knight, do you want to die? Luo Feng shouted. So he dashed at By Fa Knight like a beam of silver light, and By Fa Knight quickly sped up and flew away. He knew that he needed to stay away from that human Luo Feng, otherwise he would be trapped in the domain if Luo Feng let out that domain-type true treasure. He was as powerful as Parachopper Knight. Go. Other Universe Knights followed by Fa Knight and flew away. Luo Feng stopped and looked at the Universe Knights of the other races running away in fright, and he chuckled. I wanted to have an actual conversation with you guys. Since you're not interested, I have to leave now. So he flew away and stopped chasing those knights. Humph! By Fa Knight growled, he dared to be so rampant and arrogant. He's nothing if he doesn't have that top-tier universe overlord with him, and he would have been ripped into pieces if he acted alone. It was shocking that 13 universe knights of other races had been killed by Luo Feng. After all, under normal circumstances, only 1 or 2 universe knights would be killed if a single ordinary true treasure was born, and only senior true treasures or even top-tier true treasures could lead to such a massive quantity of deaths. Inside the towering palace of the Thorn Ring Alliance, Ji-Chi Knight stood at the bottom of the palace with veneration. He was one of the Universe Knights who had been killed. Universe Master, Ji-Chi said in an indifferent voice, you said that 13 Universe Knights were killed. Yes, answered Ji-Chi Knight. Among the 13 Universe Knights who got killed, there was a being from our alliance, the Bug Race Alliance, the Northern Territory Alliance, the Demon Alliance, and the 9 Territories Alliance, and one of them was a Universe Overlord from the Bug Race Alliance. I am the only one who has a clone technique, which is why I reported what happened instantly. As for other alliances, they may not have gotten the news yet. Who did it? The indifferent voice asked. Star Prison Devil Master Heaven, Erosion Palace Leader World Tree. It's a black, strange beast, and he's terrifically powerful, answered Ji-Chi Knight. He must be a great being following the path of Gold Beast God. Besides, that strange beast is a high achiever on the path of Gold Beast God, and his power is close to that of a beast god. I was killed instantly. Beast God path is at Star Prison Devil Master, but he doesn't follow the path of Gold Beast God. The voice sounded confused. I'm certain that it was a black, strange beast. Ji-Chi Knight continued. His attacking technique is mysterious and far superior to mine. You think that black, strange beast could really kill Parachopper Knight? Yes, he can. Ji-Chi Knight nodded. I won't have been that helpless even if Parachopper tried to kill me himself. However, I wasn't even able to defend myself against that black, strange beast. I was killed after only 1 attack. I felt that the strange beast didn't even utilize all his power. He could surely kill Parachopper Knight if he wants. Weird. When did the human race have a strange beast knight? The voice sounded baffled. A being walked down. It was a female Universe Master wearing purple armor with hundreds of horns on her head. She looked seductive yet apathetic, which intimidated Ji-Chi Knight. It was Piercing Heartmaster from the Thorn Ring Alliance, who was in charge of many issues within the Thorn Ring Alliance. Her level of authority within the Thorn Ring Alliance was equivalent to Primal Chaos City leader of the Hong Alliance. Strange, Piercing Heartmaster whispered. Is it Luo Feng who's on the path of Gold Beast God? That doesn't make sense either, as Luo Feng's still weak. Even if he becomes a Universe Knight, he still has low law comprehension, and he should be at the 4th or 5th level of the Beast God path. He can't even create the ultimate techniques of Universe Overlords with such low law comprehension. Ji-Chi Knight nodded. It's definitely not Luo Feng. Whether he has become a Universe Knight or not, he doesn't have such law comprehension. That's right. There's no news from Redbud Island telling us that he received A beast god inheritance, piercing Heartmaster frowned, could it be that? Primal Chaos City leader arranged a supreme being to protect his disciple. There are hidden supreme beings within the human race, Chi Knight murmured. Piercing Heartmaster glanced at him. No, there are only 3 top-tier universe overlords within the human race, but there are more in the Hong Alliance. Chi Knight now understood, though the Hong Alliance was an alliance centered around the human race, many great beings from other races were also members. Chi Knight couldn't help asking, Universe Master, are you going to deal with them? A top-tier universe overlord used such a demeaning move to trap us. Top-tier universe overlords are almost as powerful as universe masters, and he was basically slaughtering us. How piercing! Heartmaster chuckled. You claim it was he who slaughtered you. On the contrary, you encircled him because of greed and were slaughtered. As a result, if a universe master or a top-tier universe overlord goes to the original stars and slaughters groups of great beings deliberately, it would lead to public outrage. However, nobody can say anything if you provoke them. In the first place, the news of the slaughter spread like wildfire, but none of the powers treated it seriously. To them, it was just a group of knights who had foolishly gotten themselves killed because of their greed. Besides, no other powers knew who this top-tier universe overlord was, aside from the Thorn Ring Alliance. After all, the task of reviving senior universe masters would be distributed to a universe master. Inside the Hong Alliance Palace, 6 palace leaders sat on the thrones, talking and laughing. Interesting. Interesting, indeed. They wanted to kill Luo Feng, yet they all got killed. Primal Chaos City leader, you must have arranged this. Without your arrangement, what top-tier universe overlord would be willing to stay in Luo Feng's world ring? Tell us, which universe overlord is it? We haven't figured that out yet. Primal Chaos City leader was smiling, but he was also baffled. He didn't know either. Has Luo Feng become friends with a top-tier universe overlord? Primal Chaos City leader wondered. In the sky of another original star floated churning golden rivers, and 9 strange beasts were swimming and roaring in the water. 3 universe knights from the Northern Territory Alliance transmitted their voices using their godly power. It's a domain-type true treasure. Such strong resistance. I can't imagine that Luo Feng would have such a true treasure. No wonder, he's a super talent from a pinnacle race. He has a domain-type true treasure even if he's this weak. It seems that we won't be able to kill that human Luo Feng this time. Let's go. Let's go. The 3 universe knights tried to break the resistance from the water and fly out, but they could only fly slowly. All of them started to curse Luo Feng, as he was only undying. He was powerful enough to kill Bark Mirror Emperor, but they all thought he was only as powerful as a secondary universe knight. However, he had a domain-type true treasure, and together with the soul-type true treasure that was confirmed, he had much better true treasures than many universe overlords. He wouldn't have gotten away if it weren't for his domain-type true treasure. Lucky him. Suddenly, a blurry, black beast showed up in the churning golden water, and the fierceness in his dark, golden eyes immediately terrified the nearest universe knight. He transmitted his voice hurriedly, careful. Ho! The black, strange beast hit the universe knight's chest like a beam of golden light, followed by an ancient, low growl. Hong Long. The top-tier treasure armor on that universe knight was instantly shattered. and his godly body was annihilated. The black, strange beast started to charge. The second universe knight, he barreled over him like a steamroller. It's a trap, the only universe knight who still survived opened his eyes wide and started to roar with his godly power that human Luo Feng is. Bait, he's bait. Hua. The blade slashed him across the back. The third universe knight attempted to resist the strange beast and felt his godly body quiver, after which he felt nothing. It's too late for you to realize your mistake, said a voice. The silver-armored, silver-winged form of Luo Feng stepped forward, holding cutting pearl sword. He took a glance at the true treasure shatters, weapons, and world rings, and he seized all of them. He put his cutting pearl sword back into his scabbard, and the golden-horned beast went back to his world ring. They don't have the most updated news, Luo Feng whispered. Other powers in the universe don't have the virtual universe for real-time information sharing, especially powers like the Northern Territory Alliance and the 9 Territories Alliance that have many races, especially that Northern Territory Alliance. It has so many races. A third of the universe knights I killed came from it. Luo Feng had only realized how many members were there in the Northern Territory Alliance after adventuring the original stars. More than 1,000 candidates came from the Hong Alliance on Red Bud Island, but there were hundreds of thousands of them who were from Northern Territory Alliance. Some universe knights already know they need to avoid me, but some haven't heard the news. Luo Feng took back the golden waves and flew into the distance like a beam of silver light. Nothing was left in the sky where Luo Feng had fought the universe knights. He took everything in the open-air bar of the Hong Alliance. Luo Feng came here 2 or 3 times a week by using remote ocean body to connect to the virtual universe. He had been waiting for news of Tianyang Night. However, those 10,081 original stars were too large, and Tianyang Night was a universe overlord who always acted alone. He might hide somewhere for hundreds or even thousands of years. It would take time and luck to find him. Luo Feng. Blade River. Many universe knights greeted him warmly, and even universe overlords who rarely showed up were polite to Luo Feng. After all, he had a terrific record during his year spent on the original star, and the great beings in Hong Alliance all knew about it. Quite a few universe knights and universe overlords had died because of him. Although they all believed that it was actually a top-tier universe overlord who had conducted the killings, it still showed Luo Feng's status a top-tier universe overlord was willing to stay in Luo Feng's world ring. It would be a pleasure to all the great beings to be friends of a top-tier universe overlord. Even universe masters valued top-tier universe overlords because they were almost as powerful as universe masters and could be resurrected as 4 universe masters. They would stay dead forever if they fell. That made top-tier universe masters special. Luo Feng, said a familiar voice. Luo Feng turned his head and saw 2 great beings sitting in the corner. There were no other great beings beside them. Gue Night, Undying Night. Luo Feng was startled. He now understood why there were no other great beings around them, as they each had an extraordinary status. Gue Night was a disciple highly valued by Primal Chaos City leader, and Undying Night was a disciple of Gigantic Axe founder. Luo Feng walked toward them, grinning. Gue Night had a bald head and wore a fiery cape and was barefoot. It made one feel tranquil just to look at him. But Luo Feng, who had been through practice for 180 million years, had already significantly improved his willpower and could rival some universe masters. He wasn't affected by it at all. Undying Night had met Luo Feng only once before, and it had been through the virtual universe. Undying Night wore peculiar armor with tens of thousands of vines on it, and his face was covered by some of the vines. There was wickedness in his green eyes. Luo Feng had been defeated the first time because he was still weak. Both Undying Night and Gui Night were universe overlords. Previously, Luo Feng and True Yan Emperor had thought of them as untouchable, but Luo Feng could now see their power clearly. Gui Night was an ordinary universe overlord with greater true treasures, and he was proficient in illusion and close combat. As for Undying Night, he had a great reputation. His fighting power was also at the level of an ordinary universe overlord, but he had incredible surviving skills. No one had managed to kill him yet, which was why he had the title of Undying Brother. Luo Feng walked toward him and smiled. Undying Night. Gui Night smiled. Sit. You've grown so quickly, Undying Night said. He had a squeaky and bizarre voice, but Luo Feng was prepared for it, as he had spoken with him before. You were still weak when I first met you, and far from becoming undying. A single look from me could affect you. However, you are already able to shake that off. You're indeed exceptional. I heard that dozens of universe knights were killed because of you. Incredible. Luo Feng, said Gui Night. Both Undying Night and I are wondering how many universe knights and universe overlords died because of your friend. Not that many. Luo Feng smiled. 82 universe knights and 5 universe overlords. Both Gui Night and Undying Night looked stunned, as they were just as powerful as the universe overlords who had been killed. Of course, they had solid backgrounds and better true treasures, which gave them better surviving skills. Regardless, they still found it unbelievable. At the start, those universe knights from other races tried to gang up on me because of their greed, said Luo Feng, but they were the ones who got killed. In the end, in the first 15 days, many others got killed, too. However, as more and more learn about it, and have started to avoid me. It's been 3 months, and I've only met one unlucky guy. The news was spreading more and more quickly, becoming increasingly widespread. Some universe knights of great fame were falling, which bolstered Luo Feng's reputation. Even some universe overlords of other races would now avoid Luo Feng. Who's your friend? Gui Night asked with a smile. Can you tell us? Luo Feng smiled. He's Luo Feng. Stop joking around. Gui Night smiled widely. If you can't tell us, just don't. Luo Feng was secretly amazing. It seemed nobody believed that it was him who had done all the killings. After all, in the eyes of those great beings, even if he became a universe knight and could complete law comprehension quickly, it would still normally take someone hundreds of millions of years to advance from the 4th level beast god inheritance to the 7th level. It had only been 20,000 years. He should have been at a low level in techniques at least. From those great beings' perspective, he had a powerful godly body, but he was far inferior to top-tier universe overlords like World Tree, Purple Rain Knight, and Heavenly Erosion Palace Leader. If you really want to know his name, he is Golden Mountain Knight, answered Luo Feng. Golden Mountain Knight, said Gui Night. Gui Night and Undying Night exchanged eye contact. Both were clearly confused. They hadn't heard of that name. Are you joking? Undying Night asked. Of course not. You'll know soon. Luo Feng smiled. Is he from another race? Gui Night asked. Luo Feng nodded. Kind of. At the same time, Luo Feng noticed a being who kept looking at him. It was Guangzhou Knight. Brother, Undying Knight, I'm going to meet my friend. Luo Feng stood up and walked towards Guangzhou Knight. When they met, Guangzhou Knight immediately isolated them from the surroundings and said, Blade River, I found Tianyang Knight. Tianyang Knight. Luo Feng was thrilled, his eyes gleamed. Luo Feng tried his best to control his emotions as he asked immediately, where? Guangzhou Knight told him every single detail he knew, including which original star Tianyang Knight was on and its coordinates. Thank you, Luo Feng said. He was exceedingly grateful. A small matter, Guangzhou Knight said, then asked out of curiosity, why are you so concerned about Tianyang Knight? Is there bad blood between you two? He is a universe overlord. A favor for a friend, Luo Feng replied with a single sentence. Oh, Guangzhou Knight said and nodded, content with this reason. In the sky of the original star, Luo Feng, who had transformed into a beam of light, flew forward. Without warning, he drew an arc with his wings in the air and changed his course to another direction. I have waited for so many years, he thought. I sought the fourth black metal board to increase my power just for this very day. With his silver armor and wings, Luo Feng waited with eyes filled with anticipation. The strong beckoning of the Shiwu wings was unforgettable. He believed that once Shiwu wings and black wings were combined, there would be qualitative changes. Everyone knew that the strength of a true treasure was what determined the ease of finding it. In the course of just under a year, Luo Feng had killed 82 senior universe knights and 5 universe overlords. However, from the 82 senior universe knights, he only managed to obtain a total of 6 ordinary true treasures. From the 5 universe overlords, he only managed to obtain 18 ordinary true treasures and 4 senior true treasures. Ordinary true treasure series could be considered equivalent to senior true treasures even if he were to add in the several treasures in their world rings. The total value, upon calculation, would only be 60 to 70 true treasure points. This was still insufficient to exchange for a top-tier true treasure, and universe masters were all eyeing the top-tier true treasures greedily. Under normal circumstances, only universe masters would be armed with top-tier true treasure weapons. As for pinnacle true treasures like force armor, these might as well be once-in-a-lifetime opportunities, where even someone like True Yen Emperor would have difficulty obtaining them. I have killed 5 universe overlords, although they were killed because they attacked me out of greed. But now that the news is widespread, it will be impossible to shun universe overlords, who are always well informed. I am considered quite wealthy among all the universe overlords, but a top-tier true treasure, I am still a little far from it. Once I have the other pair of wings, however, and once they are combined, Luo Feng's anticipation surged. A single acquisition would far surpass close to a year's worth of killing. So Luo Feng sped toward the path of a whirlpool leading to original star number 02881. In original star number 02881. I think a universe knight from the Hong Alliance has just discovered my location, said a voice. A bald man with 8 arms, a great being from the automaton clan, suddenly emerged from nestled within the bed of weeds. Tianyang Knight's godly body was armed with unique technological weapons. For instance, his head was able to turn 360 degrees, providing a high degree of alertness. For now, my whereabouts cannot be divulged, he said, just in case I had Better leave here as soon as possible. Tianyang Knight's eyes revealed a cold glimmer, and with a great shrug of his black wings, he sped up and soared into the sky. As darkness fell, golden-horned beast hovered high in the night sky, surveying the surroundings. This is it based on the tip-off Guangzhou Knight provided, it should be this area. Golden-horned Luo Feng scanned the land below. His original earthling body had become so famous that even universe overlords would make a detour if they ran into him, so in order to ensure that Tianyang Knight would not catch wind of his arrival and have the chance to escape, Luo Feng had rushed over in his golden-horned beast body. Also, his golden-horned beast body did not make use of Shiwu wings. This way Tianyang Knight would have no means of knowing that he had arrived. Not here, he's not here. Golden-horned Luo Feng was slightly confused. He had carefully perused the deserted plains filled with weeds. The weeds were very tall. If he did not look carefully, he might not be able to find a great being hiding there. Hong Long. A vast sea of golden waves spread out in an instant, enveloping everything it touched, permeating every inch of the bed of weeds within a fleeting moment. The golden waves had engulfed everything in the vast domain within a radius of 19 million miles within the area demarcated by the domain type true treasure. Not a single great being would be capable of escaping. No one. Golden-horned Luo Feng found it increasingly suspicious. Rushing over here took me some time, but it was, at most, just over 2 days. These universe knights who hide in the original stars, keeping watch for the right opportunities, normally stay for at least half a year to a year. How can they all be gone? Golden-horned Luo Feng looked around the vastness between heaven and earth. There was no way he could determine where Tianyang Knight was. However, the Shiwu wings, which were hidden in his world ring, seemed to be provoked and ready to make their move. Obviously, they must have sensed the location of their counterpart, the black wings. Heck! Golden-horned Luo Feng growled softly. The vast sea of golden waves disappeared in an instant. At the same time, the true treasure Shiwu wings came out of the world ring and attached to the scale armor on his wings. Beast god armor also accommodated Shiwu wings to allow the assimilation of both. Beast god armor may have been a set, but its original functionality did not involve wings. With the assimilation of the scale armor true treasure into scale armor wings, however, the defense level achieved was equally impressive when it came to speed of flight. The scale armor wings still paled in comparison to Shiwu wings. Now that the two were combined, the effect achieved was naturally second to none. Weng. A strong summon was transmitted from a certain direction, and his Shiwu wings shook as though ready to take flight. Over there. Golden-horned Luo Feng looked far to his left. This strong summoning sensation felt the same as it had back then. It was obviously coming from the black wings that belonged to Tianyang Knight. This time I am not letting you escape. Golden-horned Luo Feng quickly spread his wings. As his speed skyrocketed, he accelerated without stopping and continued in this manner till he reached a speed near to light speed. Then he flew off in a linear direction. In a swamp a few billions of miles away from Luo Feng, Tianyang Knight had become a turbid color as he lay in the water, creating the illusion that he was drowning. Without using godly power or domain to search, just by using the naked eye alone, one would not be able to discover any trace of him. Weng. Tianyang Knight's glowing wings shook, unable to calm down. Huh. Hua. A golden armored head emerged from the swamp, a pair of eyes stared coldly into the distance. "That's it," he whispered. "It's that golden-horned beast. The moment you stepped on this original star, I could sense you, but I did not expect you to approach me here." Tianyang Knight's eyes were filled with coldness. Of course, he could not forget that battle that had occurred almost 20,000 years ago. The golden horned beast had a true treasure pair of wings that was extremely important to him at that time. The golden horned beast was clearly much weaker than him in terms of power, but it had a powerful true treasure armor and a massive godly body, which placed Tianyang Knight at a disadvantage. "Annoying fellow, is he here to annoy me again?" Tianyang Knight gritted his teeth. Obviously his power does not match up to mine, yet he has a senior true treasure armor and a huge godly body fighting against him. Even when my godly body has been totally used up, he will not have consumed much of his. Annoying. If you did not have such a big godly body, I would definitely fight you. Again, Tianyang Knight clenched his teeth in anger. Hung. He immediately transformed into light and flew off in another direction. Golden Horned Beast could vaguely sense the location where the sound transmission had come from, but as he was approaching it, the position started to move. It was continuously on the move. "Is he escaping?" Luo Feng was shocked. "Why is he escaping?" In their previous battle, Tianyang Knight initially had the upper hand. Luo Feng managed to claim the final victory thanks to his massive godly body, which provided him with a slight advantage overall. However, Tianyang Knight was still the one in control of the situation. It did not make sense to Luo Feng that he was running just because he sensed that Luo Feng was near. "If you are going to flee, then I'm going to give chase. I shall see how long you can remain on the run." Luo Feng continued to give chase at top speed. The bald great being with 8 arms of the automaton clan and the golden horned beast, one after the other, flew across the original star several billion miles apart. Yet no matter how fast or how far Tianyang Knight flew, Golden Horned Beast was able to sense his location with such accuracy that there was no way he could escape. "Damn," growled Tianyang Knight. "Why is he so persistent? Does he think that by chasing me, he will be able to get me to fight against him?" Apart from universe masters, even top-tiered universe overlords may not be able to kill me. "Damn, if not for the current situation, I would definitely teach you a good lesson." Tianyang Knight was fuming from being hunted down, but he forced himself to hold back the rage that was consuming him from within. "I shall move on to another original star," Tianyang Knight decided. He saw a faraway space whirlpool and made his way over. He went through the space whirlpool and arrived at another original star. Almost half an hour passed, and Golden Horned Beast made his way to the whirlpool where Tianyang Knight had disappeared. "According to what I have sensed, he disappeared here." Golden Horned Beast saw the space whirlpool and analyzed the situation. Even if he had self-destructed, that pair of wings was indestructible, so I should still be able to sense it if it was around. Obviously, he has entered another original star. Hung. Golden Horned Beast went through the space whirlpool and arrived at another original star. Upon entering the other original star, Tianyang Knight continued flying for another 6 million miles or so before he stopped to hide. "That annoying Golden Horned Beast knows he can't catch up with me. He can't do anything to me at all. Most likely, he will not give up the chase." A short while later, the familiar, strong summoning feeling was transmitted to him again. The black wings on his back shook again. Damn Tianyang Knight's immense anger was incomparable. Golden-horned beast, he shouted with unbridled hatred. If that was not a crucial moment, he could still go all out to escape from Luo Feng, or even summon other great beings from the automaton clan to take down this golden-horned beast. Good, 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 he muttered. I shall wait for you. I'll soon show you the difference between you and I. Tianyang Knight's anger had reached its limit as he stood in the heartland of the forest, waiting in silence. Luo Feng was baffled. What, he's not escaping anymore? How strange. Not my business, I guess. Anyway, it's good for me that he is no longer on the run. Luo Feng was brimming with confidence. Unless a universe master made a personal appearance, there was no one Luo Feng feared. Hong. Golden-horned beast flew quickly in the same direction. A short while later, he made it to the sky above the forest, where he immediately swooped down to the spot where he could clearly sense the other pair of wings. The bald being of the automaton race stood atop the canopy of a tree. His black wings were in a slight fanning motion as he stared coldly at Luo Feng. Annoying golden-horned beast, he growled. Tianyang Knight, golden-horned beast said, approaching at top speed and not slowing down for an instant. Damn it! Tianyang Knight let out a furious roar. All the suppressed anger that had accumulated after being chased after for such a long period erupted. Hong long long. Everything between heaven and earth suddenly fell into a vast blackness. Golden-horned beast, who was initially flying at an extremely fast rate of speed, suddenly felt as though it had fallen into a muddy swamp. It immediately reduced his speed. Golden-horned Luo Feng was taken aback. It's a domain-type true treasure. Tianyang Knight, since when did he possess a domain-type true treasure? On original star number 02881, a being covered with black mist showed up in the sky when the golden-horned beast chased Tianyang Knight into the space whirlpool. I saw it correctly. Tianyang Knight flew into the space whirlpool. The being in the black mist nodded. Tianyang Knight resorted to flying speedily in the sky because of the golden-horned beast, and the light coming from Tianyang Knight was quite eye-catching. This universe knight of another race had been attracted by it. He immediately sent the information to Lord of Fan Nua Fortress, using the body he had on the outside. Lord of Fan Nua Fortress was a supreme being in the Thorn Ring Alliance, and he was one of the top-tier universe overlords. He was a supreme being who could rival the most powerful world tree. The reason why he was called the Lord of a Fortress was that he had a senior flying palace-type true treasure, which could protect him from Universe Master's Sky Wolf Palace. Was only a senior flying palace-type true treasure, and it was only slightly better than the fortress. An ordinary true treasure. Lord of Fan Nua Fortress was indeed generous. He gave me such an incredible valuable, just for me to track someone down. The being in the black mist started to laugh darkly, then flew into the space whirlpool. Huh. The being from black mist showed up in the sky after going through the space whirlpool and saw a black light in the distance. Though he was tens of millions of miles from it, the domain was so large that he could see clearly what was going on even from afar. This startled him. The power is so extraordinary, it must be a domain-type true treasure. The being from the black mist stayed away from the domain. Hong long long. Suddenly, churning golden rivers collided with the black light. It was as if there were two oceans crashing against each other. The black light kept backing down, as the golden river was just as powerful as it. Two domains dashed against each other. Another domain-type true treasure, the being from the black mist was shocked. Only a few universe overlords have domain-type true treasures, and I see two of them who have it. It seems there are two universe overlords fighting. Is one of them Tianyang Knight? The golden horned beast and Tianyang Knight gazed at each other in the vast forest 60 million miles away from the space whirlpool. Endless black light and golden rivers covered the forest, and the branches, flowers, and grass were destroyed under the shock waves. Humph! Tianyang Knight grew furious and shouted, "Golden horned beast, do you have to fight me? Tianyang Knight, you should know that you're not escaping this fight," the golden horned beast said, glaring at him from afar. "Escape? What makes you think I am escaping? Do you really think your power can rival mine?" "Humph, I didn't want to fight you in the first place, but I'm not afraid of you. I just didn't want to, which is why I used my domain type true treasure to intimidate you, but I didn't expect you to have a domain type true treasure." Also, Tianyang Knight sneered, "It seems you got lucky in the past 20,000 years. The golden horned beast watched from a distance. Tianyang Knight added indifferently, "It seems that I have to fight you." "Yes," the golden horned beast said in a low voice. "Then fight me. Let's finish this as soon as possible." Tianyang Knight was enraged. He didn't think that the golden horned beast could rival him. He had fought a top-tier universe overlord before. He didn't need to be afraid of anyone. "Come." The golden horned beast growled. His armor was dark, and the longest horn, surrounded by 5 other horns, was sharp as a blade. Hung hung. There was a black shuttle in each of Tianyang Knight's hands, and he gazed at the golden horned beast coldly. Hong. Hong. They acted at the same time, dashing at each other, and so did the churning domains. Rolling rocks were formed in front of the black light, while 9 strange beasts showed up in front of the golden river. They both tried to suppress one another's oppositions. "Damn golden horned beast!" Tianyang Knight transmitted the voice to Luo Feng. "Don't you understand that you can't overpower me, and neither can I? You fool." The 8 black shuttles became mesmerizing lights, but the sharp and pervading golden light dissipated all 8 shuttles. Pung. The longest horn on the golden horned beast hit Tianyang Knight. Hong long long. Tianyang Knight was stupefied. This was the most terrific attack he had ever endured. Even the attack from the sidekick of Lord of Fan Nua Fortress hadn't been as powerful as this one. Little did he know that although the golden horned beast's godly body was almost as powerful as the original earthling body of Luo Feng, one of them was 10,081 times, and the other was 9,800 times, and their godly power was almost equally delicate, and both of the attacking techniques they used were the ultimate techniques of universe masters. Golden light. The only difference was that the original earthling body used the senior true treasure weapon, Pearl Cutting Blade. The golden horned beast, on the other hand, used the top-tier true treasure armor Beast God Armor, which was as worthy as a pinnacle true treasure, which made it much stronger. Tianyang Knight bounced back, shocked to discover that 22% of his godly body was gone. How is it possible? Tianyang Knight found it impossible to believe. Luo Feng was surprised as well. He has a senior true treasure armor. Tianyang Knight had a moderately small godly body, about 24 feet tall. If he were wearing an ordinary true treasure armor, the beast god would have killed Tianyang Knight. Luo Feng could easily feel the resistance from the true treasure armor. If it was Parachopper Knight, thought Luo Feng, even if he had a senior true treasure armor, he would have been killed by the golden horned beast, as his godly body was so small. A senior true treasure armor, the golden horned beast growled. Did you prepare it for the original stars? Tianyang Knight was both angry and shocked. He glared at the golden horned beast in front of him. Indeed, the information shared in the universe said that he had an ordinary true treasure armor, but that was outdated. He had exchanged something for a senior true treasure in his race for the opening of the original star. Last time, the golden horned beast couldn't feel the difference between an ordinary true treasure armor and a senior true treasure armor, as he had been weaker last time, but this time the golden horned beast could clearly feel it. How? Tianyang Knight demanded, glaring at the golden horned beast. How is it possible? You were much weaker than me before. Stop asking, die, and the golden horned beast charged again. Want to kill me? Tianyang Knight roared. Don't count on it. Run. Tianyang Knight controlled the black light to resist the golden horned beast. While he shook his wing and tried to flee, the golden horned beast slashed the black light and flew after him. Ho! Intricate golden engravings started to flow on the golden horned beast's body, and he used his own body as a weapon, emanating with golden light. Immediately, his speed surged and dashed at Tianyang Knight. What? Tianyang Knight was shocked. He changed his direction, as maneuverability was what he was best at it. I'm good at that, too, said the golden horned beast as he raced toward him. They kept changing directions, redirecting their course dozens of times in less than a single second. Golden horned beast body quickly found out that his ability to change directions was inferior to Tianyang Knight. That's right, thought Luo Feng. His black wings and my Sherwu wings have the same source. I've been practicing on the path of engraving pictures for 180 million years, though I cracked the way to manifest 9 Tiger River. Immediately after I came out, I still couldn't find out the way to perform the third form of the Sherwu wings, as that's much more complicated. Luo Feng understood it, as it was likely that the black wing also had a third form that his opponent was using. No wonder he couldn't catch Tianyang Knight. You can't catch me, give up. Tianyang Knight transmitted his voice. He was, however, anxious. The golden horned beast sped up like a beam of golden light, which made him incredibly fast. He had already asked for help from his race, but it would take time for great beings of the automaton race to arrive. Besides, he had fought the golden horned beast before, and he knew that he definitely had the power of a top-tier universe overlord. That meant even if a universe master of automaton race arrived, his control over space and time wouldn't be able to deal with such a great being. The universe master had to fight the golden horned beast. Give up? Asked Tianyang Knight. The golden horned beast growled. I didn't want to use my supreme move in the first place, but you're really good at running. Supreme move. Tianyang Knight became terrified. That terrific golden light was already unbelievably powerful, yet it wasn't his supreme move. He couldn't imagine how the golden horned beast, who had been significantly weaker than him before, could be so powerful now. Hong Long Long. The golden horned beast's eyes looked tranquil, and burning godly power burst out. He was more than 55,000 miles long, and the fight hadn't even consumed 1/60 millionth of his godly power. However, after using the move I am the universe, the godly power flooded out. Everything was enveloped. The being shrouded in black mist 60 million miles away, who had been following them, suddenly felt everything turning dark. Endless chaos winds started to blow. The being in the black mist looked around, dazed. What's going on? Why is it dark? The miniature universe was vast and mighty, too, with a diameter of 19 million miles. Chaotic airflow spread and filled the entire miniature universe. It was a picture of chaos. Golden Horned Beast was stationed in the middle of the miniature universe, and its godly body supplied the energy required by the miniature universe to revolve. Something strange is going on, thought Luo Feng. There is another presence here, and knight of another race. It's evil Fog Knight from the Thorn Ring Alliance. He is extremely skilled in illusions. He seems to be still looking around at his surroundings, unaware of the situation he is in. The moment Golden Horned Beast successfully brought out the miniature universe, it sensed that there was an additional knight of another race present within the boundaries of the miniature universe. Unquestionably, this unlucky fellow, who was about to become a victim. Luo Feng had shrunk the miniature universe on purpose. The miniature universe was able to reach a diameter as big as 600 million miles, but could also shrink to a diameter as small as 6 million miles. If its diameter shrank, its universe membrane would gradually thicken. If its diameter expanded, the membrane would gradually thin down. This was the fundamental theory of why Luo Feng maintained the same amount of godly power supply to the miniature universe. If he increased the amount of godly power supply, the universe membrane would naturally become thicker, and its power would grow stronger. With a smaller diameter of merely 19 million miles, a being of another race could still enter. Seems to me he must have seen it all, Luo Feng said to himself. Indeed, evil Fog Knight had been observing for a long time. From a long distance away, he had witnessed the fight between Golden Horned Beast and Tian Yang Knight at the border of their respective domain type true treasures, and he clearly saw that it was the Golden Horned Beast who was hunting down Tian Yang Knight by watching the two enter the space whirlpool one after the other. Based on this information, Luo Feng easily came up with some quick inferences. You can consider yourself to be unlucky. Luo Feng's thought flashed through his mind in a split second, maybe not even 1/10,000th of a second, and the next moment, Golden Horned Beast rushed at Tian Yang Knight. What place is this? Said Tian Yang Knight. He looked at his surroundings with fear. There was an endless chaotic airflow all around him. Is it Universe Ocean? No, I was on the original star. How would I suddenly fall into this place? Could this be a domain type true treasure? He already owns a domain type true treasure, so how could he be using another domain type true treasure? Hong. Waves of the Golden River came surging from afar. From the front of the Golden River, a stampede of 9 great beasts was seen rushing to the fore, and behind them was the Golden Horned Beast. Have to block it, said Tian Yang Knight. His eyes were filled with crazed panic. He wanted to block the vast darkness, but it useless. It was like a giant truck rolling over a small car with the universe laws empowering the entire miniature universe. The power of the Golden River soared by one level in an instant, and Tian Yang Knight's domain type true treasure was, in turn, suppressed by the universe laws of the miniature universe. Thus, its power was lowered by one level. This come-and-go cycle brought about a vast difference between the two domain type true treasures, which were actually not so different from each other at the start. Pung pung pung. Like cracking icebergs, the vast blackness was easily shattered. It was unable to protect Tian Yang Knight at all. What Tian Yang Knight was shocked. I must escape. Tianyang Knight turned and attempted to make a speedy escape. However, the moment the mighty golden waves collided with the darkness, Tianyang Knight was shrouded by the golden waves. After 9 Tiger River increased its power by 1 level, flying within its domain would be extremely difficult even for someone like Tianyang Knight. At that moment, Golden Horned Beast managed to close the distance and appeared before Tianyang Knight. Golden Horned Beast Tianyang Knight roared with rage as he waved the light shuttles his 8 arms were holding. "It's useless," Golden Horned Beast growled. Golden rays lit up once again under these sharp and unsympathetic golden rays. The 8 black light shuttles that looked so beautiful were cast away like paper. Tianyang Knight's godly body seemed so helpless in the face of the long, sharp horns of Golden Horned Beast. Following the fearsome impact of the collision between both Knight and Beast, the entire space shook with tremors, with eyes still filled with unwillingness to resign to his fate. Tianyang Knight's godly body was annihilated, and he wordlessly vanished into thin air. Pity, Luo Feng reflected silently. The moment I use the ultimate technique of a universe master, I will not be able to reduce his power accurately. If I could grasp a better control of accuracy, I might have been able to put Tianyang Knight into a deep slumber. The stronger the great being, the more difficult it was to put it into a deep slumber. Normally, when the godly bodies of undying emperors were consumed to slightly more than 10% remaining, they would need to go into a deep slumber. However, the willpower of universe overlords was incomparably strong. Their godly powers were much purer, so even if they were left with only 5% or even 3% of their godly bodies, they might still be able to maintain a clear consciousness for a split second to self-destruct their remaining godly bodies. Most would avoid fighting a universe overlord until only 1% of its godly body was left before it could be put to a deep slumber. But this was much too difficult. In a battle of life and death, it was tough to use all the ultimate techniques to put up a good fight, yet without the confidence to fight an opponent till its godly body was left with exactly 1%, especially when the opponent was a great being with a horribly fearsome consciousness. A universe master, even when his godly body was down to 1%, was able to maintain a moment of consciousness. Such universe masters would rather self-destruct than risk subjecting themselves to a lifetime of slavery. The more powerful a being was, the more difficult it would be to enslave it. The only way to have a strong slave was to enslave it during its weak periods. Then, when the being grew in power, they would naturally find themselves with stronger slaves. Hung under the impact of the collision, Tianyang Knight's black armor, silver wings, weapons, world ring, and some other valuable items scattered in all directions. "All come here," commanded Luo Feng. With a single thought, everything within the control of the miniature universe that had once belonged to the annihilated Tianyang Knight was speedily manipulated and flew right up to Golden Horned Beast. Upon infusing his godly power, the items quickly started to recognize their new master, one after the other. This led Luo Feng to realize that Tianyang Knight certainly did not have the talent of dividing bodies. Luo Feng stored every item in his world ring right away. Then he turned and looked off into the distance about 6 million miles away. A black, misty figure stood surveying its surroundings with due diligence. "Meet your doom," Luo Feng said under his breath. Hong long long. A great volume of chaotic airflow rolled over the black, misty figure in a Frenzied manner, the airflow seemed to separate into two parts. One part revolved in a clockwise direction while the other revolved counterclockwise, just like a gigantic grinder, and right in the middle was the black, misty figure. Universe grinder, roll and crush, Luo Feng commanded in a cold demeanor. The miniature universe was the most powerful talent technique, more powerful than golden light, which he had created by one whole level. It consisted of many different tactics. For example, there were normal ones like the suppression by universe laws and rolling and crushing by universe grinder. Plus, there were also ultimate tactics that were the most powerful ones, like explosion of universe. The ordinary tactics were not considered powerful. For instance, using the tactic rolling and crushing by universe grinder would not have been enough to kill Tianyang Knight. However, to a senior universe knight who did not have a single ordinary true treasure armor to speak of, using the universe grinder with a power level that was one notch higher than that of 9 Tiger Riverlet alone, the power of a miniature universe would be more than enough to grind him to death. Evil Fog Knight was surveying his surroundings carefully when suddenly he felt an upheaval between heaven and earth, and the two great airflows seemed to enshroud him like a grinder moving in opposite directions. The airflow closed in around him, rolling and crushing his body in a frenzied manner. Ah, ah, ah! Evil Fog Knight screamed in pain. The rolling and crushing consumed his godly body quickly from 90% to 70% and then to 50%. The loss was happening at an alarming rate. "Let me go, I bear no enmity." Evil Fog Knight was so fearful that he shouted repeatedly, "Let me go." But there was no stopping it in this vast, chaotic world. Evil Fog Knight was in despair, and could only bear hatred in his heart. He had not expected to meet his end by obeying Fan Nua Fortress Master's command. Ah, ah, ah! Evil Fog Knight roared, "Damn it!" With only 30% of his godly body left, Evil Fog Knight roared his reluctance, but decided to choose self-destruction. Hong Long Long. The impact spread in all directions. Evil Fog Knight was annihilated. "Not even a single true treasure," said Luo Feng. "Why even bother putting up a struggle?" Hong Long. The miniature universe was put away and disappeared in the blink of the eye. Peace returned between heaven and earth, hovering in midair. Only the golden horned beast remained, all valuables left behind by Tianyang Knight and Evil Fog Knight after they were annihilated had been claimed. "I had not expected to lose almost 10% of my godly body in such a short fight," Luo Feng mused to himself. Opening his miniature universe and charging at Tianyang Knight had taken nearly 3 seconds. Killing Tianyang Knight and taking away his treasures had not taken him more than 2 seconds. Using the universe grinder to roll and crush Evil Fog Knight, however, had taken close to 3 seconds. Collecting all the treasures also used up almost a second. All in all, it had taken close to 9 seconds. Go Golden Horned Beast spread its wings, shot up into the sky at high speed, and departed. Luo Feng spent almost a day's worth of traveling before he finally made it out the original star, and shortly after, he made it back to his god country. In his god country, the vast place was expanding gradually and continuously. Similarly, the limitless remote ocean was also growing bigger every minute. "In nearly 20,000 years, my remote ocean has grown quite a bit." Donning his suit of silver armor, Luo Feng looked down at everything with a smile. "True treasures," he commanded with a wave. The next moment, many true treasures started emerging in midair, one after the Many of these hanging in midair were loot he had gained from his victories on the original stars in the past year. The majority were merely ordinary true treasures, and the number of senior true treasures were extremely few. However, killing Tianyang Knight had been quite rewarding. Other than what he really sought, the pair of wings, that was a true treasure. The others that he collected included an ordinary true treasure series, the 8 shuttles, a senior true treasure armor, and an ordinary domain type true treasure. Tianyang Knight certainly did live up to his identity as a knight of the Automaton clan. This pair of wings is the most important true treasure I have gained, Luo Feng whispered as he held the pair of wings. Originally, he had thought that the true treasure was a pair of black wings. However, following the death of Tianyang Knight, the wings returned to their original color, which was silver, the exact same color as his Shiwu wings. The true treasure pair of wings shook gently as Luo Feng held it, as though it was trying to break free from his grasp and fly away. Roar golden horned beast was approaching from afar at the same time. A beautiful pair of silver wings detached itself from him. Go! Luo Feng let go of the wings. Instantly, the true treasure pair of wings flew away and approached the Shiwu wings, which were also drawing close at high speed. The moment the two pairs of silver wings, equally beautiful, touched. Ka ka ka. The feathers on the wings, which were sharp as blades, started bouncing at high speed. The bottom sections of both pairs of wings sported silver rays of light that were flashing quickly. The two pairs of wings, both true treasures, were under a continuous integration process. Qualitative changes started to emerge. A gargantuan burst of power was released and spread through the surroundings. The burst of power given out at that moment was the real deal. This combination was the moment when this mysterious true treasure made an appearance in its truest form. So strong, such awesome power, marveled Luo Feng, suspended in midair. He felt dumbfounded by it, yet at the same time, he was increasingly anticipating the result. His emotions were running high. The two true treasure wings started to merge with each other like two incredibly delicate instruments, and the engravings on the true treasures formed a larger and more mysterious engraving. The energy permeated it felt like a long time to watch the scene, but it actually only took less than a minute. Then everything went back to normal. The giant silver wing was still open in the stillness, and it was mesmerizing. Unlike the other seemingly plain true treasures Luo Feng had, it was as if it were actively showcasing its beauty. For wings, Luo Feng looked at the silver winged true treasure. The two sets of wings had connected to produce 4 wings. Come, Shiwu wing, let me feel your power. He still called it Shiwu, but the silver wing flew toward Luo Feng and merged with him. Luo Feng immediately opened the silver wing, which continued emanating endless power. The wing opened, resulting in changes in the space and time around it. Space and time, said Luo Feng. The engravings on the true treasure wing I got from Tianyang Knight were of time law, and my original Shiwu wings had engravings of time law. Combined, they can affect the space and time around them. Luo Feng felt the wings on his back trembling. He kept infusing the wings with his godly power so that he could carefully study the engraving on it. Though he had never studied time law before, he was still studying into the time law engravings on the wing. After only half an hour of studying, he grasped the elementary power of the new wing. Who? All 4 wings on Luo Feng's back started to move swiftly. So. Above the boundless remote ocean appeared tens of millions of images of Luo Feng. Ha ha ha, incredible. Luo Feng whispered, this move can lead to disorder in space and time. I'll name the first form of my new Shiwu wings disorder in space and time. Before the merge, the second form of Shiwu wing could lead to space disturbance, and the second form of light wing could lead to time disturbance. As for the first form of the new wings, disorder in space and time, it was a combination of space disturbance and time disturbance. It completely twisted the space and time, which made this move unpredictable and mysterious, and it was only the first form of the new wings. There's a second form. Luo Feng went back to study. After 3 days of study, Luo Feng gave up. After all, he didn't have a solid foundation in time law, which meant he wasn't able to derive the second form. Even if he could derive the first form with his accomplishments in engravings and familiarity with his Shiwu wings, he speculated that the second form of the new wings must be the combination of the third form of Shiwu wings and that of light wings. Also, I don't think the new wing is complete. Luo Feng frowned. Though the engravings on the new wings are extremely complicated, some parts are still missing. Luo Feng had very broad horizons. After all, he had created ultimate techniques of universe masters, and he often studied the engravings of the miniature universe. Though he still hadn't completed that, he could tell that there were engravings missing in the new wing. Does that mean there's a third wing? Luo Feng was shocked. That was right, these two wings were definitely only parts of the complete wing, and based on his knowledge of engravings, there should be a third part. The power from the combination of the first two wings could rival that of a top-tier true treasure. Luo Feng was thrilled. If I can acquire the third wing, the power will definitely surge. Don't think about it, he thought. Teacher Primal Chaos City Leader had the Shiwu wings for a long time, and even he didn't know that the original Shiwu wing was only part of a whole. I was just lucky enough to meet Tianyang Knight and knew that two wings attracted each other. Luo Feng knew that Primal Chaos City Leader couldn't bear any responsibility, as it was impossible to tell the missing part only based on the original Shiwu wings, or the original light wing. Shiwu wings had pure space engravings, while light wings had pure time engravings. Both sets of engravings were perfect, and hence it was impossible to tell what was missing. However, after they were combined, a pivot part was missing between time and space, and the lack of that pivot rendered the wing less powerful than its ideal status. Luo Feng wasn't even able to derive the third form of Shiwu wing, and he realized that it would take him a long time to understand the second form of his new Shiwu wings. The wings are much stronger, regardless. As for the third wing, I'll have to see if I'm lucky enough to find it. Luo Feng triggered his mind. The true treasures floating in the distance started to be automatically classified. Remote ocean body. A godly body, 5,500 miles tall, showed up beside Luo Feng. Take the senior true treasure armor, domain type true treasure, and a senior true treasure blade. Luo Feng immediately armed the remote ocean body with the senior true treasure armor and the domain type true treasure from Tianyang Knight. As for the senior true treasure blade, it came from one of the 5 universe overlords Luo Feng had killed. Take some precious material, treasures, and some other objects, and go back to the Earth, Luo Feng thought. So, remote ocean body shrunk to 6 feet tall, carrying black armor and a purple blade, exchanged eye contact with Luo Feng, and then teleported himself out of the God country. "It's useless to leave all those true treasures in my God country," said Luo Feng. Teacher, True Yen must be craving some true treasures. I'll choose a suitable one for him later." Luo Feng smiled and put the golden horned beast body and Masha body away. In the space outside Earth, Remote Ocean body, dressed in black armor and carrying a purple blade, was standing in the atmosphere. His godly power started to envelop the Earth. From now on, he would be tasked with guarding the Earth and the Luo Feng's family. Luo Feng made that decision because he found out that Remote Ocean body was useless around him. The godly power of Remote Ocean body was 1/10 as delicate as that of the golden horned beast, and it was only 1,000th as large as the golden horned beast. The original earthling body could draw energies from the golden horned beast when his godly body was consumed, and the golden horned beast body could recover in no time. As for self-destruction, the power from blowing up the Remote Ocean body couldn't even compare to that of the ultimate technique of universe masters. Golden light, which meant Remote Ocean body, couldn't help at all. However, Remote Ocean body had strong combat power innately, plus a senior true treasure armor, a blade, a domain-type true treasure, and the ultimate technique of universe masters, golden light. His power was only slightly weaker than that of the original earthling body and could easily outpower an ordinary universe overlord. He was adequate to guard the Earth. Luo Feng had left his family's keepsakes so that he could sense it when his families were in danger. If his family members crushed the keepsakes, still, it would be better for him to guard the Earth himself. While Remote Ocean body went to Earth and started to stand guard, Luo Feng went back the original stars. Inside the Thorn Ring Alliance, in front of a towering palace, a universe master was performing turning back time. A shadow stood in the black mist, and the space and time around him were being reversed. However, he kept standing still while bearing all the backlash of universe operation law. After a long while, everything went back to normal. The universe overlord nodded into the distance and went back to his palace. "Thank you, Universe Master." A giant man bowed. "I am alive again." Evil Fog Knight stood there, dazed and overjoyed. "Evil Fog Knight," the giant man growled, and Evil Fog immediately flew to the giant man and gave a salutation. "Lord of Fan Nua Fortress, I told you to follow Tianyang Knight, and I meant to get there as soon as possible, but I didn't expect you to be killed," the giant man said. "I asked who, Master, to turn back time to resurrect you. As for the price, I'll bear it." Evil Fog Knight relieved. It was costly to turn back time and resurrect someone. "What happened? How did you die?" Lord of Fan Nua Fortress questioned. "This is what happened," said Evil Fog Knight. "I saw Tianyang Knight and a golden horned beast fly into the space whirlpool, and I reported it to you. After that, you asked me to follow them. I went into the space whirlpool and saw them fighting each other, and both of them had domain-type true treasures. Indeed, that Tianyang Knight has a domain-type true treasure." Lord of Fan Nua Fortress snorted. "He got it by luck." "They were fighting," Evil Fog Knight continued. "I thought Tianyang Knight was caught up in the fight too, so I hid elsewhere to watch, as I didn't dare get pulled into the domain." It was a brutal fight, and their domain-type true treasures were at the same level. One belonged to Tianyang Knight and the other to the golden horned beast. Lord of Fan Nua Fortress listened carefully. Tianyang Knight was obviously the weaker one, and he soon attempted to run away, said Evil Fog Knight. Run away, the weaker one. Lord of Fan Nua Fortress was startled. Did you recognize which knight the golden horned beast is? No, I have never seen him. Evil Fog Knight shook his head. Oh. I tried to follow them, but then Evil Fog Knight looked shocked. Suddenly it turned dark, and I was trapped in darkness. I was surrounded by dark air. Dark surroundings, and dark air. Lord of Fan Nua Fortress looked puzzled. Was it chaos airflow? What chaotic airflow? Evil Fog Knight was confused. The Thorn Ring Alliance did not have its own universe, so Evil Fog Knight would not know what chaotic airflow was. Lord of Fan Nua Fortress cast a look at Evil Fog Knight and told him, that is the initial energy of the universe. It is the maternal source of all the energies we know of. Maternal source of all the energies. Evil Fog was appalled. There's no need for you to probe further, Lord of Fan Nua Fortress continued in a low voice, with furrowed brows. How did you meet with a chaotic airflow? When you were on the original star, tell me everything without leaving out a single detail. Lord of Fan Nua Fortress was a top-tier universe overlord who enjoyed an extremely high status. He was knowledgeable and knew many secrets of the vast universe. Of course, he knew that a chaotic airflow should not have appeared on an original star. It was like this. Evil Fog Knight hurried to explain. I was watching the fight between that golden horned beast and Tianyang Knight from afar when suddenly darkness fell. It was as though we had all fallen into another world. All around us there was a dark airflow. I instantly knew that I must have fallen into a dangerous tactic deployed by my enemy, so I quickly pleaded for mercy, hoping that the great being would let me go. However, it was pointless. Then the dark airflow split into two parts. It was like a gigantic grinder with me in the middle. I was in the grinder, surrounded by the dark airflow. My godly body was consumed rapidly, and I was left with no other choice but to self-destruct. Lord of Fan Nua Fortress listened intently and nodded slightly. He could not help feeling scared. If it was really chaotic airflow, that meant there was a special true treasure being used based on what Lord of Fan Nua Fortress knew. Some special true treasures that were extremely powerful, or the extremely powerful techniques that could only be created by the most terrifying beings. Universe Masters were able to be transformed into chaotic airflows. That was a fight that only involved a golden horned beast and Tianyang Knight, thought Lord of Fan Nua Fortress. There was no Universe Master involved. If there was a Universe Master, killing Evil Fog Knight would have been even easier. There would have been no need to make use of that powerful technique at all. Lord of Fan Nua Fortress considered this, trying to figure out the situation. There is only one possibility. A special piece of a true treasure was used. Lord of Fan Nua Fortress was very knowledgeable, but he was unaware of anyone with a perfect life gene level would be able to obtain the most powerful talent technique that was considered a top-level secret within the universe. So he would not have been able to guess that it was a talent technique involved. Lord of Fan Nua Fortress stared at Evil Fog Knight as he pondered the domain type true treasure that the golden horned beast used. What form of domain did it take on? There were many kinds of domain type true treasures in the universe. Every one of them took the form of a different domain, each with their unique characteristics. Given the domain type true treasure, one could easily deduce more information on the background of the golden horned beast, but Lord of Fan Nua Fortress was still clueless. Domain Evil Fog Knight suddenly recalled and said, Golden River, a vast golden river. Yes, and a few great beasts. I remember seeing the great beasts continuously colliding into the gigantic rolling rocks of Tianyang Nights. Domain when the two true treasure domains charged at one another as for how many beasts there were exactly, it was too far for me to see clearly. Golden River, great beasts, Lord of Fan Nua Fortress raised his brow, and his eyes lit up. The human, Luo Feng. Luo Feng, Evil Fog Knight, was baffled. You may take your leave, Lord of Fan Nua Fortress ordered. Evil Fog Knight was slightly taken aback, and in his heart, he was not content. Taking things as they were. And Lord of Fan Nua Fortress looked at him coldly. Evil Fog Knight could only grit his teeth to contain his displeasure as he transformed into light and departed. In his heart, he lamented the situation. Annoying Lord of Fan Nua Fortress, I was obeying your orders when I followed Tianyang Night, which was the reason I was annihilated. Although I could reverse time and space to be resurrected, all my treasures were gone, not a single one left. This was really a great loss, just my luck. Lord of Fan Nua Fortress looked unfeelingly at the retreating figure of Evil Fog Knight. Humph, I have already paid the price for your resurrection by reversing time and space, and you still want to take advantages. Lord of Fan Nua Fortress started to fall into deep thought while standing in mid-air. Human form Luo Feng, that domain-type treasure must be the Nine Tiger River of the human race, and Nine Tiger River is in the hands of Luo Feng. Nine Tiger River used to be a true treasure possessed by non-human races, but after a series of fights, the treasure had been taken over by different hands, until finally, it landed up with the human race. Luo Feng's reputation had recently been on the rise. Because of him, a fair number of universe great beings had been annihilated. Of course, Lord of Fan Nua Fortress knew all this, as he had received a tip off way back when Luo Feng obtained Nine Tiger River. As for Evil Fog Knight, because he was in the original star and was nothing more than an ordinary knight, he naturally only knew that a fair number of knights from the other races had been annihilated, because for being consumed by greed and wanting to kill Luo Feng, he was clueless in terms of other detailed information like Nine Tiger River. Such information was out of his reach. Earlier on, Evil Fog Knight mentioned that when Golden Horned Beast and Tianyang Night fought, Nine Tiger River suddenly appeared, thought Lord of Fan Nua Fortress. It seems like Luo Feng's assistant is none other than that Golden Horned Beast. Lord of Fan Nua Fortress nodded to reinforce his deduction, being able to achieve this degree of battle successes, succeeding in killing so many knights of other races, and even universe overlords. No wonder Tianyang Night needed to escape from him. And lastly, the true treasure that gave rise to the chaotic airflow must be the doing of Golden Horned Beast. If it was Tianyang Night's true treasure, then Tianyang Night would not have had to escape. When he met me years ago, Evil Fog Knight was pursued even though he was far away, and Tianyang Night was annihilated, so the treasure must be in the hands of the Golden Horned Beast. Luo Feng Golden Horned Beast. Lord of Fan Nua Fortress made his decision after a moment of thoughts. I shall go meet this human Luo Feng personally. Lord of Fan Nua Fortress instantly transformed into light and vanished into space at super speed. On the original star, with his silver armor and wings, Luo Feng carried his cutting pearl sword across his back as he flew high in the air. When knights of other races saw him approaching from afar, they would immediately steer clear of his path and go into hiding. It's Luo Feng. Hurry, move out of his way. This Luo Feng's wings used to be a pair. When did it increase to 4? Who knows, maybe he has changed the form of his true treasure, or maybe he has changed to another true treasure. Luo Feng was just like the other top-tier universe overlords, with a presence that would cause knights of other races, and even universe overlords to retreat. Of course, on planets where universe masters arrived, it would be Luo Feng's turn to hide even if he really wanted to enter a planet that had a universe master. He would ensure that he stayed far away from where the universe master was, maintaining a distance of at least 600 million miles. Is this how being a great being feels? Luo Feng whispered, standing at the apex of a towering mountain and taking in a bird's-eye view of the vast land. In this original star that is said to be fraught with danger, I am always on my toes so long as I steer clear of the location where a universe master lands. No others would dare come provoke me. The original star was dangerous, yet this statement was based on comparative terms. To universe knights, it was extremely dangerous. To universe overlords, the extent of danger was much smaller. Otherwise, Gue Knight would not have been so confident that he would be able to borrow Luo Feng's soul-type true treasure way back then. Normally, if one was able to avoid running into top-tier universe overlords and universe masters, there should not be much danger to be worried about. Top-tier universe overlords were even safer so long as they did not take the initiative to provoke the universe masters. For instance, during the opening of a treasure, a top-tier universe overlord and a universe master might both enter to fight for its ownership. Under such a circumstance, there would naturally be the possibility of someone getting killed. Otherwise, by avoiding any path a universe master trod on, one could definitely stay safe. Luo Feng suddenly turned his head in a certain direction. In the original star, knights of other races would avoid me when they saw me in the distance, but this one here dares to approach within a mere 6 million miles away from me. From afar, a cyan light flew straight toward Luo Feng. That as Luo Feng looked intently and tried to distinguish the identity of the approaching party, it was a giant with a body that was full of green vitality, and judging by its unique characteristics, looks, and aura, Thorn Ring Alliance's Lord of Fan Nua Fortress. Luo Feng recognized his approaching company in an instant. Then he smirked to himself. No wonder there was no fear. Lord of Fan Nua Fortress was a top-tier universe overlord. Human Luo Feng. A booming voice sounded. Lord of Fan Nua Fortress, Luo Feng said, looking over from where he stood at the apex of the mountain. A while later, Lord of Fan Nua Fortress descended to a spot near Luo Feng. With a smile, he glanced at him and said, I've long heard of your name, human Luo Feng. This is our very first time meeting each other. I'm afraid the reason for this meeting is, most likely, that I ventured into the original star, hence arousing your attention. Luo Feng said humbly. He laughed and continued, to become such a prominent figure, even to the extent of leading knights of other races to avoid me when they see me. All of these were not because of my true abilities. Unlike you, Lord of Fan Nua Fortress, all others are in awe because you are truly powerful enough. Since all the other races had come to conclude that Luo Feng had an assistant, then so be it. Anyway, no one would believe him if he said otherwise. You are pretty capable, too, said Lord of Fan Nua Fortress. You hold high hopes of attaining at least the level of a universe overlord soon. Lord of Fan Nua Fortress looked at Luo Feng, then asked, now that I have met you, there is actually a favor I would like to ask of you. A favor? Luo Feng repeated. Please go on. Lord of Fan Nua Fortress wanted a favor from him. I need to make a true treasure, and I have been looking for many materials. Lord of Fan Nua Fortress glanced at Luo Feng, then continued, but I am missing a few important precious metals the other universe knights make detours whenever they see me, so there is no way I can speak to them at all. Luo Feng laughed. That was true, even if he had wanted to speak to the other races, they would have avoided his path the moment they saw him tens of millions of miles away. I am not sure what metals you have, but Luo Feng, if there are any that I need, I am willing to pay you handsomely in exchange for them. Lord of Fan Nua Fortress smiled. Metals? Luo Feng asked out of curiosity. Aren't there any in the Thorn Ring Alliance? Sadly, there really aren't any, Lord of Fan Nua Fortress said with a resigned look. There are so many types of precious metals in the universe. And what I need we used to have, but now, everything has been exchanged or claimed by others. Luo Feng nodded. I do have some materials, but I am not sure if there are any that you want, Luo Feng informed him. Previously, after killing Tianyang Knight, Luo Feng returned to his god country where he kept all the true treasures and treasures that he could not fathom. After all, materials that he could not understand would obviously be very highly priced. Luo Feng only brought with him the ones that he could recognize and understand, and he was clear of the prices of the treasures that he carried at his side. There's a chance you may have some. Lord of Fan Nua Fortress laughed out loud. How about letting me take a look? Sure. With a wave of his hand, a large quantity of metals floated before Luo Feng. Almost 100 types of metals were closely packed in the space before them. Lord of Fan Nua Fortress started scrutinizing and identifying the metals with eyes brightly lit. However, a short while later, the glimmer of excitement in his eyes dimmed as he shook his head with a smile. There really aren't any. I need whatever metal that Thorn Ring Alliance lacks. I doubt I will have any, Luo Feng said, smiling, but not revealing much. Lord of Fan Nua Fortress looked a little hesitant. Please feel free to speak your mind, Luo Feng said with a smile. Lord of Fan Nua Fortress went on to say, actually, I did not want to ask this. It's just that this metal is really important to me. The other races in the universe are all aware that Luo Feng has a top-tier universe overlord as his assistant. I trust that he, too, holds on to many precious metals. I am just thinking, could I have a look at what he carries if he has what I need? I am willing to trade treasure for treasure. Your friend will not be put at a disadvantage. My assistant. Luo Feng frowned. Everyone in the universe wants to know who your helper is, Lord of Fan Nua Fortress said. He smiled as he gazed at Luo Feng. Wait a moment, I'll ask him now, Luo Feng continued. Lord of Fan Nua Fortress nodded and waited for Luo Feng's response silently. It would be wonderful if he could get a valuable without fighting. After all, the assistant had killed Tianyang Knight as well as several other universe overlords. Even Lord of Fan Nua Fortress wasn't willing to start a fight. Luo Feng pretended to be connecting with his helper, but the golden-horned beast was only one of his bodies. How was it possible that he had any other metals? Ah, Luo Feng said, looking at Lord of Fan Nua Fortress with regret. Lord of Fan Nua Fortress, my friend said he doesn't have any metals. Doesn't have any. Land of Fan Nua Fortress said, or is not willing to share them. My friend said he doesn't have it. Luo Feng was still looking at Lord of Fan Nua Fortress. I can't do anything about it. Lord of Fan Nua Fortress nodded and sighed. What a shame. The second he finished, a monstrous force suddenly permeated outward. Meanwhile, endless green light started to shine. A gigantic vine, several miles wide, immediately enveloped the sky and land. The space was filled with endless vines that surrounded Luo Feng completely. An extremely low voice came out of the vines. What a shame, I didn't want to fight you in the first place. Luo Feng frowned and roared, Lord of Fan Nua Fortress. Based on the information collected, Lord of Fan Nua Fortress had incredible power, and he had 3 bodies in total. His other 2 bodies were also powerful. The strongest one was the blossoming snowvine body, which was supposedly the original body of Lord of Fan Nua Fortress. It was an incredibly special life form in the universe. There were only 5 in total. Lord of Fan Nua Fortress had one of them, and he had joined Thorn Ring Alliance as 4. The other 4 blossoming snow vines, they joined other powers. Blossoming snow vine had a life gene level of around 1,000 times, but it was extremely large, over 600,000 cubic miles, and it had an inherited technique. Transplantation. With the inherited technique transplantation, Lord of Fan Nua Fortress had 2 bodies, though they weren't as large as Lord of Fan Nua Fortress, but they had similar life gene levels. That meant Lord of Fan Nua Fortress was as powerful as 3 top-tier universe overlords, which gave him an extremely high status in the Thorn Ring Alliance. Ask your friend to give me all the metal, Luo Feng, the deep voice resounded. Give me the metal, otherwise I'll kill you. Even if that golden horned beast can protect himself, he won't be able to protect you. Golden horned beast Luo Feng stood in the sky and smiled. He gazed at the white vines and the green light flowing around them. You are well informed. Are you going to give it to me or not? Boomed the low voice. It echoed all around Luo Feng. To me or not, to me or not, to me or not. I'll ask my friend to answer you. Luo Feng turned around, and a lovely golden horned beast showed up beside him. Golden horned beast, the voice said from the vines, give me all your metal, and I'll leave, otherwise this human Luo Feng will die. Answer me, are you going to give me the metal or not? The golden horned beast raised his head and growled, are you trying to threaten me? Don't even think about it. Ha ha ha. Luo Feng started to guffaw. The endless, vine-covered world turned silent. Lord of Fan Nua Fortress hadn't expected the golden horned beast to refuse him. Was the golden horned beast really so confident that he could protect Luo Feng? He was also startled by Luo Feng's laughter. Then Dai began. Lord of Fan Nua Fortress. But before he could finish, the golden horned beast and Luo Feng both protested, you're the one to die. Hong long long. Endless golden waves flooded out and started permeating and penetrating through the cracks among the vines. They looked like river waters, but they were a special energy domain transformed from the 9 Tiger River under burning godly power. It covered an area with a radius of 19 million miles. However, the blossoming snow vine body was able to resist it easily. Larger, 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 the golden horned beast growled. Hua! The golden horned beast instantly became larger, and the white vines with green light flowing around them started to wind around the golden horned beast. However, he was wearing the top-tier, set true treasure beast god armor. And he had weapons everywhere in his body. His claws kept slashing, and countless golden engravings started to flow. Pung pung pung. Numerous white vines bounced away. They weren't able to stop him from growing larger. He is neglecting the earthling. Luo Feng, Lord of Fan Nua Fortress, said. Startled, meanwhile, numerous vines dashed towards Luo Feng like green lights. silver-armored and silver-winged Luo Feng gazed at him with a smile. Break. Luo Feng murmured. The 4 wings on his back became dozens of feet long, and countless engravings were flowing on the wings. Aside from the ultimate technique of universe masters, Luo Feng had also created an ultimate technique of universe overlords he had named Haze. He was already familiar with using his wings like blades, and now, he was using all 4 of them. Besides, the attack power of his new Shiwu wings was at the same level as cutting pearl sword. Hua hua hua. For glowing, golden arcs ward off those vines. Luo Feng stood in the space and waved his wing, easily resisting all the attacks. After only a few seconds, all the vines vanished. Of course, it wasn't only thanks to the original earthling body, but also the golden horned beast. Larger, larger, larger. It was covering the sky and land. This was his golden horned beast at over 600,000 miles long. It stood in the sky, black and ferocious. After finishing the 3rd level of deities of the world, he could shrink his body to a large extent. For an ordinary golden horned beast, 60 miles was their limit, but the normal godly body of golden horned Luo Feng was 5,500 miles long. Even though it was only enlarged 36 times, it was still within the limit, and it wouldn't affect Luo Feng's combat power. The golden horned easily ripped blossoming snowvine apart. The golden horned beast, 600,000 miles long, and blossoming snowvine, with a diameter of 600,000 miles, glared at each other. Luo Feng's original earthling body stood on the golden horned beast, and countless vines spread from the dark turquoise fortress. Apparently, the core of blossoming snow vine was hiding in the fortress, and numerous vines were all bursting out of the fortress. A shadow was also standing among the vines. It was Lord of Fan Nua Fortress. It seems that the other races are all wrong about you, said Lord of Fan Nua Fortress. You're already as powerful as a universe overlord. Have you become a universe knight? Lord of Fan Nua Fortress was standing above the blossoming snow vine. Luo Feng was standing the golden horned beast. Think whatever you want, Luo Feng whispered. Give me the medal, then I'll let you leave. Lord of Fan Nua Fortress yelled. He felt intimidated already, and couldn't help glancing at the enormous golden horned beast. It looked so savage. It was the spitting image of the gold beast. God, they even felt the same. Besides, the technique the golden horned beast had just performed made him more alert, though the technique Luo Feng performed with his wings was incredible. It couldn't even compare to that of the golden horned beast. You look confident, Lord of Fan Nua Fortress, said Luo Feng. He stared at Lord of Fan Nua Fortress. Are you feeling confident? I suggest that you leave first. Indeed, Luo Feng didn't want to fight Lord of Fan Nua Fortress, especially at 600,000 miles long with a flying fortress. The attacks from the vines of blossoming snow vine are ordinary. It's not my supreme technique. Lord of Fan Nua Fortress yelled. My blossoming snow wing is able to ensnare your golden horned beast, and I can easily kill you. You're joking, Luo Feng teased him. This infuriated Lord of Fan Nua Fortress and the giant blossoming snow vine. Following a bellow with rage, a magnificent green world enveloped the area within thousands of square miles and hit the Golden River from Nine Tiger River. It was apparently a domain-type true treasure. Fight. Lord of Fan Nua Fortress and blossoming snow vine charged. Luo Feng hung. The vines entwined each other, becoming 8 gigantic vines, thousands of miles thick. They slashed at the golden horned beast like 8 green whips. Ho! The golden horned beast charged while Luo Feng stood in the sky. Luo Feng, you're seeking your own death, Lord of Fan Nua Fortress shouted as he flew toward him. Luo Feng took the cutting pearl sword from his back and glared at Lord of Fan Nua Fortress. A huge, godly slash showed up in the hands of Lord of Fan Nua Fortress, and there are an infinity of ancient engravings on it under his burning godly power. It slashed toward Luo Feng. Who? A blurry golden light started to shine. It came from Luo Feng's universe. Overlord Ultimate Technique. Haze Luo Feng had created two techniques, one of them was golden light, and the other one was haze. Both could exhibit the transformation of Luo Feng. He really looked forward to the result when he created a pinnacle technique the first time, and he had pondered the name of the technique for a long time. However, he didn't care about the names much anymore. They hit each other. Luo Feng bounced away, but the vines kept charging him. Luo Feng tried to use cutting pearl blade and his Sherwu wings to defend himself, but the vines were too strong and quick, and they all hit Luo Feng's force armor. Luckily, Luo Feng could still withstand it with his force armor. No, said Lord of Fan Nua Fortress. Although he was suppressing Luo Feng, he realized that the blossoming snow vine couldn't hold it anymore. All the vines went back to the dark turquoise fortress and started to flee. Lord of Fan Nua Fortress glared at the black golden horned beast in the distance. Blossoming snow vine was his original body, but when they were fighting, Lord of Fan Nua Fortress found that he was completely suppressed. Though he had a senior true treasure armor and a gigantic godly body, blossoming snow vine still couldn't stop that black golden horned beast. Xiao. The dark turquoise fortress flew toward Lord of Fan Nua Fortress. While he flew toward the fortress as well, he stopped caring about the human Luo Feng, as he knew that if the golden horned beast got close to him, he would be in deep trouble. Want to flee? Luo Feng shook his wings, and the space and time were in complete disorder. Shadows of Luo Feng showed up around Lord of Fan Nua Fortress. What Lord of Fan Nua Fortress was terrified, and he immediately cursed the one who had given him the information. He had heard that Luo Feng was following the beast god path, but the Luo Feng in front of him already had exceptional control over the space and time. Even if Luo Feng was using his true treasure, he needed adequately thorough comprehension. Lord of Fan Nua Fortress didn't know about the engraving picture path. Go away! Lord of Fan Nua Fortress growled and lashed at Luo Feng. A cold and sharp golden light shone. It was irresistible. Pung! The lash was bent, and cutting pearl blade hit the head of Lord of Fan Nua Fortress. The armor withstood the attack, but Lord of Fan Nua Fortress fell because of it. Lord of Fan Nua Fortress looked up at Luo Feng, terrified. Impossible. How was it possible that Luo Feng could be this powerful? That blade technique, the blade technique Luo Feng had just used, was the same as the one the golden horned beast used. Was it possible that the peerless genius Luo Feng's soul was already transferred to the golden horned beast? That was why the human Luo Feng was able to wield the incredible technique the golden horned beast used. Of course, realized Lord of Fan Nua Fortress, Luo Feng had extraordinary potential, and many supreme beings craved to enslave him to make him a body for themselves. However, the human race must have given him strict protection. How did the golden horned beast take his soul? This is incredible. Lord of Fan Nua Fortress tried to flee. Hua! Luo Feng moved his wings, and his acceleration reached a new level through the top-tier true treasure Shi Wu Wing's several shadows immediately blocked Lord of Fan Nua Fortress. "You can't run away," said Luo Feng, and he attacked with his blade again. Lord of Fan Nua Fortress tried to use his whip to resist it, but he bounced away again. He wasn't able to escape Luo Feng in a short time, and he had to trigger the flying fortress to save him. Although the fortress was flying toward him, the golden horned beast was flying at him as well. However, the fortress was apparently faster than the golden horned beast. Scram, human. Giant vines spread from the fortress. Humph! Luo Feng snorted, and the wings on his back immediately grew larger. They became almost 60 miles wide. Break. The wings were like blades, and Luo Feng was like the handle. The blades slashed through the vines like a knife through butter. "Damn it!" Lord of Fan Nua Fortress shouted, growing anxious. He growled, "Hong Long." All the vines went back to the flying fortress, and at the same time, the fortress hit the giant set of Shi Wu wings on Luo Feng's back. Luo Feng trembled. The moment the fortress hit Shi Wu Wing, countless vines spread out from the fortress. Lord of Fan Nua Fortress touched a vine, and his godly whip, true treasure armor, and other valuables all went into the godly body of blossoming snow vine. As for his original body, it was annihilated. All the vines went back to the palace, and it started to fly away. Ho! The golden horned beast ran through the space. The longest horn on his head hit the flying fortress, which bounced away. The flying fortress then sped up and tried to flee like a beam of light. Above the ocean on an original star flew a flying fortress, and a giant man walked out of the fortress. Lord of Fan Nua Fortress still felt terrified. What a powerful golden horned beast! He robbed the human Luo Feng's soul, and he's so mighty. Although they used the same technique, that golden horned beast is apparently more skilled. It must have an incredible attack type. True treasure. The more he thought about it, the more shocked he became. That golden horned beast is a handful. Luo Feng was also recalling that fight. Lord of Fan Nua Fortress has a life gene level of 1,000 times, which is inferior to that of the World Tree, he thought. Besides, the inherited technique, control over space and time, the World Tree has is more helpful for fighting, while the inherited technique Lord of Fan Nua Fortress has is too more bodies. He concluded that Lord of Fan Nua Fortress was slightly weaker than the World Tree. Luo Feng's godly power was weaker than that of Lord of Fan Nua Fortress, yet his technique was much more powerful. He must have been at the same level as the World Tree, which was why he could suppress Lord of Fan Nua Fortress. However, I could only suppress him, not defeat him. I'm only slightly more powerful than him, and his weapon weakened my attack to a large extent. I only injured him a little bit when it hit his godly body. Luo Feng understood that because the golden horned beast had a top-tier set true treasure beast god armor, even blossoming snow vine, which was over 600,000 miles long, could only run. That was all he could do, even though he had a flying fortress as well. His fortress was like a turtle shell, strong enough to withstand an attack from a universe master. Even his technique, I am the universe, might not have been able to injure the godly body hidden inside the flying fortress. The more powerful it gets, the more difficult it is to kill, Luo Feng thought. However, it's so weird this time. Lord of Fan Nua Fortress wants my metal and he's willing to fight me for it. The metal might be as valuable as a true treasure. The Northern Territory Alliance. Inside the towering palaces surrounded by black fire lived numerous undying servants and universe knights, the palaces in the Northern Territory Alliance. All had undying servants and universe knights, and all were looking at the main palace in the center with humble veneration. At the periphery of the palace was endless light. That was where Star River Master lived. Star River Master was a revered being in the universe and was equally as renowned as Primal Chaos City leader. The powers in the universe respected Star River Master even more than Primal Chaos City leader. Inside the main palace, a shadow that looked like a black hole sat on the throne. All the light that touched it was swallowed by the shadow. Hua hua hua. The space and time in the palace were being reversed. The scenes kept turning back. Group after group of universe knights came here to see Star River Master, and some other great beings also met Star River Master here. Even Supreme Universe Masters had come here before. Stop. Suddenly, two Universe Knights who had come here were frozen in place. In the middle of giving salutations, time kept being reversed, and the scene kept changing, but the two shadows remained frozen. Stop, stop, stop. One shadow after another was fixed. They were Universe Knights of all kinds. Soon, 39 Universe Knights stood there still like sculptures. Time, go back. The time that was being reversed went back. The backlash from Operation Law was transferred to the emptiness of the black hole on the throne. It shivered and tried to recover. It was clearly a burden for him to resurrect 39 senior Universe Knights. After a while, everything went back normal. All 39 Universe Knights regained consciousness. They looked at each other in shock, and their memories flooded back to them. Thank you, Star River Master, they said. All of them saluted. A voice came from Star River Master. 22 or 23 of you died because of that. Human Luo Feng, answer me, who is his helper? It's a black golden-horned beast. A strange beast that looks like a golden-horned beast but has 6 horns, and one of them is extremely long. A black, strange beast. They all answered one by one. However, a squeaky voice spoke up and said, were all of you killed by the black, strange beast? Am I the only one who got killed by the human Luo Feng? Killed by Luo Feng, someone called out. Do you even know of his power? Are you kidding me? What a joke, another knight said. But soon, 3 more Universe Knights spoke up. I was killed by Luo Feng too, someone said. Me too. I thought I had an illusion, but I was killed by Luo Feng too. The palace went silent. It was possible that one senior Universe Knight was mistaken, but all were terrified when 4 senior Universe Knights said the same thing. Inside the Primal Chaos City, Luo Feng walked into the Primal Chaos City leader's palace, and all the guards greeted him respectfully. Master. Master. Luo Feng nodded and walked to the side palace where the beings of the race contributed their true treasures. That Lord of Fan Nua fortress interested Luo Feng, so did the evil Fog Knight, who had been killed by his technique. I am the universe. Both evil Fog Knight and Lord of Fan Nua fortress come from Thorn Ring Alliance, thought Luo Feng. Lord of Fan Nua fortress knows of my golden horned beast, and he wants my metal. Luo Feng speculated that there might be some unknown valuables in his metal, which was why he had temporarily left the original stars and came back to his god country, bringing with him the metal he couldn't identify. He had brought it to Primal Chaos City to identify it. What is it? Luo Feng was confused. He arrived at the side palace. Hong Long Long. The bronze door opened, and Luo Feng walked in. The quiet and ancient temple hall was very spacious, only the stone played in. The middle was conspicuous, this was the location where one could place items. And the virtual universe system would conduct an examination and arrive at a verdict regarding their value. This was the only place that Luo Feng could think of to easily identify a piece of an unnamed valuable. Previously, based on what my access rights allowed, Luo Feng said to himself, I made use of the virtual universe network to make comparisons with the metals that I couldn't identify now. I could confirm almost every unknown metal, although some of them are rare. It was better than seeing Lord of Fan Nua Fortress beat his brains out trying to figure out the metals now. I'm down to the last 3 types. Purely through his own investigative work on the network, he was now left with only 3 types of metal that could not be identified based on his conjecture. There were valuables to be found from within. Luo Feng flipped his hand, and a green crystal stone the size of a sesame seed appeared in the middle of his palm. He gently placed it on the stone plate. Wang! Green threads started rising from the middle of the stone plate in a winding path to envelop the green crystal stone. Then the stone plate started to process the stone meticulously. A short while later, a voice rang out in analysis. Metal wood and research crystals 1 piece if given to race as a contribution. One can receive 18 treasure points. Luo Feng, are you willing to contribute this treasure to your race? Oh, it is truly a treasure. Luo Feng's expression revealed a trace of surprise. No wonder I couldn't find any information on this metal with my access rights on the network. Just this little stone that is the size of a sesame seed is worth 18 treasure points. It seems the universe overlords and knights that I have killed did indeed have quite a fair number of valuables hidden among their possessions. However, only 18 treasure points, that's not even worth one fight against Lord of Fan Nua Fortress. Luo Feng shook his head and dismissed this piece of treasure with one hand outstretched. The crystal stone that was the size of a sesame seed flew back to rest on his palm and was immediately stored back in his world ring. Then, with another flip, another piece of metal appeared in his palm. This black metal was around the size of a human head, and its surface was divided into a total of 360 facets. The facet was smooth and shiny beyond comparison, to the extent that they were as reflective as mirrors. This was another one of the 3 great metals Luo Feng failed to identify. Go! The black metal floated off his palm and made its way over to the stone plate. Countless green threads rose up in a winding path again to envelop this piece of black metal stone. Luo Feng frowned. Why is this taking such a long time? It had never taken this long before, even when he brought his true treasure to be examined. Eventually, the gentle voice sounded again. This time, it resonated throughout the entire hall, creating an echo. Disambiguation mirror stone, an item belonging to the disambiguation temple. If contributed to the race, one could earn 20 true treasure points. Luo Feng, are you willing to contribute this treasure to your race? Luo Feng's eyes lit up. 20 true treasure points, that was even more expensive than 9 Tiger River. This is it. Luo Feng looked at the disambiguation mirror stone with amazement. At the same time, he summoned it back to his palm very quickly by stretching out his hand. With sparkling eyes, he stared at the disambiguation mirror stone. No wonder Lord of Fan Nua Fortress was willing to go to any means to obtain it. He initiated a fair trade of metals on purpose. Such a bully he Must be taking advantage of the fact that I was unaware of the wonders of this disambiguation mirror stone. Luo Feng felt adrenaline coursing through his veins, although it had been close to 20,000 years since he had first entered an original star. During this period, Luo Feng's consciousness occasionally entered the virtual universe, so the major events on the original stars were nothing novel to him undoubtedly. He knew them all. For close to 20,000 years, on the 10,081 original stars, if there was one such event that was most shockingly soul-stirring, it was none other than the tumult in the disambiguation temple. This occurrence had driven the races of the universe into a frenzy in the first 600 years after the paths to the original stars appeared. Various universe laws befell original star number 02892 all of a sudden. Various laws and origins had appeared on this original star at the same time. There were elements like gold, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, thunder, and lightning. Light, time, and space. The combined power was overwhelming. At one point in time, it felt as though the entire planet had fallen into shackles, and every single one of the universe knights and universe overlords had difficulty moving at the same time. A temple started to emerge gradually from beneath ground. The entire process took close to a full 100 years, and during this time, various major powers of the universe sent forth their super beings to this temple. At one point, this temple was surrounded by many universe masters, and only universe overlords with top-tier universe overlord capabilities would dare to venture near it. After a period of 100 years later, the disambiguation temple fully emerged. Before it was erected a black stone tablet. The stone tablet had ancient engravings that were easily deciphered. Any great being would understand the moment they laid eyes on them. The content was very simple. It read, "The birth of disambiguation temple. A stone tablet appears the moment the stone tablet disintegrates on the 10,081 original stars. During a certain time and place, a single or many disambiguation mirror stones will appear at random. There are a total of 36 disambiguation mirror stones, and they all resemble ordinary stones during birth. Their dynamics are comparable to that of senior true treasures. When all 36 have fully emerged, the disambiguation temple will open. Those possessing disambiguation mirror stones may enter. Any great beings without the stones will be considered as trespassing and will be annihilated without exception." 1 year later, the stone tablet disintegrated. That was when various rumors started circulating. There were sayings like the disambiguation mirror stones had been born on a certain original star. The rumors gave rise to many disputes. However, no one knew the exact time and place where the stones could be. This required a touch of luck. Even if a great being had strong powers, it would still be a challenging feat to obtain a disambiguation mirror stone. News of the stone tablet was disseminated early. Of course, Luo Feng knew of it. "So, this is the disambiguation mirror stone. I have been so oblivious to the treasure I have." Luo Feng looked at the piece of black crystal stone. During the birth of the disambiguation mirror stones, there was an aura so overwhelming that it was like the birth of a senior true treasure, which was why it would have been best to find this disambiguation mirror stone during its birth. Then, the unique characteristics of this stone could be observed and acquired. The birth of a stone possessed a power that was comparable to a senior true treasure. Every great being would be able to guess that this was not an ordinary stone. However, just like how Luo Feng killed other strong beings then simply gathered and collected all the valuables that they once possessed. Even if one possessed these disambiguation mirror stones, they might not be able to identify them correctly. The befalling of various laws and origins of the universe, said Luo Feng. The disambiguation temple seems to be the greatest treasure during the opening of the original stars this time around. The original stars usually took a limitless period of waiting before they opened. Once when they did open, they would only remain open for 1,000 eras. During this period of 1,000 eras, top-tier domain-type true treasures, top-tier soul-type true treasures, top-tier flying palace-type true treasures, and pinnacle weapon-type true treasures showed up quite frequently. The only concern was that these would all come with imperfections and would be scattered all over the place. During the 1,000 eras that the original stars remained open, there was bound to be one true treasure that was most fearsome of all, one that would dominate all other true treasures. Usually, the predominant one would be a pinnacle domain-type true treasure, a pinnacle flying palace-type true treasure, or a pinnacle soul-type true treasure, and they would normally also possess other functions too. Force armor, for instance, also had the power of soul defense. Beast god armor had powers of attack and defense. Supreme true treasure star tower was a fusion of soul defense, flying palace, suppression, attack, and many other functions. Every time the original stars open, the most powerful true treasure that appeared would usually be a combination of numerous abilities. For instance, the main function of a pinnacle soul-type true treasure would be soul defense, but it would also have the function of partial godly body defense, or even the function of creating illusions. In short, a pinnacle soul-type true treasure would only be second to a supreme true treasure, and supreme true treasures were especially uncommon. Even the 9 greatest supreme beings in the universe did not own any supreme true treasures to reign dominance over the others, so pinnacle true treasures of the various types like domains, soul, flying palaces were more than enough to send various races in the universe into a frenzy. It will be an eternity before the original stars open again, Luo Feng said to himself. Every pinnacle soul-type true treasure, or true treasures of the same level, would be known as a predominant clan true treasure. Once a strong and powerful universe master possessed such a true treasure and used it with other true treasures, the possibility of being annihilated would be nearly zero. Even if the opponent possessed a supreme true treasure, escape would always be possible when defeat was not. No wonder Tianyang Knight hid this stone all this time, thought Luo Feng. He would not have dared to reveal this once word had spread that he owned it. This disambiguation mirror stone would naturally have fallen into the hands of the universe masters in the automaton clan for their own uses. He was fortunate enough to obtain one senior true treasure, and if he went into the temple, only 36 great beings in the entire universe could enter the disambiguation temple through the many different doors, so there was no way he could fail to survive. Should a great being make it out alive, then the trip in would be extremely rewarding. Even if one failed, resurrection would always be the next course of action. Luo Feng clearly understood what had gone through the minds of Tianyang Knight and Lord of Fan Nua Fortress. Tianyang Knight hid the news, and Lord of Fan Nua Fortress had been unwilling to reveal the news that Tianyang Knight had a disambiguation mirror stone. If word spread, Tianyang Knight would have had to pay his respects and surrender the stone to his race. Tianyang Knight would keep mum about the secret he held against Lord of Fan Nua Fortress. Lord of Fan. Nua Fortress held a high status, having 3 great bodies, with each one comparable to that of a top-tier universe overlord. His status could almost match up to a universe master, so even if word spread and the Thorn Ring Alliance found out that he had a disambiguation mirror stone, no one would be able to forcefully take it from him. If he was backed into a corner, a special life form such as Lord of Fan Nua Fortress could always choose to leave the Thorn Ring Alliance and join other alliances. Both had their own plans. Tianyang Knight was not afraid of Lord of Fan Nua Fortress hunting him down. He was confident he would stay alive. Lord of Fan Nua Fortress was also confident that he would be able to get his hands on the disambiguation mirror stone, and hence, the situation maintained the status quo. But no one expected Luo Feng's intervention. Tianyang Knight was skilled in escaping with his domain-type True Treasure. Combined with his senior True Treasure armor, flowing light wings, even Luo Feng had been unable to give chase, and eventually had to depend on his I am the universe technique to achieve the kill at last, which was how this disambiguation mirror stone had fallen into the hands of Luo Feng. With this disambiguation mirror stone, I also qualify to enter the disambiguation temple, Luo Feng said, his emotions running high. This kind of opportunity only comes once in the passage of many countless eras. Within 1,000 years, I will be able to become a universe overlord. Once I attain the level of universe overlord, my godly body will grow even bigger and stronger. My power will increase. I will be equipped with more resources to pursue other valuables. Luo Feng nodded as he finished his analysis of the situation. Then he put the third piece of metal to test. It was a small metal piece worth 31 treasure points. Although Luo Feng was quite surprised to learn of the value, he dismissed it with a laugh. Thereafter, Luo Feng made his way out of Primal Chaos City and left the Primal Universe. He returned to the original universe within the territory of the Thorn Ring Alliance. For a life planet to gain unparalleled prosperity, the prevalence of technology must never be underestimated, even if the planet did not depend on that technology. The majority of life planets in the universe, especially those with life forms that were inherently weak, relied more on the use of technology to create an ideally comfortable living environment. Towering skyscrapers, speeding cars, aerial parking berths, all these would be common sights. At the top of a skyscraper, Lord of Fan Nua Fortress had transformed into a godly body that was around 9 feet tall. Sitting in his armchair, he overlooked the city. As he was a special life form, he preferred the way these ordinary and weaker life forms lived. Luo Feng, golden horned beast, he muttered. This disambiguation mirror stone must have fallen into his possession. Failing in my mission this time around must have roused his suspicions. He has probably made use of human race's information system to identify the disambiguation mirror stone by now. Lord of Fan Nua Fortress frowned as he fell into deep thoughts. Lord of Fan Nua Fortress was sitting in the penthouse hall of a skyscraper. Suddenly, the doorbell rang. "Come in," Lord of Fan Nua Fortress said. Hua. The door opened automatically, and a man with 4 hoofs, 2 hands, and numerous antennae on his face walked in. "Boss, these are the financial statements for this year," the man said, and handed in the documents respectfully. Characters of other races lined the documents. Lord of Fan Nua Fortress took the documents and skimmed through them. It was a corporation he had established when disguising himself as an ordinary life form on this planet. Though it may have sounded ridiculous for a mighty, top-tier universe overlord. To do such a thing, he enjoyed being close to most ordinary beings of the universe. Sometimes, he might gain new inspiration in laws when feeling the competition among the ordinary. "Leave me first," ordered Lord of Fan Nua Fortress. "I'll hold a meeting later." "Yes, sir." The ordinary life forms working for this corporation would never have guessed how terrific their boss was. Even the so-called great beings, a great being at the universe level, was a joke to Lord of Fan Nua Fortress. He had secretly manipulated several power struggles on the planet, and it was like the blink of an eye to him. He could annihilate the double stars in the sky with a thought if he so desired. The golden horned beast had transferred Luo Feng's soul to himself, thought Lord of Fan Nua Fortress. Undying fighters' souls can't be robbed. Does that mean Luo Feng's soul was transferred when he was a sector lord? Luo Feng gained such fame on Redbud Island, but is it possible that his soul was already transferred to the golden horned beast? No wonder Luo Feng could be revived right after he died. He must be a new body of that golden horned beast. Soul transfer meant entering the original soul into a new body. The golden horned beast had his original body and 3 other bodies, and the mind of a body had to leave and abandon the original body to occupy a new body. However, soul transfer could only be done on beings beneath the level of undying. Lord of Fan Nua Fortress stood up abruptly. Something's wrong. Luo Feng was able to kill a pinnacle emperor when he was only a sector lord, thought Lord of Fan Nua Fortress, and he killed Bark Mirror Emperor as an undying fighter. His body is as powerful as those unique life forms. Regardless, a sector lord level body is not able to withhold the soul of a universe knight, even if his body has a life gene level of thousands of times. Was the golden horned beast only undying when he did soul transfer on Luo Feng? That's right, he muttered. This is the only explanation. That is how he succeeded, and that is why I can't recognize him even with such fame. But how did he perform such a powerful technique? Even inherited techniques of unique life forms aren't that strong. It was impossible for Luo Feng to get the golden horned beast's soul. It had only been a short while since Luo Feng started training, and he wasn't able to create techniques that terrific. It was also impossible for the golden horned beast to get Luo Feng's soul. Luo Feng, when he was only a sector lord, wasn't able to withhold the soul of a universe knight, and the golden horned beast must have still been undying before. It was also impossible for the golden horned beast to have created techniques at that level. But they used the same technique, which means they had the same mind-soul transfer. Must have happened. How it happened? Lord of Fan Nua Fortress couldn't figure it out. After pondering the secret for a long while, he was amazed at how mysterious the universe was, and there were many inexplicable matters in the universe. Lord of Fan Nua Fortress was living on that ordinary planet while Luo Feng went back to his god country and continued the comprehension. He wanted to make a breakthrough and became a universe knight. At the same time, in the palace surrounded by endless chaos airflow, at the apex of Thunder Island of the virtual universe, Primal Chaos City leader sat at the edge of the cliff with his legs crossed and his eyes closed. Suddenly, a light shone beside him, and a picture with detailed descriptions showed up on the screen. It was sent by the virtual universe. What's the information? Primal Chaos City leader looked at the screen, confused. The moment he saw the screen, he grew surprised. Luo Feng got the disambiguation mirror stone. Chaos. A sound rang in the space. Huge axe, Primal Chaos City leader responded respectfully. Only two beings in the human race could talk to him without application, and Hugh Jack's creator was one of them. Chaos, did you know that Luo Feng used the virtual universe system to appraise the disambiguation mirror? Stone boomed the voice. The other universe masters know it, too. I decided to hold a meeting to decide who that stone belongs to. Do you agree? Yes. Primal Chaos City leader nodded. Primal Chaos City leader knew that disambiguation stone had to do with the most important true treasure since the original Stars Opened universe masters didn't care about ordinary true treasures at all. However, as for the pinnacle true treasures that were able to be born in the disambiguation temple, all the powers in the universe craved them. It was already generous of Hugh Jack's creator to hold a meeting instead of asking for it from Luo Feng directly. After all, the virtual universe system belonged to the human race, and the most senior beings in the human race were Hugh Jack's creator, Primal Chaos City leader, Void Gold Master, Spread Mountain Master, Long Yen Master, and those who were their equals after Luo Feng appraised the disambiguation mirror stone. The virtual universe transferred the message to the seniors in a dimension in the virtual universe where there was dimming starlight in the dark. A godly palace floated in the sky. There was a long stone bench in front of the godly palace with stone chairs on both sides. At one end of the bench was located only one stone chair, and a wild man sat in it. Suddenly, more beings showed up on the chairs on both sides of the bench. They were universe masters of the human race. Everyone arrived in no time. Everyone's here, the wild man said, looking sideways, but all the universe masters looked at him respectfully. Hugh Jack's creator was a universe supreme master. Luo Feng obtained the disambiguation mirror stone, he went on, and it's related to a valuable that can possibly be a pinnacle true treasure. It's vital to our race, but it was obtained by Luo Feng through his own power. Which means we can't ask for it directly. How are we supposed to get it? Hugh Jack's creator gave the first prerequisite that they couldn't ask for it directly. The disambiguation mirror stone, said a cold voice. It's related to the disambiguation temple. Luo Feng is nothing compared to that. Just ask him to give us the stone, and we'll pay him back. Is it enough to give him a senior true treasure? We can give him more if he thinks it's not enough. Yes, some universe masters said, nodding. I agree. Though he obtained it by himself, it would be a waste to let him keep it. After the disambiguation temple opens, the stone will be useless. However, that stone might bring us humans a pinnacle true treasure. I agree. I do, too. The universe masters voiced their opinions one after another. Although what you said makes sense, said a gentle voice, I need you all to remember that Luo Feng is a timeless and peerless talent of our race, and it's easy to imagine him to be proud. The disambiguation mirror stone is important. But it's also important not to damage our relationship with Luo Feng. We need to be careful, and we must learn from what happened with Flame Emperor Luo. Feng's potential is not inferior to that of Flame Emperor, and chances are that he might become a universe master in the future. That's different. Luo Feng is completely different from Flame Emperor. Flame Emperor is extremely selfish, and he didn't even know what it meant to protect his own race. I don't feel sorry for losing him at all. Instead, I felt great about it. It would be an insult to me if I had to fight along with him. Flame Emperor is different from Luo Feng. The gentle voice continued, for what it's worth, we all know the pride of those super talents. The more talented they are, the more pride they have, and They'll be upset if we can't deal with it appropriately technically. The stone belongs to Luo Feng, and he has a right even to waste it. It'll be the best if Hugh Jax brings the stone into the temple, and it's likely for him to get the true treasure with Hugh Jax's power. Yes. I agree with what Qing Dong Master said. We need to be careful. It'll be a waste to leave it with Luo Feng, but we need to come up with a good way to persuade him. It'll be a bit difficult to persuade Luo Feng. Only Primal Chaos City leader remained silent. All the Universe Masters agreed that it would better to placate Luo Feng. They all valued Luo Feng highly, even though they were Universe Masters who ruled the human race. What do you think, Chaos? One of them urged. Primal Chaos City leader smiled. I won't disagree with you guys. We should take the disambiguation mirror stone back, but we can't damage our relationship with Luo Feng. We can't let Luo Feng proceed in the footsteps of Flame Emperor. All the Universe Masters nodded. It was not unusual for great beings to join other powers, for one thing. In general, the families of great beings all fell for another. The more powerful great beings became, the more confident they got, and they could be stubborn on some issues. Once they were infuriated, they would break away from the powers they belonged to. I'll leave this to you, Chaos, the wild man said with a grin. You're his teacher, and he'll listen to you. Haha, Chaos, please take care of this. Haha. The Universe Masters all broke into laughter. Primal Chaos City leader could only nod. Please try everything to persuade Luo Feng, the wild man said. The disambiguation mirror stone is related to the super true treasure in the disambiguation temple, after all. Primal Chaos City leader nodded. I'll try my best. In the vast sky of remote ocean, a godly light could be seen, emitted by the golden sanctuary. Luo Feng sat cross-legged in front of the sanctuary, but his eyes were looking at the limitless God country, with pictures of secret engravings running through his mind. These recollections were constantly at the back of his mind, and occasionally he would recall the three mysterious yet marvelous techniques of teleportation, strangulation, and space sealing being accomplished in the studies of pictures of secret engravings had led Luo Feng's creation of technique to contain a complete set of space laws, which was why whenever he thought of those sculptures with secret engravings, he would be slightly astir with emotions. A little bit, just a little bit. The feeling is getting nearer and nearer. It feels like I can gain full comprehension to achieve a breakthrough anytime. I just need a little more. Luo Feng's brows were slightly furrowed as he stopped midway through his cultivation session. He had connected to the virtual universe with his consciousness and had received a message of high importance. In his mail settings, messages from ordinary friends were set as do not disturb only. Mail from important people like his wife, sons, and teacher would pass the screening test by a virtual assistant and reach him even if it would be disrupting his cultivation progress. Teacher Primal Chaos City leader wants to see me, said Luo Feng. He wants to see me. Could it be? A thought suddenly arose in Luo Feng's mind, and he could not help but start to worry. In the virtual universe, an endless chaotic airflow enshrouded Thunder Island. On a winding corridor behind the palace, Luo Feng walked alongside Primal Chaos City leader. After a few moments, Luo Feng broke the silence. Teacher, you summoned me here, and yet you are not saying anything. This is making me very unsettled. I am not saying anything because I am thinking about how I should go about convincing you. Luo Feng, you should be able to guess what I am driving at. Primal Chaos City leader cast his gaze at Luo Feng. Luo Feng nodded when he heard this. I was at Primal Chaos City, and when the virtual universe system identified a disambiguation mirror stone, I knew that. You were bound to call on me regarding this earlier on. I was still wishfully hoping that the virtual universe system would keep the secret for me and not let this news go public. Prior to the identification, it had never crossed Luo Feng's mind that Lord of Fan Nua Fortress coveted the disambiguation mirror stone. If he had guessed the degree of importance of this item, then the result would not have brought about such an uproar after the identification process was completed. When Luo Feng found out it was a disambiguation mirror stone, it was all too late. The virtual universe system normally maintains confidentiality, Primal Chaos City leader said after applying a thorough and logical judgment on the results. It must have reached a final confirmation that this matter will affect the entire race. Therefore, it chose to forward the information to every one of us universe masters. Luo Feng nodded. Now the situation is very simple, said Primal Chaos City leader. He walked to the dining table outside the corridor and casually summoned his servants. 2 servants soon entered in a reverent manner and lined the table with a delectable spread of fine cuisine. Luo Feng, sit while we talk. Luo Feng followed suit and sat down. The moment he saw that there were food and drinks laid out, he knew that Primal Chaos City leader, his teacher, was taking this matter very seriously. At the very least, he had made exquisite arrangements just for their meetup in the past. Whenever teacher and student had conversations, it was always chatting by the cliff in front of the palace, or within the palace hall. This time, it was at the back of the corridor and even called for sitting down for a conversation. This was unprecedented. The situation is simple, because when you were at Primal Chaos City to identify the valuable, the virtual universe system sent the information to the huge axe creator and all the other universe masters of our human race. Looking at Luo Feng, Primal Chaos City leader added, which means that every great being of the human race who is a higher up will know. How should we handle this matter? Let's make a decision. Luo Feng's cheek twitched. Decision. He glanced over at his teacher. Primal Chaos City leader saw his reaction and said, I believe you can guess the outcome. What outcome? Luo Feng could not help but exclaim. Our race really needs this disambiguation mirror stone. Primal Chaos City leader solemnly informed him. The disambiguation mirror stone involves a super true treasure. The disambiguation temple is one of the greatest treasure vaults that has emerged during the opening of the entire original star. It is vital to our race. The human race may be strong and powerful, but we do not have a single supreme true treasure to reign dominance over the others with. One more domain-type true treasure of a pinnacle level, it would greatly benefit our race. No supreme true treasure to reign dominance over the others. Luo Feng was stunned for a moment. The human race had no supreme true treasures. We humans really do not have any supreme true treasures. Luo Feng could not help asking. Primal Chaos City leader hesitated for a while, then shook his head and replied, no, we used to, but not now. Used to. Luo Feng grew increasingly suspicious. There seemed to be more than met the eyes yet, according to the information he had found on the virtual universe network, especially now that his status allowed him access to much more important information. He realized that supreme true treasures were indeed an extremely rare sight in the universe. Based on what Sitting Mountain Guest had told him, even for Universe Supreme beings, there were a few of them who did not own any supreme true treasures. Universe supreme beings would go crazy over supreme true treasures without fail the predominant treasure of the universe's greatest power, the ancestral God school, was none other than a piece of a supreme true treasure. Through all this coveting and all the information, Luo Feng could discern the rarity of supreme true treasures, but what he had not expected was that, as strong and comparatively powerful as they were, even the Han Alliance and the human race did not own any supreme true treasures. Yes, indeed, there are none. Primal Chaos City leader looked at Luo Feng and said, out of the top 9 powers in the universe, 5 of them possess a supreme true treasure, but our human race certainly doesn't. Luo Feng felt a twinge of anxiety. This was one of the shortcomings of the human race. The true treasure that the disambiguation mirror stone involves should be comparable to the most important true treasure that we human race possess. Primal Chaos City leader gazed at Luo Feng and all the universe masters are in consensus that the disambiguation mirror stone is in your hands, thus you should be allowed to venture into disambiguation temple, but the outcome may not be ideal. If it were given to Huge Axe creator instead, the chances of succeeding would be much higher. Huge Axe creator Luo Feng's heart lurched. That was a universe supreme being. Of course, I won't force you. Primal Chaos City leader held up his wine glass, looked at the wine through the transparent glass, and continued, the decision is yours to make. Then he looked Luo Feng straight in his eyes, and said, I hope that you will help our race this once. Luo Feng was taken aback. Help? He was no fool, having attained the level of cultivation of today. Besides, he had led the life of a vagrant roaming the universe for 50,000 years, which had widened his horizons and allowed him a penetrating view of all the deception and dishonesty common in the universe. There were many things that he could have figured out on his own. He could have guessed why Primal Chaos City leader summoned him here. The negotiation tactic that Primal Chaos City leader deployed was considerably dignified and aboveboard. There was no other method than to come up with a detailed analysis of the entire situation and present all the facts to Luo Feng outright, then in his capacity as an honorable universe master, as well as his position of a teacher to Luo Feng. He would ask Luo Feng to help their race this once. This put Luo Feng in a spot. He was not mentally prepared for this. He found it difficult to reject him then and there. Teacher Luo Feng began. Primal Chaos City leader was still looking at Luo Feng. This time around, Luo Feng continued, there are 36 disambiguation mirror stones scattered all over the 10,081 original starts, yet our human race does not own a single one at all. Not one. Primal Chaos City leader raised his head to down his wine. Based on Luo Feng's question, he could already detect his unwillingness, putting down his wine glass. He said, the number of great beings within the human race is one of the fewest in the universe. We form the minority. Take the Northern Territory Alliance, for instance. It is the alliance with the greatest number of great beings on the universe. The number of universe knights that they have is more than 100 times that of our Han Alliance. The more the number of great beings dispersed in the various primal stars, the higher the chances of obtaining these ambiguation mirror stones. My speculation of the situation at present is that the Northern Territory Alliance would, at most, have obtained 1 or 2 disambiguation mirror stones after all. In contrast to the entire universe, the Northern Territory Alliance only constitutes a small portion. If even they are unlikely to own more than one, then how many can we humans possibly obtain? That few Luo Feng was dumbfounded. The number of heirs and universe knights of the Han Alliance was a far cry from that of the Northern Territory Alliance, this time, in the original stars, the number of universe knights from the Northern Territory Alliance, who had died at his hands, exceeded 20. There is still a large batch of top-tier powers within the universe that are in the lead, like the Nine Territories Alliance and the Thorn Ring Alliance. And also some other allied powers that are much weaker, although they are weak, their numbers are many, which is why most of the 36 disambiguation mirror stones were taken by these powers. When the time comes, they will enter disambiguation temple. Through the 36 different paths, these powers will then get the chance to obtain even more powerful true treasures. Maybe this was a balancing method of the universe. Luo Feng nodded his head as he listened on. Primal Chaos City leader looked at Luo Feng and said, "Give me an answer. Are you willing or not?" Luo Feng gave a straightforward reply, "Teacher, I am unwilling to." Primal Chaos City leader gave a slight frown, but his expression softened thereafter, and he said, "You are unwilling to, out of 36 great beings entering the disambiguation temple this time around, there may be a few great beings who have obtained these disambiguation mirror stones that we are not acquainted with, but those going in, more than half of them range from Universe Masters to Universe Supreme Beings. Others will most likely be top-tier Universe Overlords and Universe Overlords. If you do not have the capability of a Universe Overlord, then you do not qualify to enter. This is the rule that countless generations have observed whenever it comes to vying for the greatest treasure. Each time the original stars open, and ultimately the ones who obtain the supreme true treasures are almost always Universe Masters or Universe Supreme Beings. Primal Chaos City leader stared at Luo Feng and added, "Do you even know what a Universe Supreme Being is? Even for someone of my level, meeting a Supreme Being means doomsday has arrived. They are the most powerful and fearsome life forms within the universe." Primal Chaos City leader was starting to sound anxious. "And you still want to go?" Luo Feng nodded yes. It was precisely because he knew the details of the entire situation, and also, he knew that the disambiguation mirror stone was not distributed according to how capable or how strong the great beings were, but rather distributed at random. Therefore, strong and weak alike might stand a chance of obtaining these mirror stones. Besides, every one of these great beings would be entering through a different path, so it was all a gamble one had to take. From a historical point of view, since countless generations before, during every opening of the original stars, the greatest treasure, according to what Primal Chaos City leader knew, was most likely to be claimed by a Universe Master or a Universe Supreme Being. If I were to attain the level of a Universe Knight, thought Luo Feng, my godly body would become much bigger and stronger than force armor would be able to muster its third form. I might even be able to try to obtain the fifth black metal board. From what I heard from teacher sitting mountain guest, the fifth black metal board may present me with an accidental surprise. Regardless, by that time I will already be able to mobilize Star Tower. Even if I were to face a Universe Supreme Being, I would be able to hide in Star Tower, and he could not do anything to me. After all, Star Tower was a supreme true treasure. The human race did not owe any supreme true treasure. Star Tower did not have a master to control it and was placed out of any territory and on the battlefield. This had brought about war among the four pinnacle races, where Universe Supreme Beings went crazy for them, but no one could claim it. This was power. Luo Feng counted upon Star Tower naturally, he was fearless of any other being, he was brimming with confidence. The disambiguation temple, of course, he would be the one going in if he got stronger, his race would get stronger likewise. Don't you feel that your abilities may not make the great primal chaos city leader could not help but ask, going there is too dangerous for you? Teacher, Luo Feng said, looking at primal chaos city leader, your disciple now possess the power of a top-tier universe overlord. There were all sorts of delicious dishes from different territories in the universe, but Luo Feng hadn't touched any of them. Primal Chaos City leader poured the wine and looked at Luo Feng. Top-tier universe overlord, said Primal Chaos City leader, I know that your godly body can rival that of a universe knight, and you have your remote ocean body to serve as an endless godly power source, and your golden horned beast body is also 600 miles long, and with your senior true treasure armor, even a top-tier universe overlord will find it difficult to kill you, but that doesn't mean you're at that level. However, Luo Feng gazed at his teacher firmly. Primal Chaos City leader gazed right back at Luo Feng. Are you sure, he asked. Luo Feng nodded, yes. Did you kill all those universe knights of other races? Primal Chaos City leader couldn't help asking. Luo Feng nodded. Primal Chaos City leader kept staring at Luo Feng. He was a witness to Luo Feng's rise in power, and it was beyond his imagination how quickly he had improved. What Luo Feng had just said was terrifying, yet Primal Chaos City leader found it almost convincing based on their relationship for 100,000 years. We'll talk about it later. Primal Chaos City leader shook his head. Luo Feng, I'm your teacher, so trust me, I'm doing it for your best interest. Please continue, teacher, said Luo Feng. The disambiguation mirror stone is related to the most important true treasure ever since the original stars have opened, Primal Chaos City leader said solemnly. The universe masters and Huge Axe creator know that you have a disambiguation mirror stone. Although they won't force you to give them the stone, they'll be upset with you if you don't. You're meant to be one of the top seniors of us humans, and it would be unwise for you to upset them now. Luo Feng nodded. Even if you have the power of a top-tier universe overlord, Primal Chaos City leader went on, it's not going to help you much. Half the beings who will enter the disambiguation temple are universe overlords, and there might even be 1 or 2 universe supreme masters, though the 36 portals give special consideration to the weak. Power is all that matters in the end. It must be universe masters or even universe supreme masters who fight for the true treasure. Even you, someone as strong as a top-tier universe overlord, will have to back down. Primal Chaos City leader gazed at Luo Feng. Luo Feng said nothing. If you insist on going, said Primal Chaos City leader, not only will you upset universe overlords, but you won't be able to get the true treasure either. Why do that? He had begun this conversation from the perspective of the race, and now he was trying to sway Luo Feng from the perspective of costs and benefits. He only had one goal, to persuade Luo Feng to hand over the disambiguation mirror stone. Besides, he continued, our race will make it up to you. After all, you're the owner of the disambiguation mirror stone. How much do you think a disambiguation mirror stone is worth? 20 true treasure points. 30 true treasure points. Our race will definitely give you compensation if you give it up. Luo Feng couldn't help sighing. If it had been a universe master who gained the stone, there wouldn't have been this much trouble. The race was talking to him politely because he had the potential to become one of the top tier seniors. If Luo Feng were only an ordinary universe knight, their attitude at the moment might have been completely different. However, he had obtained the disambiguation mirror stone by himself. The stone belonged to him. Primal Chaos City leader looked at Luo Feng. I hope that you will hand it in. Luo Feng wouldn't have given a darn if it were any other universe masters trying to persuade him, but Primal Chaos City leader had been generous to him by leading him and guiding him. Teacher, did you just say that our race will compensate me if I contribute it to our race? Luo Feng took a deep breath. I don't have high requirements. I'll hand in the disambiguation mirror stone if I can get half the ownership of Earth back, which means I want Earth, my home planet, back. Is this the only condition? If you say yes, said Luo Feng, I'll hand in the disambiguation mirror stone to our race. I want nothing more than the other half of ownership of Earth. If you say no, then I won't give away the stone. Primal Chaos City leader was dazed. Earth. Yes, Earth. Luo Feng nodded. Silence. Both supreme beings sitting at two sides of the dining table, both had gone silent. You want Earth back? Primal Chaos City leader said gradually after staying silent for a long while. What are you going to do about the immigrants from foreign planets? When I lost half my ownership to 50 billion mixed elements, Luo Feng said solemnly, I also allowed in lots of immigrants from other planets to live in the oceans and floating cities in the sky above the oceans. However, they're after immigrants instead of Earthlings. The Earth is the origin place of us Earthlings, and it's my home planet. I'll ask those immigrants from foreign planets, mainland and oceans, they all belong to Earthlings. He could only give away half the ownership of the Earth under pressure from his race. However, Luo Feng had been waiting to get Earth back in the past years. The immigrants had been arrogant, and Luo Feng could only try to stop them from behaving recklessly. However, the immigrants looked down upon the Earthlings from the bottom of their hearts. The blue planet belonged to Earthlings, after all. You want to chase them out? Primal Chaos City leader whispered. Teacher, I gave it away for 50 billion mixed elements only. Luo Feng smiled. 50 billion mixed elements isn't even worthy of a treasure I'm offering. The disambiguation mirror stone now, if you calculate the benefits, it's millions of times more valuable. I understand. Primal Chaos City leader nodded. I can't decide on this issue, but I'll give you an answer soon. Okay. Luo Feng nodded. Luo Feng wasn't a fool, and neither was he a fool who would buy into something like making a sacrifice for the race he wouldn't give away a valuable to make another great being stronger. Ever since Luo Feng first stepped off his home planet, he had been carrying the responsibility of the Earth. The fate and future of the Earthlings depended on him, which was why he wouldn't give up any opportunities to become more powerful. Besides, he had obtained the disambiguation mirror stone by himself. The disambiguation temple was the most important valuable since the original stars opened. Luo Feng really wanted to go there, but his teacher had asked him personally, and his teacher was sincere. Taking back Earth was a more important dream to Luo Feng compared to taking back Earth. Disambiguation mirror stone was much less significant. Taking back Earth is not an easy task in my plan, thought Luo Feng. If I can take this opportunity to take back Earth, I won't care about the disambiguation mirror stone. The race and the Earth. Though Luo Feng had a sense of belonging to the human race, he had much stronger ties to Earth. He was, first and foremost, the leader of the Earthlings, and carried the fate of Earth. He was a member of the human race. Second, besides, the disambiguation mirror stone was only something that could make the humans stronger. It had nothing to do with the destiny of the human race. He didn't need to worry about that. Starlight shone brightly in space as the Universe Masters sat on both sides of the bench. Has he agreed, Chaos? Is there an issue? Did Luo Feng say no to you, his teacher? How can he say no? It will be a waste to leave him with the disambiguation mirror stone. I'll go talk to him if you failed. Hugh Jack's creator glanced around, and all the Universe Masters went silent. Chaos, tell them, Hugh Jack's creator said. Luo Feng said yes. Primal Chaos City leader looked around at the other Universe Masters, but he gave one condition. Nice. He agreed. It's good that he agreed. As for the condition, we'll compensate him. What is his condition? Some Universe Masters asked while others simply stared at Primal Chaos City. Leader said he wouldn't have summoned them if the issue were simple. Primal Chaos City leader continued, his condition is straightforward. He wants the other half of ownership of Earth. The Earth is his home planet. We bought the Earth for 50 billion mixed elements, and after that, all the powers were able to send their candidates to Earth. Now he wants Earth back. But what about the candidates of other clans? Said a cold voice. Luo Feng wants to drive out all the candidates from foreign planets and leave only the Earthlings, said Primal Chaos City leader. No way. Certainly unthinkable. Not possible. The Universe Masters voiced their opinions one by one, irritated at the very idea. Earth had drawn special attention when it was discovered. However, when Hugh Jack's creator deemed that Earth was a special planet created by sitting mountain guest, the Universe Masters were only curious. They hadn't realized how precious Earth was. However, after 100,000 years, generations of candidates from foreign planets were born on Earth, and all the candidates born there were more likely to have better comprehension, which led to better dispositions, and higher chances of becoming great beings and talents. Disposition was an attribute that appeared unimportant at the start of training, but the more powerful one got, the more important it became. This amazed the Universe Masters. What an amazing planet Earth! What an amazing achievement by mountain-sitting guest. The descendants born on Earth had completely different souls, which made them more likely to have better dispositions. For 100,000 years, there had been a large group of geniuses and great beings, and there were numerous sector lords. As time went by, Earth might become a mighty clan within the human race, like the Flame God race, and compared to Flame God race, the Earthlings had higher potential. No way, the Universe Masters said. That's a specially made planet by mountain-sitting guest. It's priceless. Ask him to change a condition. Earth, no way. The disambiguation mirror stones, there are 36 of them. There is no way that one can replace Earth. Seeing how the other Universe Masters were disagreeing, Primal Chaos City leader could not help but frown as he spoke back. When I came forward in the capacity of the Virtual Universe Company, I spent a mere 50 billion mixed elements to buy Earth's ocean ownership rights. Those 50 billion mixed elements were not a one-time payment. It was split into 3 installments. Now that I am using this disambiguation mirror stone to trade, I think the amount should be about the same. Primal Chaos City leader. Primal Chaos City leader. 2 Universe Masters called out at the same time. They looked at each other. Then one of them a giant with 3 sharp horns and a body covered with a scaly armor, said in a deep, low voice, "Back then, Luo Feng was a mere nobody. 50 billion mixed elements was a sky-high amount, although you signed a contract in the name of the Virtual Universe Company. You also have an agreement with us, the Universe Mercenary Alliance, and some other parties. The Earth's ocean ownership rights and ocean high-altitude ownership rights are shared among the 5 of us. All 5 of us have sent our descendants down to dwell on Earth. It has been 100,000 years since then, due to the unique characteristics of Earth, which you all should already know. What an amazing planet! The children who are born on Earth could be so much stronger in their ability to learn and acquire power, while their initial speed of improvement matches that of descendants on other planets. As time goes by, with continual learning and acquisition, the rate at which they improve far surpasses descendants on other planets. Sitting Mountain Guest is unbelievably remarkable. To think he could create such a planet. Who knows how many years he spent creating a planet where the souls of babies could undergo evolutionary changes. This is really too incredible for words. The giant sighed in awe. Sitting Mountain Guest really lives up to his status as the most senior of all universe supreme beings. Positioned at the highest societal level of the human race, they all knew about Sitting Mountain Guest. The human race might have universe supreme beings, but during the time when the universe was just emerging, humans were like toddlers stumbling about as they learned how to walk, slowly and unsteadily multiplying in numbers. At that time, the special life forms that ran rampant in the universe were the invincible beings. These special life forms were naturally endowed with strength and power, like the 8 natural beast gods. As for Sitting Mountain Guest, during the most ancient period following the birth of the universe, he had already become a loner among the universe supreme beings. Earth is continually creating great beings, the giant continued in his low, deep voice. It can create such a huge branch like the human race, giving it value not inferior to that of a pinnacle domain type true treasure. There is no way I will agree to trade it for anything that easily. I disagree, too. Disagreed. Authoritative figures of the 2 major powers, the Universe First Bank and the Universe Star River Bank, voiced their disagreements together. This worried Primal Chaos City leader. He gave a slight frown. So, the disambiguation mirror stone, what should be done about it? Huge axe Creator's booming voice sounded from his throne. If no one is willing to return Earth, then Luo Feng will not be handing over the disambiguation mirror stone. What our human race lacks is a supreme true treasure, the giant continued. As for the pinnacle domain type true treasure, considering this level, the human race already owns quite a few pieces. Besides, the disambiguation mirror stone only represents a chance of obtaining a true treasure of a pinnacle level. Haven't we met with quite a number of similar chances so far, like the universe ocean? If we dared to go all out, it is possible to obtain a pinnacle domain type true treasure anytime. With a 1 in 36 chance of obtaining a pinnacle domain type true treasure. Using this to trade for Earth is out of the question. That's right. I agree with Deserted Mirror. The authoritative figures of the Universe Mercenary Alliance, Universe First Bank, and Universe Star River Bank voiced their opinions. Dear all, my disciple, Luo Feng, Primal Chaos City leader, began. His ability has reached that of a top-tier universe overlord standard. Hua. All the universe masters, including Huge Axe Creator, looked over. Primal Chaos City leader, you are not kidding. Luo Feng just started cultivation not long ago, a top-tier universe. Overlord. Have you witnessed it personally? It can't be true. Impossible. Not a single one of the universe masters could believe that Luo Feng, who had only 10,000 years worth of cultivation and had only become undying 20,000 years ago, was now at the top-tier universe overlord level in the entire universe. Almost no one would have found such a claim believable. Primal Chaos City leader, is it true? Huge Axe creator could not help asking. Primal Chaos City leader scanned his surroundings, then, with a slight nod, he replied, I have yet to test it for myself. However, we have been teacher and disciple for 10,000 years, and based on my understanding of him, if he dares say so, it must be true. You have yet to test him personally. So, this claim is not tested or proven yet. The universe masters, who had not really crossed paths with Luo Feng, laughed and shook their heads. Deserted Mirror, the authoritative figure of the Universe Mercenary Alliance, laughed aloud. Primal Chaos City leader, Luo Feng may be using the disambiguation mirror stone and matters on Earth to add to his capital. He is taking advantage of his relationship with you. He may be saying it on purpose, because he has faith that you, his teacher, will believe him. Deserted Mirror, you think my disciple is like yours? Primal Chaos City leader said, his eyes burning with a trace of anger. Deserted Mirror smiled, but did not dare say anything further. After all, Primal Chaos City leader wielded the highest authority in the virtual universe company in terms of ability or status. No one else present, other than Huge Axe creator, was qualified to oppress him. Furthermore, even the primal universe was under his jurisdiction. All of these accolades raised Primal Chaos City leader's status by leaps and bounds. Out of the 5 major powers within the human race, Huge Axe Dojo and the Virtual Universe Company were the strongest. The Universe Mercenary Alliance, the Universe First Bank, and the Universe Star River Bank were one notch lower. If Luo Feng claims to be a top-tier universe overlord and wants to try his hand at entering the disambiguation temple, let him be. He needs to taste a little suffering. As for trading back Earth, the disambiguation mirror stone is a far cry from sufficient. A disambiguation mirror stone in exchange for the Earth's ownership rights is definitely unacceptable. Primal Chaos City leader suppressed a sigh as he noted the circumstances. Noble beings such as these universe masters, how strange their temperaments were: cold and arrogant, obstinate and unruly, kind to look at but ruthless in heart. These beings had so many faces they could steer clear from touching the bottom line, so humans naturally would tolerate their presence. These super beings enjoyed special privileges, so long as they did not touch the bottom line. Out of all the universe masters, Primal Chaos City leader was usually the one who presided major events pertaining to issues of the human race. He was also the one who always held such issues in the highest regard. From his point of view, Earth might be important, but regardless of whether geniuses were cultivated by other major powers, or cultivated by human dwellers living on Earth, weren't they all essentially part of the human race? Overall, the human race was still strong and powerful and able to earn Luo Feng's gratitude and loyalty. Furthermore, the humans' territory was vast. Even if there was a branch of Earth that was comparable to the Yenshin race, it was still only a small part of the overall power of the human race. The current matter concerns their own benefits, so none of them are willing to relent easily, thought Primal Chaos City leader and sighed inwardly. From his throne, Hugh Jack's creator shouted his orders. This discussion shall end here. The other universe masters fell silent as they looked toward him. Primal Chaos City leader, Hugh Jack's creator said, looking at him. With a slight bow to indicate his respect, Primal Chaos City leader was on all ears. You have to inform Luo Feng that using the disambiguation mirror stone to exchange for Earth's ownership rights is impossible if he is unwilling to accept our other proposals. The race will not force him to. Hugh Jack's creator smiled. As for Earth's ownership rights, do tell him that, so long as his ability and power could attain a certain level that is considered sufficient, then of course, nothing is impossible. Primal Chaos City leader smiled. I understand. On the contrary, the other universe masters were a little caught by surprise. Hugh Jack's creator. Hugh Jack's creator, this. Hugh Jack's creator's gaze scanned the hall as he said coldly, the time when Luo Feng is able to sit here with us will be the time to return Earth's ownership rights to him. A couple of universe masters could only lower their heads in compliance. When Hugh Jack's creator gave out orders, not a single soul in the human race would dare to go against him. Luo Feng caught wind of the news very quickly. When he heard the news from his teacher, Luo Feng was understandably angry. But he also saw a glimmer of hope. He was mad because a mere 50 billion mixed elements had bought half the Earth's ownership rights, but now, even with his disambiguation mirror stone that was worth 10,000 times more, or even 1,000,000 times more, yet he could not even use it to exchange for the ownership rights. As for the glimmer of hope, he was looking forward to the promise Hugh Jack's creator made to him. That shows how important the Earth is, thought Luo Feng. It will not be returned to me so easily. Sitting together with them, is it soon? Earth ultimately belongs to us Earthlings. For close to 100,000 years, he had been diligently cultivating himself to become stronger and more powerful so that one fine day, he could hold up the entire sky for his fellow Earthlings. He would do that because he was the greatest being of all the Earthlings, the god that they worshipped. He would become the spiritual leader for all Earthlings. Actually, back when Luo Feng first stepped into the universe, especially when he was a horde leader of Earth, he had warded off many rounds of danger for Earth, which was the reason the Earthlings worshipped him. There were those who worshipped him simply for who he was. There were those who worshipped him immensely as a hero. As time passed, day after day, year after year, they naturally came to worship him even more, especially the Earthlings who were roaming the universe like Luo Feng, who came to know more about the benefits he had brought them from. Then up to 100,000 years later, the worshipping of Luo Feng, being handed down to many generations thereafter, had eventually led to Luo Feng becoming a symbol and a leader of the human race on Earth. My power will soon be able to completely protect the human race living on Earth, Luo Feng said to himself. At the Northern Territory Alliance, in the palace of Star River Master. Star River Master. Flourishing light horde leaders, two heads, were bowed and full of respect. A voice sounded amidst the darkness that shrouded the palace. Alliance Master has resurrected you, but you were saying the one who killed you was Luo Feng. Yes, Flourishing Light Horde leader replied respectfully. He killed me with one strike, with just only one strike. Luo Feng had left the Beast God sector to return to the primal universe, and when he arrived back at the original star once again, he was a mobile treasury in human form, ripe for the picking by the great beings of other races back Then, the first one to cross paths with him had been Flourishing Light Horde leader, and he had been killed by Luo Feng with a single strike of his sword. "Are you sure it was Luo Feng with only one strike?" asked the voice amidst the darkness again. "Star River Master, I am dead sure," said Flourishing Light Horde leader. "This was the scene of how he killed me back then." Flourishing Light Horde leader replied deferentially as he recalled his memories through his godly power, playing it as though it were a video clip. Luo Feng's cold and sharp blade transformed into a dazzling golden light with one strike. It sliced through Flourishing Light Horde leader's ordinary, true treasure armor and sent him to Kingdom Come without hesitation. Silence. Star River Master went silent, too. He had resurrected a great number of Universe Knights, and had already heard of a few claiming that they had been killed by Luo Feng. That implied that Luo Feng already had the power of a Universe Overlord. But Flourishing Light Horde leader was a Universe Overlord, and just one strike was enough to kill him. That sort of power was only possible by a top-tier Universe Overlord. Becoming undying in just 2,000 years, the voice in the dark space was full of shock. "Send out my orders." The voice resonated throughout the entire palace grounds, and was heard by all the Universe Knights, who immediately went about carrying out his orders. The human, Luo Feng, possessed the power of a top-tier Universe Overlord, and his power is comparable to that of the human, Heaven Erosion Palace Master. Send out this information to the whole universe. Everyone in the universe must know, especially powers like the bug soldiers, demons, and automaton race. All those who bear great enmity against the human race, they are bound to go through any means to eliminate Luo Feng as soon as they can. He was able to attain Heaven Erosion Palace Master's standard in such a short time. If he has another few hundred years, then won't the human race have another great being like Primal Chaos City leader? Yes. 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 Every Universe Knight within the palace grounds received the order. News started spreading out quickly from every channel of the Northern Territory Alliance. The Northern Territory Alliance was one of the biggest superpowers within the universe, with the highest number of races and a massive number of Universe Knights. When they initiated the dissemination of news, word spread quickly. Within one day, all 9 great powers of the universe, various top-tier powers, almost everyone in the entire vast universe had heard the news. The news naturally reached the human race, too, and every human Universe Knight caught wind of it. True Yen Knight, Bound Time Knight, Sir Nine Blade, Ganwu Country Master, Heaven Erosion Palace Master, Undying Knight, Guai Knight, all of them received this universe-shattering news about an unbelievably incredible life form who was powerful beyond comprehension. Luo Feng, the one who had thrown into turmoil every higher up in all the various races in the universe. Inside Flame God territory, in the main palace surrounded by endless flames. That human Luo Feng has the power of a top-tier Universe Overlord. He killed Flourishing Light Horde leader with one attack. Not possible. Flame Emperor raged and roared, and his eyes were glinting with madness. He was innately proud, and he was proud of being cultivated by mountain-sitting guest. He looked down upon his older brother, as he was originally a slave of his teacher, and he had inferior potential and true treasures compared to him. He already craved to become an equal of mountain-sitting guest, or even stronger. However, after Luo Feng showed up, mountain-sitting guest also devoted his time and energies to this third disciple, and he had even prepared a supreme True treasure star tower for Luo Feng Flame Emperor longed for that supreme. True treasure, but it was no use, he had been wary of that third brother, as he found him to be the biggest threat to him. 100,000 years, Flame Emperor growled, how is it possible for him to have the power of a top-tier universe overlord in only 100,000 years? How is it possible? It must be Teacher Mountain, sitting guest, it's got to be because of his arrangements. Luo Feng isn't capable of accomplishing that all by himself. Teacher Mountain, sitting guest favors third brother too much, he gave him the supreme true treasure, and now he helped him gain the power of a top-tier universe overlord after he's been undying for only 20,000 years. Flame Emperor's face twisted with fury. Just wait and see, just wait and see. Teacher Mountain, sitting guest, he'll never catch up with me, even with your help. I'll always be his better, I'll be stronger even than you. The space around Flame Emperor cracked, and the eyes under his soul horn looked crazed and terrifying. The news was widely spread, and it shocked all the powers in the universe. Parachopper Knight from the bug race had been resurrected. He had a senior true treasure armor yet was still killed by Luo Feng. Luo Feng was the one who killed me, Parachopper Knight said. I had a senior true treasure armor, but one attack from him damaged more than half of my godly body, and 2 attacks killed me directly. That news was more shocking. A universe overlord wearing a senior true treasure armor being killed by 2 attacks was even more terrifying than flourishing light horde leader being killed by 1. A senior true treasure. A universe overlord was killed even while wearing a senior true treasure. That's outrageous. He must be a top-tier universe overlord. What a coincidence. The Bug Race Alliance gave out the news right after the Northern Territory Alliance gave out the news. It's extremely difficult to resurrect a universe overlord. Parachopper Knight must have been revived after the news spread that flourishing light horde leader was killed by Luo Feng. The bug race resurrected Parachopper Knight just to verify the news. Nobody expected Parachopper Knight to say something so shocking. The 2 pieces of news were spread in one day, and they took the universe by storm. Inside the universe owned by the automaton race, countless threads were connecting the planets and stars, giving the universe the appearance of a gigantic net. A voice resounded in every corner in that universe. My children, it said. That human who's only been training for 100,000 years is so powerful that he can kill a universe overlord wearing a senior true treasure. Is that true? Father God, I've contacted the Thorn Ring Alliance, and they said it's true. I've done my research as well, and it is true. I've seen the footage of Chopper Knight being killed. Father God, we can't leave Luo Feng alive. Father God. Automation race was a peculiar race, as all the members in the race were intelligent life forms, but there was a command for them to obey at their very core. They surrendered themselves completely to the greatest being in the automation race, a universe supreme being known as Father God. They would happily die if it was a command from their Father God, and there was an exceptional bond among the creatures within automaton race. Father God's voice was spread all across the universe, saying, it's only been 20,000 years since he became undying, and he has the power of a top-tier universe overlord now. He'll definitely be a threat to our race if we just let him roam free. My children, follow my order, search for Luo Feng and kill him. We must kill him before he becomes a universe master. Yes. Yes, Father God. The automaton race, bug race, and demon race were all terrified. The human race, bug race, demon race, and automaton race lived nearby each other, and they had been fighting against each other for an eternity there. Had been a myriad of feuds among them, and one great being after another was born in the course of war. They looked down upon prison race and the crystal race. Once a particular race of the four pinnacle races became stronger, other three races would often form an alliance. Without discussion, the other three races would take action if an exceptional genius was born, as they couldn't allow any one power among them to be visibly stronger. Of course, if a race suddenly stumbled and fell, it would be a pleasant surprise to the other three races. The responses to news of Luo Feng came as expected. He's been growing too fast. He'll be another primal chaos city leader. If we let him roam free, we must kill him as soon as possible, otherwise, he'll become so powerful that even Universe Supreme Masters aren't able to kill him. Kill him. Kill him before he becomes a Universe Master. Pass along my order. Every great being on the original stars should keep an eye on Luo Feng. Pass along my order. The automaton race, bug race, and demon race all made this a top priority. They all knew that if a supreme being was born within the race, like 9 Remoteness Master, although he wasn't technically a Universe Supreme Master, he could make all the pinnacle races desperate. Luo Feng had an inherited technique clone. He could be reborn even if one of his godly bodies was killed. A powerful Universe Master with clone technique would be a nightmare to enemy races, and he would definitely become a pillar of his own race. We must kill him. The Northern Territory Alliance also wanted Luo Feng dead, but they felt relatively relieved. They knew that the automaton race, demon race, and bug race ought to be the anxious ones. As for the Ancestral God School, the Space Beast Alliance, the Prison Race, and the Crystal Race, they were looking forward to watching the fight among the four pinnacle races. That human Luo Feng is indeed incredible. If he can survive this and become a Universe Master, nobody will be able to hurt him. No one was more shocked than the human race. In the open-air bar in the virtual universe, most of the Universe Knights had gathered. Normally, there were only a few thousand of them, but today, more than 90% of the Universe Knights of the human race were here. Universe Knights of other races were also here. There were discussions everywhere. Is Luo Feng that incredible? He's improved too fast. Even Flame Emperor can't compare with him. Jealousy was to be expected in the face of such power, just as how Luo Feng had upset many Universe Knights when he'd moved to the mountainside of Thunder Island. However, Luo Feng had exceptional power now. He was so powerful that he could kill a Universe Overlord with one attack. That kind of power was awed by Universe Knights. It's a miracle. Legendary. It's a miracle within our race. Where's True Yan Knight? He's Luo Feng's teacher. True Yan turned off his communications already. Perhaps too many Universe Knights are looking for him. Ganwu Universe Country Master was also laughing loudly. Other Universe Knights were all talking about Luo Feng. Ganwu Universe Country Master was a bit dazed, but he became happy instantly. After all, Luo Feng was close to him. He was the teacher of Luo Feng's son. Is Luo Feng's son your disciple? Haha, yes. Luo Feng has a son. Inside the God Country, the endless remote ocean was tumbling and expanding. Lots of creatures were being created, and they expanded the remote ocean. It's crazy. Luo Feng was sitting in the godly temple, soaked in golden light. He shook his head and smiled. He had known he couldn't hide the fact that he had killed all those universe knights and universe overlords. He knew that the news would be impossible to keep quiet once those great beings were resurrected. However, he hadn't expected everyone to be so angry about it. After talking with Primal Chaos City leader and True Yen Knight, he turned off the acceptance of the virtual universe. I'll keep practicing. Luo Feng closed his eyes and smiled. It was filled with hustle and bustle out there, but it was tranquil and peaceful in his god country. Hua hua. The water in the endless remote ocean was flowing. All was a racket outside, but it was quiet in his god country. Teleportation, hang, seal, Luo Feng whispered. He opened his eyes, and his godly power triggered law threads 3 broken. Engraving pictures showed up in the sky, and they merged a perfect engraving. Picture showed up. It was an engraving picture that looked like the 7th picture of the 9 universe primal chaos tablet. I finished the space law, Luo Feng said with a smile. Hong Long. Endless universe origin law arrived at the god country, and the remote ocean started to churn. Above the boundless remote ocean was a gigantic 5-colored whirlpool with a diameter of tens of billions of miles. It covered the sky above the remote ocean. Gold, wood, water, fire, and ground, all 5 laws were perfectly merged. At the center of the whirlpool was a space, and it was emanating endless force of space law origin. Hua hua hua. Unlimited godly power flooded out from the space and poured into the boundless remote ocean. It's incredible when the universe origin arrives. Luo Feng looked up and was amazed. Many beings became universe knights throughout history, and there was lots of footage thereof. Luo Feng had watched some footages of the breakthroughs of other great beings, and every time someone made a breakthrough, a 5-colored space whirlpool of space origin ocean would arrive. However, the 5-colored space whirlpools were generally small, with a diameter of around 60 miles, yet the whirlpool above him had a diameter of tens of billions of miles. Hua hua. Endless godly power poured out. Hong long long. They dashed into the boundless remote ocean like a waterfall, while the remote ocean body kept absorbing the godly power to help him finish the transformation from an undying fighter to a universe knight. The scene I caused when I became undying was more incredible than many great beings becoming universe knights, though the scene now is not as mysterious as those who become universe masters. It's still as powerful as supreme beings becoming universe masters. Luo Feng was thrilled. The scene during the breakthrough indicated one's power. The godly body would become 100 times stronger when someone graduated to a universe knight from an undying fighter. Normally, human beings' power would surge to 10 million times that of a sector lord, from 100,000 times that of a sector lord. However, Luo Feng's boundless remote ocean and golden horned beast had both reached perfect life gene levels, and the godly power in their natural state was already 10,081 times. The golden horned beast and the boundless remote ocean could swallow immense amounts of power. Seize the moment. I must seize every minute and every second to swallow the godly power and transform my godly bodies. Luo Feng looked up at the sky. Unlimited godly power was pouring from the billion-mile portal. Absorb, absorb, absorb. The waves were tumbling in the boundless remote ocean. It was swallowed. The waters of godly power voraciously, eager to trigger the transformation in his body. Generally, when someone without another body, like True Yen Knight, became a Universe night, the universe origin would arrive on top of the individual directly so that he could swallow the godly power more efficiently. As for those who had other bodies, like Luo Feng, the universe origin would arrive on top of the largest body with the most energy so that it could swallow godly power more efficiently. Luo Feng's original earthling body, golden horned beast body, and Masha body were scattered across the universe when he became a universe knight. The universe origin showed up above the boundless remote ocean, which could absorb godly power much more quickly than the golden horned beast body or the original earthling body. The universe always arrived at the best choice. The universe origin only stayed for a while only when someone became undying. Could they absorb as much energy as they wanted to transform their godly bodies? On the contrary, when becoming a universe knight or universe master, the time allotted for absorbing godly power was very short. This meant that the amount of power one was able to absorb depended on his strengths. After a short while, everything withered away. The boundless remote ocean turned peaceful again, but the godly power was being transformed. Luo Feng, golden horned beast body, and Masha body were looking down. The other three bodies Luo Feng had were easily transformed, with their godly bodies becoming 100 times stronger. The remote ocean is too large, thought Luo Feng. Even though it tried to absorb the power as much as possible, only 12% of it was transformed. After almost 20,000 years, the boundless remote ocean had grown to a diameter of almost 12 billion miles, though the remote ocean body absorbed an incredible amount of power, only 12% of it was transformed. When teacher Tru Yen became a universe knight, 92% of his godly power was transformed. Luo Feng murmured, normally, 90% of the godly bodies of human great beings are transformed, and once in a while, that amount can reach 100%. As for the golden horned beasts from Space Beast Alliance, 50% can be transformed. Regardless, 50% of the golden horned beasts' godly power was zillions of times greater than that of humans, and 12% of the boundless remote ocean's godly power was also zillions of times more than that of golden horned beasts. With this boundless remote ocean, I might be able to kill even a top-tier universe overlord if I perform I Am the Universe. Luo Feng was thrilled. It was difficult even for universe masters to kill top-tier universe overlords. It would be difficult for him as well. However, it would be more likely if he used I Am the Universe. Although he had never fought a universe master, he realized that he was not significantly weaker than universe masters. It is difficult for universe masters to kill top-tier universe overlords, he said. I'm 100 times stronger. If I meet universe masters, I'll definitely fight them. Luo Feng looked down at the boundless remote ocean and could feel the churning godly power in his body. A god country was the root of an undying fighter. As undying fighters became stronger, their god countries would also morph. Luo Feng had reached perfect life gene level when he was only a sector lord, and the diameter of his internal world reached 600 billion miles, which was why his god country was stronger than that of many universe knights when he had just become undying. After 20,000 years, the boundless remote ocean kept expanding. The god country also gradually became stronger, but it was not a sharp change. At the moment when Luo Feng became a universe knight, however, his god country was fundamentally changed. Hong Long. The sky and land trembled. The god country was gradually transformed while absorbing the godly power from the boundless remote ocean. The remote ocean was letting out his godly power slowly to make sure it could recover it of course, the absolute amount of godly power let out was already terrifying. Based on the volume of the remote ocean. It's stable, said Luo Feng. I have better control. He looked up at the boundless sky and land, and it was like watching a shack turn into a mansion. The god country before could have been easily damaged or even destroyed if a universe master had tried, but his god country now might not even be damaged even if a universe master gave all his efforts to the task. After 3 days, everything went back to normal in the sky above the boundless remote ocean. A towering temple was surrounded by dark space, emanating endless space law power. Luo Feng stood in front of the temple and looked off into the distance. A being flew toward him. Remote ocean body is here, Luo Feng thought. After his god country had finished being reconstructed, he had summoned back remote ocean body, who had been busy guarding Earth. Hua. Remote ocean body immediately dismantled, and godly power merged with the boundless remote ocean. His armor and blade floated in the sky after a short while. Another remote ocean body was created using Luo Feng's inherited technique creation, the quality of the godly power of the newly created remote ocean body could rival that of Lord of Fan Nua Fortress, a universe knight who was a special life form with a life gene level of 1,000 times. Remote ocean body just became 100 times stronger. Luo Feng thought, I bet he can suppress even the most powerful world tree. He's adequate to guard Earth. And I can get back there in time if he encounters something tricky. Haha, 4 bodies, said Luo Feng. My boundless remote ocean is the fountain, which provides unlimited godly power. Star Tower, Force Armor, and Beast God Armor, all of them are exceptional true treasures, and my godly body has reached a perfect status for universe knights. With my strong god country, I don't need to be afraid of universe masters. I've successfully built my foundation. I won't need to fear anything after I get Star Tower. Luo Feng's eyes glinted ferociously. It was so forceful that the entire god country trembled. He hadn't hidden his identity when he killed Parachopper Knight and Flourishing Light Horde leader, as he'd known that it was almost time for him to show his true power to the entire universe. I, Luo Feng, won't need to be afraid anyone after becoming a universe knight. I built my foundation. Other races, it's too late for you to kill me now. Luo Feng turned around and disappeared into his god country. Inside a spaceship, traveling to the primal universe. Mr. Luo Feng. When Luo Feng entered the spaceship, that Emperor-level captain was startled. He was responsible for transportation between the virtual universe headquarters and the primal universe, so he knew that the peerless genius Luo Feng had become a mighty, supreme being who was much more powerful than ordinary universe knights. There were many beings of other races who were dying to kill him. Don't tell anyone about Mr. Luo Feng. Be mindful of spies. This was an order from the seniors of the human race, and the captain knew of it. Leave, said Luo Feng. I don't need servants. Yes, Mr. Luo Feng. The captain left the room and gave the order. Time to go. Some undying fighters and sector lords who wanted to go to the primal universe grew anxious. We haven't boarded yet. Wait for us. Why did the spaceship leave before we board? The captain said, tell the head office that this spaceship will transfer Luo Feng to the primal universe. Ask them to arrange another spaceship for those undying fighters and sector lords. Mr. Luo Feng is exceptional, and nobody is allowed to disclose information about seeing him. As for those undying fighters and sector lords, it's better for them not to see Mr. Luo Feng. Yes, sir, the crew immediately went to report to the head office. The spaceship arrived at Primal Chaos City in a short while the captain and the crew were greeting Luo Feng. He walked out and looked down on Primal Chaos City, which was not different from the last time he came here. So, Luo Feng took a step and went to Primal Chaos City. Primal Chaos City was the human race's land for cultivation. One look at those ancient buildings, and there would usually be human great beings sitting cross-legged on the rooftops of the cultivation residences. The atmosphere was always filled with the strong aura of cultivation. Universe level, Luo Feng swooped down from a high altitude and saw the human great beings on the rooftops of the cultivation residences. There were some who had only reached the universe level, this bit of power, and they are allowed into Primal Chaos City. Could they be participants from the previous War of Talents? Some of the cultivators who were looking up at the sky to study the explicit display of secret engravings of universe laws caught sight of Luo Feng and recognized him in an instant. Look, it's Sir Luo Feng. It's Sir Luo Feng. Having gained fame within such a short time, Luo Feng might have been the most sensational figure among the human race in the past 100,000 years. It was similar to how many of these cultivators did not know of the ancient heaven erosion palace master and some others. If, trillions of years ago, these individuals had died or been annihilated, and every piece of information pertaining to Luo Feng had been set to extremely high-level access rights, then many would naturally not know of Luo Feng. At best, they might have very limited information about him, but as of now, Luo Feng was the most prominent one. Is that Sir Luo Feng from the legendary Wall of Talents that took place 110,000 years ago? Yes, that's Sir Luo Feng. During the War of Talents that took place 110,000 years ago, there were three rare geniuses, of which Bolin and Rong Jun achieved breakthroughs to become undying beings, and they are now emperors. Sir Luo Feng was said to have reached the levels of Sector Lord and Universe Knight way earlier than the others. So impressive. I heard that even Universe Knights have been annihilated by Sir Luo Feng. Those young fellows who were only at the universe level were getting emotional. The way they looked at Luo Feng was even more awe-filled than how Luo Feng and his peers had looked at Sir Nine Blade back then. After all, Luo Feng had emerged onto the scene only 110,000 years ago during the War of Talents. Plus, his fame and the various rumors about him were much more than those of Sir Nine Blade. But these undying sector lords, domain masters, and universe-level beings were all pretty low on the social scale, so the stories about Luo Feng killing some universe overlords were unknown to them. If they ever caught wind of that news, they would have been rendered speechless. Such high-level information would only be known by the Universe Knights. In addition, some of the undying emperors, who were usually quite well informed, might have caught wind of it. Generations of participants in the War of Talents are continually emerging. The number of great beings among the humans is increasing as well. Luo Feng looked down and revealed a trace of a smile. Then, with a great leap forward, he speedily made his way to City Leader Palace. Luo Feng entered the City Leader Palace and connected to the virtual universe with his conscious mind, because news about the closing of the virtual universe had been disseminated previously. This was the first time he had made a connection after the opening of the virtual universe. The moment he connected, Virtual Helper Babata, the subsidiary intelligence Helper promptly informed Luo Feng 882,901 messages, 9,010 telephone requests, 106 important messages, 11 important telephone requests. So much mail. Luo Feng was walking in the city leader palace while scanning through his mail with his consciousness. He opened the message, and with his consciousness revolving rapidly, he finished looking through all his mail within only a short time. Other than Primal Chaos City Leader, the other 3 Universe Masters have contacted me too, especially Huge Axe Creator. He actually contacted me. Luo Feng's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. The 3 Universe Masters and Huge Axe Creator had each sent a mail message to him, and the messages were the same, a simple congratulatory mail. The messages looked simple, but when it came to their status, these were from Universe Masters, and a Universe Supreme being to receive messages from them was simply extraordinary. I should write a letter to thank them. Without further ado, Luo Feng replied to the 3 Universe Masters and Huge Axe Creator with a thank you letter. After settling all these, Luo Feng put up a request to contribute a true treasure to his race, to enter that side palace of City Leader Palace. The only way was to put up such an application. The bronze doors opened slowly, and Luo Feng stepped in. Thereafter, the doors closed again. Let's begin. Luo Feng waved. Hua. At that moment, true treasures started appearing one after the other and floated about in midair. Then they drifted over to the stone plate in the center of the hall of the palace. Countless green threads of light were rising and moved to envelop the treasures in a winding manner. These true treasures were obtained by Luo Feng through his numerous battles, and in total, there was a total of 4 senior true treasures. These 4 senior true treasures will all be contributed, but I doubt they are enough. Luo Feng brooded over his contribution. Previously, when Luo Feng was thrown into the whirlpool by Craftsman Master and ended up in the land of extremists, he had killed Demon Sword Knight and obtained 2 true treasures, of which one was a senior true treasure, and when he came back from the Beast God sector and entered the original star for close to a year, he had killed several universe overlords and a large number of universe knights, thus obtaining a total of 4 senior true treasures. Killing Tianyang Knight had also been very rewarding. Not only had he gained the flowing light wings and disambiguation mirror stone, but he also obtained an attack series true treasures, senior true treasure battle armor, and an ordinary domain type true treasure. However, his remote ocean body had taken 3 of the senior true treasures with him, so there were only 5 senior true treasures, including the 8 shuttles, which Luo Feng did not require. At that moment, keeping one of these 5 senior true treasures, the true treasure armor, Luo Feng contributed the other 4 to his race. Contributing 4 senior true treasures equaled only 52 1 true treasure points, said Luo Feng, still quite a fair distance from a top-tier true treasure. Luo Feng gave a slight shake of his head, then he started the exchange for true treasure. 1 flying palace type ordinary true treasure, the wood grain boat, a true treasure of the ground category, required 23 true treasure points. 1 ordinary territory type true treasure, numerous worlds, required 18 true treasure points. 1 senior blade type weapon, bow he, which was something like the ghost blade, required 9 true treasure points. A total of 3 true treasures cost him 50 true treasure points. In Primal Chaos City, at True Yan Knight's residence. Senior Senior is back. Brothers. As Luo Feng walked within the mansion, he met with some fellow brothers who greeted him respectfully but cautiously. They were cautious for two reasons. 1. Luo Feng had not spent much time with them on a long-term basis. 2. As disciples of True Yen Knight, they were all well informed. They knew that quite a fair number of several universe overlords had been annihilated by Luo Feng. Luo Feng simply smiled and returned the greetings in a leisurely manner. When he walked out of sight, the group of brothers immediately began a heated discussion. Brother Luo Feng is simply too powerful. Even universe overlords were annihilated by him. Doesn't that mean he is close to becoming a universe master? He has far surpassed our teacher. I believe the Hong Alliance Palace Master will have a place for Brother Luo Feng in future. Luo Feng could hear all the content of their discussions from afar, but he maintained his inner peace, staying still as undisturbed waters as he walked to where True Yen Knight resided. Teacher, Luo Feng said. He stood outside the door and waited. Come in. The doors opened automatically. True Yen Knight was seated at the far end of the table, which was laid out with a fine spread of food and wine. TSK, teacher, said Luo Feng, this is some fine quality wine you have here. You must have spent quite a fortune. Luo Feng reached the table in 2 steps and sat across from True Yen Knight. He reached for a flat vessel containing some wine and took a close look. Is this the era-aged Shigue wine? My disciple has gained such great fame among the 100 million races in the universe that there could be no one who has not heard of you, said True Yen Knight. Everyone sees you as a super being. If you were part of another race, you could lead the entire race. With your power, you could go rampant roaming the universe. True Yen Knight caressed his golden beard with a mildly triumphant tone. He continued, even a few universe overlords have been annihilated by my disciple. How is that not worth celebrating at such a time? Would I be so stingy over wine? Luo Feng blinked and said, Teacher, if you flatter me too much, I might fly off to Cloud 9. You are already capable of flying, True Yen Knight joked. This brought some warmth to Luo Feng. He felt as though he had gone back in time to the past. True Yen Knight was a very straightforward and candid character, and he would commonly jest with his disciples. He simply had no regard for social status. Aren't you going to drink? True Yen Knight filled his own glass. I am, of course, I will, Luo Feng replied immediately. Haha, come, let me fill your glass. I will help myself. Luo Feng and True Yen Knight drank and chatted about the recent happenings in the outside world, while Luo Feng had been spending time on cultivation. Recently, the outside world had undergone many great changes. You definitely gave the races of the universe a good scare this time around. True Yen Knight put down his wine glass and sighed. The rate of your growth was so fast that even I, as your teacher, was pretty shocked, let alone the other races. There is all kinds of news circulating around in the universe, saying that at the rate you are progressing, you'll likely attain primal chaos. City leaders level in the future. Spies from other races are all over. We have caught and killed a large number of spies. Some have tried to infiltrate Primal Chaos City, or even reach my very doorstep. True Yen Knight looked towards Luo Feng and continued, we have killed many of these spies, but the killing is never ending. It seems like the other races are no longer concerned about the price they have to pay. They would rather sacrifice the many spies they have sent out as they get exposed and still search frantically for news about you. Oh, Luo Feng nodded slightly. All those spies who waited in ambush, said True Yan Knight, the loss for one is actually quite a sizable amount, yet now, races are willing to lose them one after the other. I speculate that other races are already aware that you are cultivating in your god country. They are in the midst of locating the whereabouts of your god country bug soldiers, the automaton clan, demons, all of them are finding ways to enter the human territory to kill you. True Yan Knight paused, then warned, if it were not for them, there would be no rush at all. You have to be very careful. Ha Luo Feng laughed. Teacher, let's not talk about this. I am well prepared for it. My purpose in coming here to see teacher today is for some other matter. With a wave of Luo Feng's hand, 3 true treasures instantly appeared and hung suspended in midair. They were an earth-yellow wooden boat, a crystal ball, and a piece of black armor. The wooden boat was a flying palace-type true treasure. The crystal ball was a domain-type true treasure named Numerous Worlds, and the piece of black armor was a senior true treasure armor. With these 3 true treasures, True Yan Knight's survival ability would reach a new high. The only pity was that a soul-type ordinary true treasure would require at least 36 true treasure points. Luo Feng could not afford that amount. This is True Yan Knight got to his feet and looked at the 3 true treasures, stupefied. Teacher, I am going to leave the human territory on an adventure, Luo Feng said reverentially. If everything happens as I anticipate it will, some major bloodshed will likely take place. You are my teacher, so I am afraid trouble may find its way to you. These 3 true treasures may be helpful to you, so it is my hope that you will accept them. Luo Feng was worried that True Yan Knight might not accept the treasures because they were too valuable, so he did not reveal the actual value of these 3 true treasures. You want to leave the human territory? True Yan Knight was taken aback. Luo Feng nodded yes. He had to go claim Star Tower and obtain the 5th black metal board of course, he had to go. But you are aware that the automaton clan, bug soldiers, and demons alike, they are all looking to eliminating you, said True Yan Knight. Even if you are in the human territory, there are chances of assassination attempts, yet you want to head out. Once you are out there, there are no human great beings who can give you timely protection. You will be exposed to danger. True Yan Knight started to panic at the thought. Yes, I am aware of that, said Luo Feng this time. When I head out, there is bound to be a bloodbath. Luo Feng smiled, but please rest assured. Teacher, he bowed slightly. I shall take my leave now. Turning around, Luo Feng took a step and vanished. True Yan Knight looked to where Luo Feng had vanished. He kept silent for a long time. He understood Luo Feng had reached an even higher level. 3 true treasures, a universe overlord. 3 true treasures are all that he got. True Yan Knight thought these were ordinary true treasures, so with an extended finger, he shot out threads of godly power, and speedily penetrated the 3 true treasures. That very moment, a surge of information was transmitted. Flying palace type, domain type, senior true treasure armor. This information had True Yan Knight rooted on the spot for a long while. He did not tell me, he whispered. He left immediately because he was worried I might accept these if I knew this disciple of mine. Inside the Palace of Primal Chaos ruins, Luo Feng went to visit Primal Chaos City leader. After leaving the Palace of True Yan Knight, he was not content with trading his disambiguation mirror stone for half the ownership of Earth. However, he knew that Primal Chaos City Leader was only one of the dozens of universe masters in the human race. Though he was powerful, he wasn't at Huge Axe Creator's level. Besides, Primal Chaos City Leader had been guiding him patiently, and Luo Feng admired the character of his teacher. True Yan Knight and Primal Chaos City Leader had completely different personalities. True Yan Knight was frank and forthright, and he would do anything for those he cared about. When Luo Feng was chased by Bark Mirror Emperor, True Yan Knight went to fight him even though he wasn't sure whether he was going to win or not. As for Primal Chaos City Leader, he was responsible for the entire human race. And many important issues concerning the human race were determined by him. The rise and fall of the humans were all under his consideration. He had always been fair, and his principle was to put the race first when he was treating his disciples, which made Luo Feng respect him. Teacher Luo Feng gave a salutation. Garnet armor with complex patterns and a scaled tail spread out from a set of battle gear under several fiery horns was a fierce face with engravings on it. It was another body of Primal Chaos City Leader. The eyes were broad like the sky and intimidating. "Why are you here, to see me?" asked Primal Chaos City Leader. "I plan to leave the human territory, and I wanted to tell you before I left," answered Luo Feng. "Oh, it seems that you went to visit True Yan about this, too." Primal Chaos City Leader nodded. He was the guard of the Primal Universe, which meant he knew everything going on in the Primal Universe. However, he hadn't eavesdropped on the conversation between Luo Feng and True Yan Knight. "Do you know how dangerous it is for you on the outside?" asked Primal Chaos City Leader. "I do." Luo Feng nodded. "The bug race, the demon race, and the automaton race all want me dead." "But you're still going out," Primal Chaos City Leader continued. Luo Feng nodded. Primal Chaos City Leader nodded. "Then go. You're not weak in any aspect. Which means you should be the one who makes all your own decisions, but remember, you're not only representing yourself, you're still representing your family and your earthling bloodline. Just remember this." "Yes." Luo Feng nodded and bowed. "Then I'll leave now." "Go," Primal Chaos City Leader said, then added, "If you can't handle the danger by yourself, crush the keepsake I left you." Luo Feng nodded, and with the space ripple, he disappeared. Primal Chaos City Leader was left alone in Primal Chaos Ruins. This disciple of mine manifests such power after hiding for almost 20,000 years, Primal Chaos City Leader thought, and now, he's leaving the human territory. He must have some peculiar experiences, and they happened at some place in the universe. Primal Chaos City Leader had figured this out a long time ago, but he wouldn't try to influence Luo Feng from his perspective. If Luo Feng had remote ocean body, then even he was killed outside, he could easily resurrect himself. The true treasures would be the only things lost. Bug race, demon race, automaton race, thought Primal Chaos City Leader. They would be desperate if they knew Luo Feng has a remote ocean body. All they can get is the true treasures he carries. Primal Chaos City Leader was confident. Although he was more proficient in close combat, he was also a master in souls, and in the Primal Universe, which was under his control, he could tell that Luo Feng's mind and willpower were already at the Universe Master level. Godly power determined minds affected willpower as well. After 180 million years of training and becoming a Universe Knight, Luo Feng's mind and willpower had already reached the Universe Master level. However, Primal Chaos City Leader was wrong about one thing: if those other races killed Luo Feng's body, they would get exceptional true treasures force. armor, Sherwu wings, and beast god armor. After leaving Primal Chaos City, Luo Feng first went back to his god country. Then he went to Star Tower by god country transportation. In the center palace of the Star Tower, the light started to dim. Luo Feng walked out. Star Tower, Luo Feng said as he looked around the palace where he received life or death inheritance. My godly power should be enough to drive Star Tower. Hung. The godly power on Luo Feng started to burn and spread along the ground. It went into the center of Star Tower like electricity, transferred to the pillars and seal stars. The burning godly power flowed like water in the river, channeled through the pillars and seal stars. However, those engravings were too difficult. Luo Feng was only able to understand the easiest ones. After only a short while, the burning godly power merged with every inch of Star Tower. Rise, Luo Feng growled. Wang. Star Tower rose 8 inches and fell 8 inches slowly. Such a tiny ripple was imperceptible. Luo Feng took back his godly power, and the golden-horned beast in the world ring started to transfer the godly power to his original earthling body. My original earthling body is also a universe knight with a life gene level of 9,800 times, and it's strong enough to drive Star Tower. However, the godly power consumed is too much. If it weren't for the golden-horned beast, that move would have consumed 30% of my godly body. My understanding of the engravings in Star Tower is too limited. He was able to drive it with his godly power if he wanted, but it consumed too much power. If he were able to fully comprehend the engravings, it would be much easier. Luo Feng left the center palace and started to wander through Star Tower. He went to various locations via the internal transportation. He couldn't even see the end of the heavenly pillars. Luo Feng perused the engravings on the heavenly pillars and couldn't help exclaiming, "Incredible! Even the simplest engravings are so amazing. The engravings in Star Tower are even more complex and complete than those of the miniature universe. No wonder it's a supreme true treasure." He walked around and saw the heavenly pillars and seal stars. He even went to tour the spaces in Star Tower where lots of other races were adventuring and fighting. Luo Feng was able to see the mysteries formed by those spaces. After 32 days of walking through Star Tower, Luo Feng went back to the center palace and sat down with his legs crossed. His consciousness was fully integrated with Star Tower, and all the engraving sculptures flooded his mind. He started to study them carefully. The deeper he understood those engravings, the more power he could wield. Mysterious complicated space, time, gold, wood, water, fire, ground, wind, lightning, and light. All law threads were mixed together perfectly, and they were 10,000 times more complicated than the miniature universe engraving picture. After all, the miniature universe only had a diameter of 6 billion miles while Star Tower was 9 light-years tall. If the miniature universe was a small room, the Star Tower was a skyscraper comprised of countless small rooms. Fortunately, I'm on the engraving picture path, thought Luo Feng. Otherwise, it would take me forever to reach full comprehension if I only know of space, law and gold law. He sat with his legs crossed for 3 years before he opened his eyes. Finally, he said, "I've finished understanding the first level of mysteries." However, after understanding the first level, Luo Feng better grasped how incredible Star Tower truly was. I'm only able to fully comprehend the first level. He looked up at the center palace. It should be easier to drive now. Hong. Luo Feng's eyes gleamed, and his godly power started to burn endless godly power immediately infused Star Tower, and the easiest engravings at the periphery were completely driven. Luo Feng felt much more comfortable. I need to drive those warriors out before taking it back, he thought. Hong 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 hong. Beings of different races were being driven out through the portals at the bottom, and millions of beings showed up outside Star Tower. They were all in shock. What happened? I was adventuring there, but I was driven out. Me too. Why did Star Tower drive us out? All the other races were astounded. This had never happened in all the time since Star Tower showed up in the outer domain battlefield. All of them had been driven out today. It was bizarre. Look, the 9 whirlpool nebulas disappeared. They disappeared. All the undying fighters were shocked to their very core. Look, Star Tower is shrinking. It's shrinking. Star Tower, which was 9 light-years tall, was quickly contracting after only a short while. It became half a mile tall, and then it disappeared completely. Star Tower disappeared. How is that possible? Everyone was terrified. The news spread like wildfire. No one exaggerated anything this time, but the news that Star Tower had disappeared was thousands of times more shocking than Luo Feng killing a universe overlord, a supreme true treasure craved by billions of races in the universe, had just vanished. The virtual universe, in the space belonging to Hujack's creator. Amidst the darkness, flashes of starlight could be seen from afar, where a plain-looking palace was suspended in the core of the dark space. There were long stone benches in front of the palace, where figures were appearing out of nowhere, one after the other. In just a short time, many had arrived, including Hujack's creator, Primal Chaos City leader, and deserted Mirror Master, who were all unable to conceal their shock expressions. I believe everyone has heard, Hujack's creator said, scanning his surroundings. Star Tower has disappeared. We all just heard. How could Star Tower disappear? It has been standing firmly in the void space for an eternity. Even Universe Supreme Masters are unable to take it down by force, so how can it disappear so suddenly? This breaking news had all the higher-ups, even the most strong-hearted ones, in shock and disbelief. Look, Hujack's creator pointed far into space. Hua! A scene played before them in the faraway, dark sky. Star Tower was throwing millions of undying soldiers out of it, followed closely by the dispersion of the 9 whirlpool nebulas. Then Star Tower shrunk, teleported, and vanished from its spot. Undoubtedly, Primal Chaos City leader whispered, there must be some great being controlling Star Tower. That is how the undying fighters of various races could be thrown out of every plane of Star Tower within such a short time. This great being caused the 9 whirlpool nebulas to disperse and Star Tower to shrink and teleport away. But who wields such power? Said a universe master wearing elegant, golden armor with purple engravings between his brows. Back then, the automaton race, the bug soldiers, the demons, and us, we all fought for this supreme true treasure that suddenly appeared. We fought and killed like crazy, yet in the end, all 4 pinnacle races were unable to do anything to Star Tower. Even when Huge Axe creator entered personally, he too was unable to take Star Tower. Void Gold Master is right, someone else spoke up, purely based on power. Who could have done it? There was incessant chattering all over as the universe masters of the human race voiced their opinions. Hujack's creator nodded and said, we all have reached a consensus that purely Based on power, it is indeed impossible to take Star Tower after all. In the countless years that Star Tower has been out in the battlefield, not only have the four pinnacle races tried and failed even other great powers of the universe like the Ancestral God School, the Space Beast Alliance, the Northern Territory Alliance, and some other weaker powers have all tried discreetly. But no one has succeeded. All the Universe Masters nodded. Including myself, added Huge Axe Creator. I'm afraid all of the Universe Supreme Masters have already tried. He shook his head. All have failed with power alone. It is indeed impossible. Taking Star Tower requires an opportunity with a touch of luck. My guess is, a certain great being has gotten lucky and managed to take Star Tower in a stroke of good fortune. Many true super beings in the universe have been trying since long, long ago but have not succeeded. This time, the one who has managed to take Star Tower must be a very powerful being. A weakling. An undying universe. Night Universe Masters instantly started shouting. Regardless of who he is, so long as he can control Star Tower, he is no weakling. Huge Axe Creator scanned everyone hiding within Star Tower. Even I cannot achieve that. The other Universe Masters nodded with envy in their eyes. Star Tower was a supreme true treasure. Indeed, even a pinnacle race like the humans did not have a supreme true treasure to reign dominance. Every supreme true treasure had unbelievably strong power to the extent of having strange characteristics. Universe Supreme Masters coveted them, but Universe Supreme Masters were very rare. There were only a few of them. However, there were still a number who did not possess any supreme true treasures. Huge Axe Creator, for one, did not own any. We must get to the bottom of it. Huge Axe Creator ordered. Make use of the resources from my Han Alliance and conduct a thorough search for information. We must get to the bottom of the matter. Whose hands have Star Tower fallen into? If he is a weakling, then he won't be able to hide inside Star Tower forever. We can still find the chance to take Star Tower from away him, or even find out how he managed to control it. Yes, sir. Yes. All the Universe Masters accepted his order. Huge Axe Creator emphasized with solemnity, we humans lack such a supreme true treasure. We must find a way to get it. In the universe that belonged to automaton race, a voice representing the noblest being of the automaton race sounded and was transmitted to every corner. My children, go look into it. Find out who has taken Star Tower. Even if he has the supreme true treasure, he will not be able to hide inside Star Tower forever. If he is a weakling, we definitely have a chance to take Star Tower away from him. Yes, Father God. Yes, Father God. All Universe Masters of automaton race received the order. Hua. In the vast, starry sky, a giant being whose body was entirely covered with black scales made a gradual appearance. The surroundings, within a radius of a few light years, instantly fell into a world of endless, dark flames, and within this area, all levels of stars seemed to disintegrate into nothing and vanish from sight. This towering presence was all that existed. How long since I have been back in the primal universe, said the figure. How familiar it feels. This is my homeland. If not for Star Tower, I cannot imagine how long it would have taken for me to make it back here from universe ocean. Back then, I was unable to take Star Tower away, yet there was some fellow in the primal universe who actually succeeded. I must find Star Tower. And find that fellow. I must find out how he controlled Star Tower. If not for the lack of a supreme true treasure, would I have been defeated by that old beast god from the Space Beast Alliance? The figure in black scales moved slowly. Hua! It vanished into thin air. The top 9 powers in the universe were all eager to take action, as a supreme true treasure was simply too tempting. Even the few great beings who were universe supreme masters that roamed about as loners had taken action. Let alone the universe masters who had clans under their leadership. There were some clans with merely one universe master. Those were the ones who greatly desired to own the Star Tower. If I manage to get the Star Tower, then I won't even have to fear universe supreme masters. By that time, my Tamar race will have hopes of being a pinnacle race. The shocking news of the human known as Luo Feng killing a universe overlord was nothing compared to the breaking news that the supreme true treasure, Star Tower, had disappeared. It was enough to shake the foundation of a pinnacle race. Star Tower was the most precious existence within the entire universe, with hundreds of billions of people from various clans looking for it. Those who had been concerned about Luo Feng dwindled in number. Even if there were any, they were most likely the most persistent ones among the demons, automaton race, and bug soldiers, so keen on eliminating Luo Feng that they would never let their guard down. Ancestral God Secret Region, Redbud Island. The commotion that arose from the disappearance of Star Tower caused quite a stir, thought Luo Feng. The excitement has boiled over. Luo Feng appeared at Redbud Island in the residence that belonged to him. This was the 3rd day since he had taken Star Tower, and since then, he had been following everything that happened on the outside through the virtual universe. All was turmoil. The Hong Alliance's universe masters and all those undying beings who had made their way to the battlefields were engaged in heated discussion, and that was only within the Hong Alliance. There were also other powers in the universe, but through the information being disseminated within the Hong Alliance, it could be seen that everyone had gone mad over this news. No wonder Sitting Mountain guest teacher strictly commanded me not to divulge the news about Star Tower. Luo Feng thought he was appalled if I had been exposed, and the outside world found out I could control Star Tower. Teacher Sitting Mountain guest alone would certainly not be able to protect me. Luckily, I can protect myself now, so I can make a foothold independently in this turbulent universe. He took a step forward, opened the doors of his mansion, and flew off in the direction of the palace in front of the public square, where the island master of Redbud Island resided. Look, it's Luo Feng. It's the human, Luo Feng. He is back on Redbud Island. It has been 200,000 years since he last appeared. Luo Feng has power that matches that of a top-tier universe overlord, so rarely coming to Redbud Island is nothing strange at all. There were many cultivators from various races on Redbud Island, and this discussion started when a team of candidates spotted him while they were flying. Luo Feng, on the other hand, was flying toward the public square. Passing through the water curtain of a fountain, he arrived at the land of inheritance. There were clearly a great many opportunities for inheritance. A while later, Luo Feng made his exit and flew directly back to his mansion. There, Luo Feng stayed in isolation for 5 days before he once again made his way to the land of inheritance to accept his share. Retreat, inherit. Almost every other day, Luo Feng would enter once to accept his inheritance. This quickly aroused the attention of many cultivators on Redbud Island. There were many such discussions about this. After all those battles that Luo Feng welcomed with untamed abandon, he has since earned a humongous amount of opportunities for inheritance, but even if he has that many opportunities, is there a need to be so wasteful? Without feeling what it's like to undergo cultivation, accepting all those inheritances would be totally pointless. What a waste. However, Luo Feng simply paid no heed to all the things others were saying, shaking his head to himself. I am highly accomplished in the studies of pictures of secret engravings, and can comprehend by analogy every time I make my way in to accept my inheritance. I can quickly comprehend a large quantity of content pertaining to the beast god path. How fast is my speed of cultivation? Without the ability to comprehend, a beast god inheritance would mean nothing. Yet Luo Feng was able to feel and comprehend a large amount of information, because he was highly accomplished in the studies of pictures of secret engravings, so every time he went for another round of inheritance, he would be able to make additional progress. After all, in terms of level, Luo Feng had already created a technique that matched the level of an ultimate technique of a universe master. With the heart of beast god, he had attained an extremely high level of comprehension, so naturally, accepting the beast god path was a piece of cake. Once every 5 days, he would accept one beast god inheritance. When he was only at his 3rd round of inheritances, Luo Feng could already grasp full comprehension of the 4th stage of the beast god path. It was like a university student studying doing elementary school homework. There was also inheriting, a rapid method to boost the speed of comprehension. However, he was much slower in progressing at the 5th stage of the beast god path. Bug soldiers, demons, and members of the automaton race were all racking their brains in search of a solution. Hurry, report to the race. Luo Feng is here on Redbud Island. That annoying Luo Feng, the guts he has to come here to Redbud Island. If you want to kill Luo Feng, you would have to get a universe master involved. However, the moment any of our universe masters showed up at Redbud Island, they will be annihilated right away by the 5-color Aurora Lake. As for us, we do not even own the qualifications or the rights to enter the island. If we are disguised within the human territory, we could still have a shot. But given the ancestral god school's power, which is much stronger than that of humans, if Luo Feng decides to hide on Redbud Island, there is really nothing we can do. Luo Feng remained on Redbud Island, cultivating at his leisure. My golden-horned beast body has gone through 2 months of traveling among the stars. It has finally arrived at the destination of the 5th black metal board. Luo Feng revealed a trace of a smile. Updated by Novelful Calm. 2 months before, just after taking Star Tower, Luo Feng had separated his bodies. The original Earthling body went to Redbud Island with his Masha body. To attract the attention of other races, he practiced in public, and he even flew to the land of inheritance instead of teleporting himself there every time he went, because he wanted the other races to know where he was. As for Golden-Horned Beast Body, he arrived at a faraway territory in the universe through God Country transportation and then flew to his destination, the ancient Qin secret region, by spaceship. I'm a high achiever on the engraving picture path. If it weren't for the bet with Ancestor, I would have reached an extremely high level on laws. Perhaps I would have finished the 6th level of Beast God path by now, but concentrating on the engraving picture path did help me a lot. Still, the Beast God inheritance from the Ancestral God School is also beneficial, thought Luo Feng. Without Beast God inheritance, I'll need 10 years to complete the 4th level, and it might take me 100,000 years to finish the 5th level, and this is with the help of advances on the engraving picture path. Those beast god inheritances give me maximum efficiency. As long as I want, I can receive those inheritances as much as I can. It seems that I need to stay on Redbud Island for a while longer. Luo Feng flew out of his palace and flew toward the island leader's palace. Many onlookers took notice. Luo Feng's here. He goes to receive beast god inheritance once every several days. Some other races kept careful records of Luo Feng's activities, as they had been ordered to gather as much information about him as possible. It was important to gather such information if they wanted to kill that supreme being. Luo Feng. Go ahead and take records, thought Luo Feng, take records of all my moves. You've miscalculated my power, and you'll miss everything. I'll show you what going for wool and coming home shorn means. Luo Feng flew into the spring and went to the land of inheritance. The ancient Qin secret region was a region that had a diameter of 1-2 million light years. Though it was much smaller than ancestral God's secret region, it was still extremely dangerous. A seeming ordinary garnet spaceship flew through space inside the control room. A lovely golden horned beast sat on the couch and gazed outside. Based on the information from Master Mountain sitting guest, the 5th black metal is in this region, the ancient Qin secret region. Information about the ancient Qin secret region from the virtual universe immediately flooded golden horned beast's mind. This ancient region had been born when the universe first came into being. There had been several wars fought here for the valuables. Gradually, the number of valuables in the secret region had lessened, and because it was extremely dangerous, supreme beings stopped coming. However, some undying fighters and universe knights would occasionally come here and try their luck. It was extremely dangerous, and most of the valuables had been taken. That made the region highly unattractive. Even many special life forms left, and it became desolate. A desolate secret region, dangerous and containing almost no valuables. The 5th black metal is here. Master Mountain sitting guest really knows how to find places to hide things. I sensed it. The golden horned beast's eyes gleamed, and every cell in his godly body was thrilled. He could sense the powerful summoning. Shwa. Golden horned beast teleported himself outside and put the spaceship back in his world ring. That direction. Golden horned Luo Feng teleported himself toward the source. It was hazardous, but golden horned beast, who was much more powerful than top-tier universe overlords, easily passed across all of them. The 5th black metal, thought golden horned Luo Feng as he gazed into the distance. Endless black mist permeated the space. Everything was dark. However, Luo Feng was certain that the 5th black metal was there, though his golden horned beast body didn't need it anymore. The original earthling body did need it. When the earthling body reached the perfect life gene level, he could also have a godly body 55,000 miles tall. Then he would be able to perform I am the universe as well. Be careful, he told himself. 9 Tiger River. Hung. Golden water started to churn in the space, covering an area with a radius of 19 million miles. 9 strange beasts were frolicking in the golden waves, surrounding a black golden horned beast. Move forward. Golden horned Luo Feng flew slowly in the dark while 9 Tiger River checked for dangers. After a short while, he had flown 100 million miles. Voila! A giant being flew past him, glaring at the black golden horned beast in the golden waves. Golden Horned Beast kept flying into the deep. He had performed Space Seal and kept Nine Tiger River running. He felt like he was being watched by a great being. I know teacher wouldn't let me have the 5th black medal so easily, he thought. Golden Horned Luo Feng was careful. Suddenly, Hong, a gigantic being, showed up in the dark and dashed toward his Nine Tiger River domain. Hong Long, Nine Tiger River, tried to stop him, but the efforts were rendered useless. The giant being slashed through the waves and raced at Luo Feng. Huh! Golden Horned Beast saw a black crystal giant 1,000,000 miles tall. He was waving all 6 of his thick arms and held a red hammer in each of his hands. Black Sky Horde Leader. The Golden Horned Beast was startled. There lived some extremely powerful special life forms in the ancient Qin secret region, and Black Sky Horde Leader was a top-tier universe overlord who could rival the most powerful World Tree. He was a unique mountain giant, and he had a life gene level of 8,000 times. All 6 hammers he wielded were senior true treasures, and he was invincible with his inherited techniques. I'm in trouble, Golden Horned Beast thought as he stared at the mountain giant. I can defeat him, but that giant body, it's too difficult to kill him. Get out, Black Sky Horde Leader roared. Black Sky Horde Leader, I don't mean to offend you, but don't try to stop me, said the Golden Horned Beast as he grew to 1,000,000 miles long with his black scales on, and he gazed at Black Sky Horde Leader in the distance. Golden Horned Beast, you can't come here, Black Sky Horde Leader said. In no time, Black Sky Horde Leader had cut through all the obstacles in the Nine Tiger River with a radius of 19,000,000 miles. Get away, the Golden Horned Beast roared and became a beam of golden light. Sharp and cold, his giant, scaled wings slashed at Black Sky Horde Leader. Black Sky Horde Leader was also a renowned being in the universe. He rarely showed himself, as he had been living in the ancient Qin secret region, but he was as powerful as Heavenly Erosion Palace Leader and the most powerful World Tree. Damn it, Black Sky Horde Leader roared. Golden engravings showed up on his black crystals. Countless engravings covered his entire godly body, and the space around him was torn. The Golden Horned Beast felt a black hole being formed. 6 hammers smashed at the Golden Horned Beast, and 6 black space whirlpools were formed under the special techniques mixed with his inherited techniques. All went dark. Light was totally swallowed under the move by Black Sky Horde Leader, and Luo Feng, in the domain of Nine Tiger River, sensed 6 whirlpools racing toward him. Pung! Under the wing, all 6 space whirlpools crumbled, and the wing hit the chest of Black Sky Horde Leader. Hua! Black Sky Horde Leader bounced away and rolled through Nine Tiger River. Everything around them was annihilated before it started to recover slowly. Amazing, Golden Horned Beast, said Black Sky Horde Leader. I'm not your match. Black Sky Horde Leader roared and flew outside. Golden Horned Beast didn't stop him because of the Beast God armor. Luo Feng was able to use every part of his body to fight, and the most powerful part was the horn. However, he knew that it was almost impossible to kill Black Sky Horde Leader, who had the same quality of godly body as he did. All he needed to do was to intimidate him. Black Sky Horde Leader turned his head and transmitted the voice the second he exited the domain of Nine Tiger River. Golden Horned Beast, you're not supposed to be here. I admire your power since you're stronger than me, but leave if you want to survive, otherwise my master will kill you. Black Sky Horde Leader flew off into the dark. Black Sky Horde leader's words shocked Luo Feng. His master muttered, Luo Feng, Black Sky Horde master, is a top-tier universe overlord, and he's difficult to kill even by universe masters, but he has a master. Just where have you hidden the fifth black metal, teacher? Luo Feng understood that this was not an easy task. Just wait and see, I'll see who the master of this Black Sky Horde leader is. I'm not afraid even of Universe Supreme Masters. Luo Feng kept moving forward, stepping on the golden waves. The golden horned beast was at the center of Nine Tiger River, and he kept going, moving deeper into the secret region. Updated by Novel Full Calm. Surrounded by the rolling Nine Tiger River, Golden Horned Beast advanced and penetrated his way through carefully. In the faraway darkness, that Golden Horned Beast is making its way to Master's palace. We have to stop him, we cannot let him bother Master. Silver Dragon, not even I am able to stop him. It's the same for you. I may not be able to stop him, but Black Sky, you are definitely able. Our powers may be comparable, but your godly body is much bigger than mine. With such a massive godly body, you may be able to pester him persistently and hold him back for a long time, but you are retreating after your first defeat. Don't you know that Master's stateliness should never be compromised, yet you condone the Golden Horned Beast's act of intruding into Master's palace? No, Silver Dragon, his power is much stronger than you think. If he had really wanted to shake me off his tracks, there would have been no way I could stop him. What, you can't stop him? Could he possibly be a universe master? Even if he isn't, his powers are comparable, Black Sky Horde leader said. We shall take things a step at a time. Let him meet with Master for now. Since he does not want to heed my advice, if he gets annihilated, we are not to blame. If he meets our master and causes a disturbance, his only end will be to face annihilation. That's right, another cold voice said. That Golden Horned Beast is going to regret this. Let's go. Black Sky Horde leader, together with the other small figure on his body, disappeared quickly into the darkness. Golden waves surged forward rapidly and swept through the void space, clearing all obstacles in its way. Golden Horned Beast cast his gaze into the distance. Black Sky Horde leaders' words made him cautious. After all, this was the place sitting mountain guest teacher had arranged earlier. The third black metal board had been found to be with the Green Knight and Purple Knight. Those were definitely universe overlords. As for the fourth black metal board, he'd had to meet with Craftsman Master now. For the fifth piece, the final black metal board, this would probably be an extraordinary experience, too. If he can enslave Black Sky Horde leader, this master must be at least a universe master, Luo Feng speculated. Following the intense beckoning of the black metal board, Golden Horned Beast advanced progressively. Half an hour later, there were no longer any obstructions in the way. Obviously, all the other special life forms were apprehensive after witnessing the lost Black Sky Horde leader had suffered. They gave up trying to stop this Golden Horned Beast. That annoying Golden Horned Beast, how dare he bother Master? He is indeed very powerful, sir. Black Sky was defeated by him. We shall see when he meets with Master. He is going to regret it, but by then, it will be too late for regrets. Golden Horned Beast could faintly feel the other special life forms secretly watching him from afar, but they were not bothering him, so he did not feel like paying them any attention. Half an hour after he started out, amidst the dark mist ahead, the corner of the large palace started to show up indistinctly. This towering palace was fully cloaked with a coat of blood red, and the single corner that was revealed was simply unbelievable. A palace. Golden Horned Beast manipulated Nine-Tiger River to advance at a rapid speed. And soon, he arrived at the main doors of the palace. The doors seemed ordinary, but they exuded an overwhelming amount of power above the doors. There were 3 extremely complicated sets of secret engravings, though they were indecipherable. The meanings of the 3 words were directly transmitted into his mind. Blood Cloud Palace. Blood Cloud Palace, riding the rolling, golden waves in front of the palace. Golden Horned Beast's face registered a shocked expression. The legendary Blood Cloud Palace, the 5th black metal board, is herein. Blood Cloud Palace. Golden Horned Luo Feng was thunderstruck at the same time on the faraway Redbud Island. The moment his original earthling body got this news, it connected with the virtual universe without delay and started a deliberate investigation. Luo Feng was no stranger to Blood Cloud Palace. It was very prominent among the billions of super great beings of various races in the universe, yet wherever Blood Cloud Palace traversed became a sea of bloody massacres. Blood Cloud Master was a strangely wicked character. Whenever he found a certain great being to be an eyesore, he would kill without a second thought. And the killing extended to the home of the great being. At times, he would even attack the core of a race's territory. When he had a target in mind, he killed without mercy. However, as far as his background, identity, what race was he from, and his true power, all of these were unknown. All that was known about him was that his Blood Cloud Palace was a flying palace-type true treasure. Back when it had run rampant in the universe, it killed countless and made enemies with almost 99% of all the powers in the universe. There were many universe masters who wanted him dead, but although Blood Cloud Palace Master was a loner, he was powerful to the extent of annihilating 2 universe masters single-handedly. The number of universe overlords who had fallen at his hands was even more alarming. Moreover, the moment he sensed that the situation might not be favorable to him, he would flee the scene in his Blood Cloud Palace at top speed. Over the course of many long years, there had been no great being who could contain this Blood Cloud Palace Master, and if there was some power who went head-on with Blood Cloud Palace Master, he would react like a raving lunatic and conjure up all sorts of retaliation methods to deal with his opponent. An evil lunatic, powerful and mysterious, this was Blood Cloud Palace Master. No one knew where his home was, what the true threshold of his power was, whether he was a special life form, or if he belonged to a certain race. Everything about him was a mystery, because he was always dressed in a blood red battle robe and wore a blood-red mask. His true appearance was also a mystery. During his craziest moments, he once made the entire universe hate him while he continued living at ease and comfort, and even annihilated 2 universe masters. Battles between universe masters were always close. The victor was always difficult to predict, yet he had killed 2. This was strong evidence of how overpowering he was. Rumors had it that Blood Cloud Palace Master was of human origins, because no matter how perverse, Blood Cloud Palace Master was killing and annihilating countless lives, including great beings from the ancestral god school, the Northern Territory Alliance, the Crystal Clan, the Prison Clan, the Bug Clan, the Demon Clan, the Automaton Race, and the Space Beast Alliance. The human race was always free from harm. As for the 9 Territories Alliance and others, which were one notch lower in strength, they would undoubtedly suffer a great deal. If a universe overlord of a certain race was killed by blood, could Palace Master, it was best to let the matter go if the race decided to continue fighting on. They would suffer greater losses, after all. Even the various top powers in the ancestral god school were unsuccessful in dealing with this. Blood Cloud Palace Master. Blood Cloud Palace, golden-horned beast, said it raised its head to look at the three engraved words on the top of the palace doors. Back when Blood Cloud Palace Master ran rampant in the universe, so full of arrogance as if nobody could beat him, he was definitely a mysteriously overpowering presence. However, since that glorious period, rumors of him have dwindled. He eventually started to disappear from the scene thereafter. He only emerged twice. The last time he made an appearance was about 3 million eras ago. He has disappeared for much too long. There has been no news at all, and various powers of the universe have speculated that Blood Cloud Palace Master must be one of the universe masters in disguise, assuming another identity, but there is no longer any need for this disguise now, so he has yet to make another appearance. Luo Feng finished looking into the relevant detailed information that he found within the virtual universe. He only had one thought in mind: this was a lunatic, a powerful lunatic. He was a loner free of all constraints and attachments. Even top powers who fought him suffered in the end. Whoever came forth to provoke him would simply have to fight. Who would have known that the Blood Cloud Palace was hiding here, and with Black Sky Horde leader guarding it? Luo Feng was dumbfounded. No wonder not a single great being could find it. After all, the universe masters do not really care much about visiting ancient secret regions, and the ordinary universe knights wouldn't even be able to make it to the doors with Black Sky Horde leader standing guard. Various races of the universe only know that this is Black Sky Horde leader's territory. What they didn't know is that this is actually the home of Blood Cloud Palace Master. What should I do? Should I go in or not? Blood Cloud Palace Master's fame was overwhelming, his strength was overpowering, and he had killed 2 universe masters single-handedly. Based on calculated estimations, his power had to be a close match to Primal Chaos City leader. No wonder Black Sky Horde leader had been so confident earlier on. Moreover, Blood Cloud Palace was a flying palace type true treasure. However, based on what he could sense, that black metal board was within this palace type true treasure. How about I enter this true treasure? Golden Horned Beast hesitated for a while, but was quick to come to a decision. A flying palace type true treasure's main purpose is to protect its owner. I have never heard of this Blood Cloud Palace being able to trap a great being. So the palace doors were open. No more hesitation. Golden Horned Beast shrank the size of 9 Tiger River right away while flying straight for the palace doors. Flying through the doors, he reached a gigantic and spacious public square, from which he had a clear of 3 faraway palaces. The main palace was in the middle, while the other 2 were side palaces. Indistinctly, he could see that there seemed to be other palaces behind the main palace. It must be in the main palace. Golden Horned Beast could clearly sense the intense beckoning from where he was, so at top speed, he flew in the direction of the main palace. The main palace exuded a murderous and overbearing aura that seemed to know no limit. As Golden Horned Beast entered, a blood-red throne in the main palace was the first sight that greeted him, but there was no one on the throne. Where is Blood Cloud Palace Master? Could it be that he is not here? He is the master of Blood Cloud Palace. The moment I entered, he should have Been able to sense my presence, why is he not showing himself? Such thoughts were running through Golden Horned Beast's mind, but he did not show signs of hesitation. He had to act following the beckoning. He speedily arrived at the rear chamber of the main palace. The palace was divided into the main palace, several other side palaces, and many rear chambers. Golden Horned Beast moved at an alarming speed along the corridors. Here it is. He rammed his way through the doors and entered and found his way into a secret room. Upon entering, the sight that greeted Golden Horned Beast was mildly startling. In this room, there was a large quantity of valuables that exuded various kinds of powerful auras. Judging by their auras, there must have been a large amount of precious materials among them. There was a startling number of treasures in the room. Even at one quick glance, he could see at least several tens of thousands of treasures, of which there must be as many as 100. True treasures. Based on Luo Feng's assessment, these should only be ordinary true treasures. Is this a treasure vault? Luo Feng wondered, but the doors were pushed open so easily. No, this is Blood Cloud Palace. How can its master be so confident? Just laying everything out in the open. My guess is, to Blood Cloud Palace. Master, these may not be precious after all. Hundreds of true treasures, tens of thousands of treasures, vast amounts of materials. All of them gave this treasure vault a boundless breath of life. Yet Golden Horned Beast only had eyes for that one item placed directly in the middle of the materials, a piece of black metal board that seemed to be incomplete. The fifth piece. However, Golden Horned Beast felt strange. Could it really be this easy? So, a thread of godly power shot out from the sharp-pointed tip of Golden Horned Beast's horns and intruded on the metal board very quickly. The last section of information from the 9-volume manual surged into Luo Feng's consciousness in a frenzied, unrestrained manner. Luo Feng had already gotten 4 black metals, and after getting the information of the 5th one, the 9-volume manual became complete only after he successfully got the complete 9-volume manual. Did he realize how extraordinary the manual was? Incredible. The Golden Horned Beast closed his eyes. The words on 9-volume manual kept floating in his mind, and the combination of the words themselves formed a giant engraving picture. Each letter was a part of the engraving picture, and combining them made an engraving picture more complex than that of the miniature universe. How incredible! The letters in the manual constitute an engraving picture. I've never heard of such a thing. Luo Feng was amazed. He understood that it was because the 9-volume manual had reached an extremely high level. The closer it was to the universe origin, the more mysterious it would be. Like beast gods, their shapes were the manifestations of laws. The 9-volume manual was even rejected by universe operation law, and it couldn't be taught. Fortunately, Sitting Mountain Guest used Heavenly Soul Crystal to pass it, but he was only able to pass it on to one life. Others, like Supreme Inherited techniques, were bestowed by the universe directly, but 9-volume manual was rejected by the universe, which meant the manual was more powerful than Supreme Inherited techniques, and it couldn't be created by universe masters. Golden Horned Beast was dazed in front of the black metal. He was thrilled at the sight of the complete manual, but he recovered shortly. I can't stay here for long. I need to leave now. Golden Horned Beast put the black metal into his world ring using his godly power and glanced across the valuables beside it. Hung. A powerful force arrived and permeated the entire Blood Cloud Palace. The time And space and Blood Cloud Palace were completely controlled. Space ripples were paused. No golden horned beast was startled. It's a universe master. The golden horned beast turned his head around and saw a ferocious being. Walking in, he wore a fiery cape and had 2 golden horns on his head. He also wore a mask, and his tail showed at the back of his armor. He stopped and stared at golden horned beast. Blood Cloud Palace leader, golden horned beast said, turning around. A universe master, thought Luo Feng. So what? Golden horned beast. Blood Cloud Palace leader gazed at him, then walked toward him. You're right, I am Blood Cloud Palace leader. However, his godly body started to change. The fiery cape became ordinary cyan armor. His aura changed. Fierceness became tranquility. The golden horns transformed into crystal, and the mask disappeared, revealing a familiar face. Teacher. Golden horned beast blurted, baffled by the sight. Blood Cloud Palace leader had turned into the shape of Master Sitting Mountain Guest. The aura was exactly the same as Sitting Mountain Guest, and aside from his aura, the power he emitted was stronger than that of Primal Chaos City leader. That couldn't be replicated. Luo Feng Sitting Mountain Guest smiled and said, did you expect this to happen? Golden horned beast blinked and recalled his conversation with Sitting Mountain Guest in the Beast God sector. Luo Feng had asked whether it would take a trial for him to get the 5th black medal, and Sitting Mountain Guest had given him an ambiguous answer. Luo Feng had been curious and kept asking, but Sitting Mountain Guest refused to answer him. Outside the main palace of Blood Cloud Palace, Sitting Mountain Guest looked at the endless black airflow in the space in the distance. Golden horned beast adjusted to the size of Sitting Mountain Guest and stood before him like a lion. Teacher, I didn't expect Blood Cloud Palace leader to be you, said Golden horned beast body. No wonder no one can deal with the Blood Cloud Palace. Blood Cloud Palace is only a body I made. Sitting Mountain Guest looked out into space and sighed. Although it's only a body, it's as powerful as Primal Chaos City leader. It's enough to roam the universe. Why were you posing as Blood Cloud Palace leader? Golden horned beast's eyes glinted with confusion. Sitting Mountain Guest didn't need any disguise, given his power. Because of you, said Sitting Mountain Guest. Me? The golden horned beast was dazed. Sitting Mountain Guest nodded. Yes, to be exact, this is an identity I prepared specially for my 3rd disciple. Whoever meets my requirement will inherit this position. Blood Cloud Palace leader inherited. Golden horned beast was stupefied. Damn, thought Luo Feng. Teacher is bringing me trouble. Blood Cloud Palace leader is a maniac who has enemies all over creation. All the powers want nothing but his demise, and teacher seems to want to have me inherit that position. Just as I cultivated your 2nd brother, Sitting Mountain Guest exclaimed. I created another identity, Northern Prison Master. When your 2nd brother is powerful enough, I'll have him inherit that position. What? Golden horned beast was even more shocked. Blood Cloud Palace leader and Northern Prison Master, both of them were bodies made by Sitting Mountain Guest. Northern Prison Master was an evil supreme being who was as infamous as Blood Cloud Palace leader. He had a flying palace type true treasure, Northern Prison, that had the powers of sealing and suppression. When he fought his enemies, he liked trapping them inside the prison, and if they didn't have the clone technique, they would have to resort to self-destruction. He was even more ancient than Blood Cloud Palace leader, an evil being well known at the beginning of the universe, but he disappeared afterward. I meant to have your 2nd brother inherit the position of Northern Prison Master Sitting Mountain Guest shook his head. However, he still fails to satisfy me after an eternity, which is why I made Northern Prison Master. Banish, your second brother is not qualified to be him. Luo Feng was startled. Made him banish? I don't have much hope for your second brother, which is why I devoted all my time and energies to you. Sitting Mountain Guest smiled and looked at Luo Feng. If second brother disappointed you, I might disappoint you someday, Golden Horned Beast said and lowered his head. Sitting Mountain Guest smiled. You already proved that you're better than your second brother when you successfully drove Star Tower. Star Tower is extremely powerful. Universe Knights, Universe Masters, and even Universe Supreme Masters don't have a chance of using it. The weaker ones don't have a strong enough willpower. It's impressive of you to survive life or death. Inheritance as a sector lord. That said, although you are better than your second brother, you still haven't met my goal. Golden Horned Beast looked at his teacher. Universe Supreme Master Sitting Mountain Guest said this was the first time that he expressed his true will in front of Luo Feng. When you become a Universe Supreme Master, I'll succeed. If your second brother becomes a Universe Supreme Master, I'll succeed as well. However, I don't think it's possible that he can become a Universe Supreme Master, as he's walked in a wrong path. Luo Feng was shocked. Both his oldest brother and second brother were Universe Masters, yet Sitting Mountain Guest was still disappointed and cultivated the third disciple. It turned out that Sitting Mountain Guest would like his disciple to become a Universe Supreme Master. What a crazy idea. There were only few Universe Supreme Masters in the universe. A race would be a pinnacle race if it had just one Universe Supreme Master, and a power would be a superpower if it had one. Even those Universe Supreme Masters that roamed the universe alone were the greatest and eternal beings. It was already incredible that Sitting Mountain Guest could reach the level himself, but he wanted to make his disciple a Universe Supreme Master. Crazy. However, Luo Feng couldn't help admiring his teacher. Sitting Mountain Guest did a wonderful job. He had cultivated the bloodline of the Flame God race and Earthlings, and he even made incredible true treasures like Force Armor and Original Soul, which were easy for him to create. He even created a supreme true treasure, Star Tower. It is extremely difficult to become a Universe Supreme Master, said Sitting Mountain Guest. You'll never become a Universe Supreme Master if you keep practicing all by yourself. Each Universe Supreme Master became one because of their experience and luck, but all of them became Universe Supreme Masters through blood and fire. You can't train yourself by excessive killings, because of the bond you have with your race, which is why I give you the identity of Blood Cloud Palace Leader. No one will know who you are, and your enemies are all around the universe. Once you show yourself up in the universe, all your enemies will race toward you. Sitting Mountain Guest gazed at Luo Feng. You'll grow with all the training you have from your enemies. This is the best way I know to cultivate a Universe Supreme Master. They'll recognize me. Golden Horned Beast blinked his eyes and was dazed. They won't. Sitting Mountain Guest waved his hands, and a bloody pearl showed up. This is a special true treasure called Blood Cloud Pearl. It can change your aura and even camouflage your armor. No one will be able to recognize you. And the Flying Palace type true treasure, Blood Cloud Palace, will be yours too. Of course, if you disappoint me, I'll take back Blood Cloud Palace and Blood Cloud Pearl as I did to your second brother. Sitting Mountain Guest gazed at Golden Horned Beast. My disciple, it'll be a new journey for you when you become Blood Cloud Palace Leader. Do you dare to accept it? The golden eyes of golden-horned beast glinted fiercely. I do. Killing a path of great beings, a new journey, it all sounded interesting. You crave for killing innately, sitting mountain guest gazed at golden horned beast and nodded contently. You're fit for Blood Cloud Palace. Leader, he threw out the Blood Cloud Pearl. Seal your life imprint in it and control the pearl. Golden horned beast immediately penetrated Blood Cloud Pearl in the sky with a trace of his godly power, and the pearl recognized Luo Feng as its master. Instantly Blood Cloud Pearl, a true treasure, specially coined by sitting mountain guest, had no information contained on it, and its function was peculiar. Actually, many true treasures coined by sitting mountain guest had peculiar attributes, like original soul and force armor. They all had strict conditions for users, and those who failed to meet the conditions were not able to use them, which showed the ability of sitting mountain guest to coin true treasures. Who? Golden horned beast opened his mouth, and the Blood Cloud Pearl flew inside. Suddenly, the godly body of golden horned beast started to change. His hind legs became longer and stronger, while his chest and belly had more strength. The previously crouched creature became a standing one. There was a silver mask on his face, and there were 2 golden horns on his forehead. The scaled wings on his back immediately disappeared, and even the color of the beast god armor started to change slowly. It became a fiery cape, and a scaled tail extended out. Endless killing power emanated from its body. Wicked mad, he became the shape of Blood Cloud Palace leader. Ha ha ha, this Blood Cloud Pearl of mine, isn't it fantastic? Mountain sitting guest stood aside and looked at the transformed body as if it were an exquisite piece of artwork. Incredible! Luo Feng couldn't help exclaiming. Both my power and my aura are given out by Blood Cloud Pearl. It's even able to change the structure of my godly body, but my power isn't affected at all after turning from a golden horned beast. It's also able to camouflage my beast god armor. It's magical. I needed to kill a universe master to create the Blood Cloud Pearl. Sitting mountain guest continued, and I had to kill him by soul to preserve his godly body. Then, I used a large amount of material on his godly body to transform it into a Blood Cloud Pearl so that it could give out special power and aura. It's even able to change your godly body into the structure I designed and camouflage a true treasure. Luo Feng was dazed. Blood Cloud Pearl was a peculiar true treasure. It didn't have any combat power, but it was desired by many supreme beings. However, Luo Feng didn't expect it to require a universe master to be killed by soul before it could be created. Perhaps only universe supreme masters were able to do that. Remember, sitting mountain guest said, be careful when you use Star Tower. If you use Star Tower for attacks, it might not be identified by other great beings, but if you use it to flee, it'll definitely be exposed. I understand. Luo Feng nodded. Star Tower shrank to the size of a palm, taking the shape of a cone. It could be used as a horn. However, Luo Feng would need to enlarge Star Tower if he used it to run, and then it would be exposed. You'll definitely expose yourself if you use it to save your life. Sitting mountain guest smiled. Whether you use Star Tower as Blood Cloud Palace leader or Luo Feng depends on you. Luo Feng nodded. If Luo Feng used Star Tower exposed and Blood Cloud Palace leader used Star Tower exposed, he would basically be telling the universe that Luo Feng was Blood Cloud Palace leader. There's another valuable for you to save yourself. Blood Cloud Palace, I just took back my life imprint. Sitting mountain guest smiled. And from now on, it belongs to you. Blood Cloud Palace. Luo Feng turned around and looked at the towering palace. He immediately infused his godly power to the ground and sealed his life imprint in the palace. Blood Cloud Palace became a part of him, and everything inside the palace was under his control. He could even see the treasure vault inside. Blood Cloud Palace is a top-tier, flying palace-type true treasure sitting mountain. Guest said it's extremely precious. Remember, you can use it only when you disguise yourself as Blood Cloud Palace leader, otherwise, your identity will be exposed. Luo Feng nodded. I hope I will not take it back someday. Sitting mountain. Guest grinned. I am not my second brother, Luo Feng replied. I'll make you a promise, just as I did with your second brother. A promise? Luo Feng listened carefully. Sitting mountain. Guest smiled. If you can kill 10 top-tier universe overlords, or 1 universe master when you're a universe knight, I'll coin a pinnacle true treasure for you with the material you give me. The material needed to make a pinnacle true treasure is 1/10 the worth of a pinnacle true treasure itself. Luo Feng's eyes gleamed. Pinnacle true treasures were desired even by primal Chaos City leader and huge axe creator ancestor and sitting mountain. Guest bet on valuables at this level as well. However, if you become a universe master, the conditions will be much demanding. You'll need to kill at least 100 top-tier universe overlords, or 10 universe masters, before I make a pinnacle true treasure for you. Sitting mountain. Guest smiled. Strangely, when I say pinnacle true treasures, that includes domain-type true treasures and flying palace-type true treasures. Luo Feng's eyes shone. Damn, the best true treasures currently owned by the human race were pinnacle domain-type true treasures. I'll make a list of the materials needed for the true treasure you want, said sitting mountain. Guest, don't expect too much. The materials needed for pinnacle domain-type true treasures are so scarce that even your race might not be able to gather it all. They will, Luo Feng said, feeling motivated. Remember, you need to kill 10 top-tier universe overlords, or 1 universe master when you're a universe knight, and if you become a universe master, the number will be 10-fold. Sitting mountain. Guest sighed. I gave the promise to your second brother as well. He was already a universe master when he inherited the identity of Northern Prison Master, but he never met my conditions. Luo Feng was rendered speechless. Killing 10 universe masters, how demanding was that? Power wasn't all that mattered. Universe masters were experts at surviving. Even when it came to universe overlords, they were able to stall and call for help so that a supreme being or even a universe supreme master could arrive. After all of them had powers supporting them, and they would call for help if they knew their lives were at risk. Even universe supreme masters would find it difficult to kill 10 top-tier universe masters. No wonder Flame Emperor had failed. I need to kill 10 top-tier universe overlords, or 1 universe master. Luo Feng exclaimed. None of the top-tier universe overlords are easy to deal with, and they might even summon universe masters to save them as 4 universe masters. The best I can do is to fight them, kill them. The conditions sitting mountain. Guest put forward were incredibly difficult to meet, but the promise enticed Luo Feng. My teacher just wants me to kill. Luo Feng saw through sitting mountain. Guest. This is Blood Cloud token. Sitting mountain. Guest threw out a red token. Luo Feng took it. It looked like the token his teacher had given him for contact. After it recognizes you as its master, you can give orders to the 18 servants. Using this token, sitting mountain. Guest explained, all the 18 slaves are universe knights. and they're responsible for other special life forms. Servants Luo Feng was curious. When I created Blood Cloud Palace Leader, I saved some special life forms. During my adventure in the universe, they all begged to recognize me as their master. I'm a special life form myself, so I wanted to protect them. The more time I spent, the more life forms I saved. 18 of them became Universe Knights under my instructions, and 3 of them are top-tier Universe Overlords. You can use the token to learn the basic information about the 18 Universe Knights. I've been protecting them for an eternity, and now, it's your turn. Take care of them when you can. Sitting Mountain Guest paused for a moment. Star Tower, Force Armor, and Blood Cloud Palace, you've got everything, and I've done everything I can, and now, you're the one who can shape your future. Sitting Mountain Guest looked at Luo Feng, and then, he disappeared. Luo Feng remained standing where he was. He felt the expectations in the look Sitting Mountain Guest gave him. Sitting Mountain Guest had cultivated Flame Emperor, and he was cultivating Luo Feng now. Apparently, he wanted a disciple who was a Universe Supreme Master. Perhaps there's a secret behind this, Luo Feng thought. Luo Feng immediately took up Blood Cloud Token Teacher. Sitting Mountain Guest asked him to take care of those special life forms as much as he could. He should definitely devote some effort to this. Luo Feng gave an order to the 18 servants. Through the token, he asked them to bring all the special life forms under them to see him in Blood Cloud Palace. Master wants to see us. Quick. You're lucky, little one. Master is seeing you. We're only sector lords. Can we really see our master? Teams of special life forms in ancient Qin secret region started to rush toward Blood Cloud Palace. It was like a pilgrimage to them after all. Blood Cloud Palace Leader only stayed in contact with those 18 knights. Other special life forms had no way to contact the Palace Leader. They finished gathering after a little over a day. All 18 Universe Knights led the special life forms under them to move forward in the dark and flew toward Blood Cloud Palace. The door of the palace was opened. Traces of light flew across them. Inside the main palace of Blood Cloud Palace, Black Sky Horde Leader, Silver Dragon Knight, and Blackthorn Devil Master were at the front, followed by 15 Universe Overlords and Senior Universe Knights. They were followed by hundreds of undying special life forms who were, in turn, followed by thousands of Sector Lord special life forms. Master, the 3 top-tier Universe Overlords groveled. Master, all the special life forms groveled. Blood Cloud Palace Master sat in his bloody throne, looking down upon them. Luo Feng sat on his throne and looked down at the numerous black figures kneeling before him. Thousands of special life forms were looking at him with surging emotions and worship. At that moment, a realization dawned on Luo Feng. These special life forms that seemed so uncommonly big and powerful shared a common grief. They were too weak and insignificant. Because of the lures of high levels of life and talent techniques, billions of races within the universe were taking matters into their hands to either enslave or soul transfer a group of special life forms. Without a strong protector would be quickly torn apart by the vast numbers of races in the universe who were blinded by greed. Devoured. Back when Blood Cloud Palace Master ran rampant about the universe, there was still a substantial number of special life forms. When he saw these special life forms being hunted down and killed, his heart went out to them. So, group after group of special life forms he rescued, until finally, he had gathered a group that amounted to a few thousand special life forms. After countless years of growth, with Sitting Mountain Guest's guidance, there were the births of top-tier universe lords such as Black Sky Horde Leader, Silver Dragon Knight, and Blackthorn Devil Master. Back then, they would have probably met the fate of being hunted and killed. Of course, since that time long ago, any races of special life forms without protectors had long vanished along the historical river of the universe, which was why some ancient beings, like Primal Chaos City Leader, owned quite a few special life form bodies. However, as time passed, during the times of later generations such as Luo Feng's, it was rare to see special life forms due to soul transfer. Sitting Mountain Guest protected them, guarded them, guided them. He was just like a father to them. Luo Feng said to himself, no wonder they all call him master. They really respected and worshipped him from the bottoms of their hearts. As of today, thought Luo Feng, I am thus, Blood Cloud Palace Master. I may have gained a new power, but I have also rid a part of Earth's. I have a new responsibility to take on. 3 top-tier universe overlords. This was indeed a force that many powers of the universe would covet, especially Black Sky Horde Leader, whose godly powers were almost 100 times purer than those of Heavenly Young Knight. Though both were senior true treasure armors, Luo Feng needed a force that was 2 levels higher than what he used to kill Tian Young Knight in order to bring about the same attack power, and Black Sky Horde Leader's godly body was millions of miles larger, that was billions of times bigger than the godly body of Tian Young Knight, which was not even 30 feet tall. As for Silver Dragon Knight and Darkthorn Devil Master, thought Luo Feng, their godly bodies were not as outrageously big, but neither were they small. With the 3 of them around, this force of special life forms they make up so long as they do not cross paths with universe masters will be able to ward off attacks from any other opponents. Luo Feng nodded as he analyzed the situation. Protecting such a force would not be as difficult as protecting his own kind on Earth. After all, this bloodline of special life forms had matured over countless years. They could protect themselves. A sudden realization dawned upon Luo Feng. The reason the treasure vault contained so many precious materials, treasures, and ordinary true treasures was because Luo Feng's future opponents would be universe masters. If he used ordinary true treasures in a battle against a universe master, they would be shattered right away. Obviously, these ordinary true treasures were not what Sitting Mountain Guest had left for Luo Feng, but for this group of special life forms. Black Sky, Luo Feng spoke. Master, Black Sky Horde Leader replied politely. Luo Feng looked down the true treasures that all 18 of you possess. Tell me about them. Yes, Master, I have a senior true treasure armor, 6 senior true treasures. Heavenly Hammer's Black Sky Horde Leader then joked good-naturedly, saying, Master, are you going to bestow me with a top-tier true treasure armor? Previously, you even said the next time around, you would find a way to get me a top-tier true treasure, and you told me that if I owned a top-tier true treasure armor, even universe masters will find it difficult to kill me. Luo Feng was taken aback. Top-tier true treasure armor. Teacher had left him with a treasure vault that only contained about 100 ordinary true treasures. Sitting Mountain Guest Teacher is so scheming, thought Luo Feng, grumbling to himself, but there was nothing he could do now that I have succeeded in the title of Blood Cloud Palace Master. The responsibility of designating valuables for the great beings under my command is also mine. I am thinking of a solution, Luo Feng answered. Top-tier true treasure armor is not easy to obtain. Yes, but Master will be able to make that happen, Black Sky Horde leader said. Luo Feng quickly moved on next. Silver Dragon Knight, Dark Thorn Devil Master and the rest gave respective reports about their own true treasures, and Luo Feng discovered that these 18 Universe Knights all possessed true treasures, which were obviously obtained based on their personal capabilities. For instance, the 3 top-tier Universe Overlords owned senior true treasures, and each of them owned a few true treasures. Luo Feng had initial plans to bestow true treasures to them. Thus, he had to banish those plans in the end. He could only bestow some other undying special life forms with treasures before he concluded the meeting. This is a form of power, Luo Feng said to himself. Although I shoulder the responsibility of leading and guarding them, they can also help me with a lot of things in the future. For my kind living on Earth, I would certainly be the one to protect them. Black Sky Horde leader, together with this group of special life forms and the branch of life forms on Earth, should be able to complement each other. That very day, Luo Feng ordered all these special life forms to retreat and to Black Sky Horde leader, Silver Dragon Knight, and Dark Thorn Devil Master. He commanded, Black Sky, Silver Dragon, Dark Thorn, I need to make a trip out matters regarding those children in the ancient secret region. Please take care of them. If you all are unable to settle them, inform me. Yes, Master, all 3 replied through their tokens. That very day, Golden Horned Beast Body secretly returned to the human territory, back to his god country. Luo Feng's life had been divided into 2 parts. One of it took the form of a golden horned beast and was involved in studying Star Tower based on his knowledge of pictures of secret engravings, while the other took the form of an Earthling original body and stayed on Redbud Island for self-cultivation. His original Earthling body had started to cultivate the 8th volume of the 9-volume manual. The advantage of having a small godly body was that the rate of cultivation would be much faster. After about a year or so, Luo Feng had mastered the 8th volume. His life gene level increased from 9,800 times to 10,050 times, and this was purely a rough gauge estimate. Thereafter, Luo Feng moved on to mastering the 9th volume of the 9-volume manual. During the cultivation process, his life gene level increased at an extremely slow rate, especially when he was midway through. Suddenly, his life gene level arrived at its bottleneck. It stopped increasing when it was one final inch away from the perfect life gene level. No matter how he continued with the 9-volume manual, his life gene level would not budge an inch. Just a little bit more. Remote Ocean Body and Golden Horned Beast Body reached the perfect gene level right away, but my Earthling body still needs the last bit to reach the perfect life gene level. No matter how I try to start cultivating the 9th volume of 9-volume manual from the middle, it's all useless. Luo Feng was panicking. Useless, no matter how he tried to go back and forth. During the cultivation process, his life gene level remained stagnant. Just that little bit more. What am I supposed to do? It was his 3rd year on Redbud Island. Luo Feng sat cross-legged on the stone bridge by the pond in the courtyard of his mansion. By this point, he had finally reached the last step to completing the 9-volume manual. His Golden Horned Beast Body and Remote Ocean Bodies had both attained the perfect gene before they could reach the final step, so his original Earthling body was the first to have cultivated the final volume. Hua hua. There Luo Feng sat with his entire being emitting a sound as mighty as a Surging sea at the same time, golden threads started to form, and his skin glowed a gigantic, mysterious, intricate picture of secret engravings. Appeared all over him. If Luo Feng's skin were to have been peeled off and laid flat, it would have formed a picture of secret engravings, although it was different from the engravings of the 9-volume manual. The aesthetics were the same. Peng. Luo Feng felt a fundamental breakthrough happening to the origin of life. It seemed he had made it through the bottleneck. His life gene level had finally moved once again, albeit a small step forward. Just this one small step, however, represented a leap toward a fundamental breakthrough. A breakthrough. Luo Feng's eyes were filled with glee. I must make a trip back to my god country. Luo Feng could feel his godly body attempting to absorb the power and felt its continuous growth on Redbud Island. There was insufficient power to absorb, so he needed to transfer back to his god country as soon as he could. He left Redbud Island quickly. In his god country, the limitless remote ocean set off tumbling waves a few 100 miles high. At the peak of the waves, a black-haired youth stood in midair, stark naked. An immeasurable amount of ocean water was surging up from beneath, as though there were countless ribbons surrounding him, continuously being absorbed by him. The black-haired youth started to grow bigger and bigger. From a height that was below 6 feet, he started to grow taller at an alarming rate. 30 feet. 300 feet, 3,000 feet. The godly power within his godly body was continuously increasing as well. The increase was more than trillions of times. It had reached an unsurpassable stage that was tumultuous and frightening. When he became a towering figure standing at a height of over 55,000 miles, the growth finally stopped. As of today, said Luo Feng, my original earthling body and my golden-horned beast body shall be my main battling powers. Luo Feng smiled. His original body's godly being was very pure, but it was small. As a result, he had been unable to use I am the universe, but now his original earthling body and his golden-horned beast body matched in size. Naturally, it was able to display greater powers, just like when displaying golden light, the ultimate technique of a universe master. He did not need to worry about his godly body being overly used up. It's time to pay Primal Chaos City a visit, he said. That cutting pearl sword is now too weak for me. First and foremost, Luo Feng headed to Primal Chaos City. In the primal universe, he gathered together his cutting pearl sword and a large quantity of ordinary true treasures he had obtained from all the hunting he did on the original star. Then he added on 20-odd true treasures from the treasure vault in Blood Cloud Palace and calculated a total. Lastly, he added on the remaining true treasure points that he had to trade for a top-tier true treasure blade, Sorrowful 9 Snow. The blade was originally named Sorrowful 9 Snow, but Luo Feng gave it a new name. Thus, it became known as Ghost Blade. Black Sky, Silver Dragon, Dark Thorn. The 100+ true treasures in the treasure vault are what Master has left for you special life forms, but all those fellows still need a long time to grow up. I will take part of the total now, and I will return them in the future. Now that the bug soldiers, automaton race, and demons alike were so eager to take him down, Luo Feng was feeling the pressure, too. He needed to become even stronger. This was for the better. With the pinnacle true treasure force armor activated to the 3rd form, where enemies' attacks were reduced to only 1/10,000 their original power, and a godly body that was 55,000 miles tall, his survival skills had attained an Alarming level if he were to battle with a universe master, a mere senior. True Treasure Blade was obviously too weak. He left his god country and returned to Redbud Island. Golden Horned Beast Body took off from the pictures of secret engravings and continued to stay in the god country to study the secret engravings on Star Tower. On Redbud Island, Luo Feng stayed in silent retreat to continue increasing his comprehension of the beast god path. After all, the more one could comprehend about the beast god path, the more beneficial it was in attaining more in the field of secret engravings, and with such peaceful days, it was little wonder that within the blink of an eye, 61 years had gone by. On Redbud Island, look, Luo Feng showed up, and he's flying toward the square in front of the palace of the island owner. Two undying fighters of the demon race were chatting in one of the palaces. But they stared at Luo Feng, who was flying in the distance. Their task was to monitor his every move. After a short while, Luo Feng went into the water curtain and disappeared, and the two undying fighters began reporting. Expression smile. Wearing silver armor. They checked each other's notes before they made a detailed report. The undying fighter with a gray shell on his back said in a hoarse voice, "It's been so many years, and all the powers in the universe know that our race, the bug race, and the automaton race want to kill that Luo Feng. However, nothing's happened. We all know Luo Feng has the power of a top-tier universe overlord. If we don't do it quickly, we won't be able to do anything. If he becomes a universe master, we can't blame our race. Luo Feng's been hiding on Redbud Island. What can we do about it?" A black eye was staring at the square. Strange, why is Luo Feng still at the 5th level on the beast god path? The ranking was clear on Redbud Island. All those at the 3rd level of the beast god path were in the same ranking, and all those at the 4th level were at the same ranking. Luo Feng had entered the 5th level 62 years ago. Apparently, he was still practicing the 5th level on beast god path. It made him look powerful, but a top-tier universe overlord needed to be at least at the 7th level. Stupid, he's at the 5th level on the beast god path. Do you know how much he has achieved on the path of space and time? Perhaps he's almost finished it and become a universe master. Makes sense, but how did he improve so much in such a short time? Who knows, but if he didn't, there's no need to kill him now. Look, he came out. The two undying fighters of the demon race stared at Luo Feng and kept monitoring every one of his moves. They might be able to extrapolate some important information based on the messages on the surface. Luo Feng was flying back to his palace. At least 100 candidates are spying on me, thought Luo Feng with a smirk. All the candidates from other powers wrote. Luo Feng smirked at someone. I might be able to complete the 5th level after a year or two. It only took him half a month to complete the 4th level, which represented Beast God Claw. However, the 5th level represented Beast God Horn, which was more intricate, and hence, it took more time. Luo Feng went to the land of inheritance one every 2 or 3 months. After 62 years, he almost finished the 5th level. Besides, advancing on the path of Beast God also made it easier for Luo Feng to create techniques using engraving pictures, and he even got inspirations when studying Star Tower and created a pinnacle technique of universe masters and an ultimate technique of universe overlords named Golden Mountain and Level Mountain, respectively. The incredible techniques Luo Feng had created were ultimate techniques of Universe Masters, Golden Light, a pinnacle technique of Universe Masters. Golden Mountain, and 2 ultimate techniques of Universe Overlords, Mist and Level Mountain. Of course, these were not important compared to studying Star Tower. Although he had created 2 incredible techniques, Luo Feng was still only able to utilize the first level of engravings on Star Tower. As for the second level, he had understood most of them, but it would still take him some time before he could utilize the second level. I'm only able to use the first move of Star Tower, Pierce. As for the second move, Smash, I might need to completely understand the second level of the engravings to fully wield its power. Luo Feng dove toward his palace and continued his peaceful life. He knew it was a short moment of peacefulness before a storm came. The human race was also following Luo Feng at the moment. Long Yen Master and Primal Chaos City Leader were talking. It's okay, Luo Feng has been staying on Redbud Island, and it's safe for him to do so. Chaos, why did you let him go out? It's safest for him to stay in Chaos City. It'll still be dangerous for him to go out of the human territory. Even in the ancestral god school, great beings of the bug race, the demon race, the automaton race, and the Northern Territory Alliance might cooperate with each other and attack Luo Feng. I wouldn't have stopped him as he insisted on going out. He has a soul type true treasure, and he has an incredible mind and willpower. Even if he runs into dangers he can't deal with, he can explode himself, as he is the clone technique. There's nothing to worry about. Long Yen Master was right to be concerned. The bug race, the demon race, and the automaton race had been nervous because Luo Feng kept staying on Redbud Island. They didn't dare to send a Universe Master there, as they would definitely be annihilated by 5-color Aurora Lake. It was not worth it to sacrifice a Universe Master to do that. Damn it. Is that human Luo Feng going to stay on Redbud Island forever? He's been on Redbud Island for a long time, but nothing has happened. All he needs is practice, and he must be wanting to finish comprehension on Redbud Island. He has that kind of power, though he hasn't achieved much on the Beast God path. He's almost reached the perfect level on the path of space and time. And that's why he uses the Beast God path as a reference. Perhaps he might make a breakthrough by studying different paths. We can't waste our time anymore. The longer we delay, the better it'll be for Luo Feng. All 3 pinnacle races got nervous. They wanted to wait for Luo Feng to leave Redbud Island by himself, but it had been 62 years. In the sky, 3 entities pierced through the distance in the space and arrived at a starry sky. There were 3 blurry, towering beings. One of them was breathtaking, and there were halos around it. The being itself could make a universe night hallucinate. A phantom of a giant oval was floating. There was another being that looked like tens of thousands of snakes, and a giant silver snake head was looking around. The sky around it was twisted into whirlpools. Dream Tea, where's Shock Horn? Said the giant black oval. All represent our demon race, said the silver snake's head. Their voices immediately transmitted to the other 2 sides, as if the original operation law was rendered useless here. Automaton, you called me, and the bug race. Here, both bug race Empress and I are here. Let's talk. Speak, automaton. Okay, said the black oval. A little one named Luo Feng rose within the human race. His power's been surging fast, and there'll be another great being within the human race if we let him roam free. Besides, he has clone technique, and it'll be difficult for us to kill him in the future. We must kill him as soon as possible. Of course we must, the breathtaking being said, but how he's in the center of ancestral god school, even universe masters will be killed by that 5 color Aurora Lake. Besides, we'll be messing with the ancestral god school. If we send someone in and break its law, the repercussion will be more catastrophic than having another primal chaos city leader in the human race. In the original universe, the ancestral god school is the guardian of the Operation Law, and nobody can outpower it. I agree with what the Empress said. The Silver Snake Head said we want to kill him too, but how? If none of us want to become enemies of the ancestral god school, we just need to ask a lone universe supreme master to do our bidding. The Black Oval said we're afraid because we have our race to worry about, but those lone ones don't need to worry. So what if they kill Luo Feng at the center of the ancestral god school? Lone universe supreme masters. Both the breathtaking figure and the Silver Snake Head were hesitant. It's going to cost a lot, the breathtaking being said. Asking a lone universe supreme master to kill a peerless genius at the center of the ancestral god school, the Silver Snake Head said it'll upset both the ancestral god school and Huge Axe, though those lone ones don't care. It'll be costly to ask them. Each of you, give me 3 top-tier true treasures. I'll do it, the Black Oval said. 3 top-tier true treasures. Both the breathtaking being and Silver Snake Head were hesitant. The breathtaking being said, even if you add 3 more top-tier true treasures, they'll be worth a pinnacle true treasure. 1 pinnacle true treasure might not be enough to convince a universe supreme master to do such things. Who are you going to ask? Sitting Mountain guest Sure, Hua Island leader. That's not your concern, just give me 3 top-tier true treasures each, and I'll ask a universe supreme master to do it. If I fail, I'll give them back. I don't need to lie for those top-tier true treasure. Okay. Sure, Luo Feng's life is worth 3 top-tier true treasures. Both of them agreed. Great. The giant black oval disappeared, followed by the other 2. The sky turned peaceful again. Nobody could have known that 3 of the greatest beings in the universe had just held a conversation there.